This dude woke up startled on a park bench, and no, he is not a beggar. While his friend asked if he was okay, several green creatures popped out of the ground nearby. The people around thought it was just a prank with costumed actors, so they gathered to watch. The protagonist realized the danger and warned his friend, "Don't go over there, just wait." Suddenly, a scream cut through the crowd. Someone got hurt! Chaos erupted the moment a person was split in half. The girl was terrified, asking if those monsters were real, while everyone around them was getting brutally massacred. When the goblins approached Sehun Kim and his friend, he showed no fear. Actually, his gaze was cold. He knew exactly what to do, but something surprised him. Jisoo, a girl he only knew from college, jumped in front of him to protect him. It's been so long that he forgot he was a coward 10 years ago, but this time, it's different. In a flash, Sehun rushed the goblin, smashed him in the chin, stole the monster's sword, and shoved it right back into its throat. "You dropped this. Try not to lose it again. You guys don't know this, but Sehun has already lived through all of this. What is about to happen drove 99.99% of humanity to extinction. In the future, when Sehun became the last human alive, he decided it wasn't worth going on. But just before the end, something the gods didn't predict happened. The system they created had a secret reward. Seeing that, Sehun felt in every fiber of his body that this was his chance to change destiny and get revenge. He went back 10 years in time. Now, he knows how to use the system, and he knows the true and cruel intention of the gods. With this, the sinking of his skills is finished. His second game truly starts. When a player finishes a task, they get points based on how well they did. They can then use those points to get stats or buy special items they want. This means he brought 700,000 points from his first game. So, he has special access to pay-to-win items compared to new players. At the same time, several glowing spheres move across the campus area, observing everyone there. A voice speaks from above, greeting the reluctant participants to the gods' game. From this moment, all individuals must finish tasks to stay alive, and those who do not complete them will face consequences. Sehun thinks about his next steps. If he suddenly increased his abilities or improved his equipment, he would surely draw unwanted notice. He needs to be cautious, since they are now being watched in public. The spheres are watchers, serving as the eyes for the gods and the Grandmaster. Their look can change based on who uses them, but they generally appear quite alike. If these spheres become suspicious, it would change how hard the tasks are. They would not go easy on him just because he is stronger. Instead, they would make things harder. To prevent this, he must try hard not to draw too much attention. A goblin rushes towards him. He catches it before it can strike. Instead of killing it right away, he acts like he is struggling, hoping they will believe he is not very strong. Meanwhile, Jisoo examines the system and the player guidelines, beginning to grasp their current state. She quickly realizes that their world is different from what it was. The creatures shown in the strange pop-up messages confirm this. She remains unusually calm about everything, even though their lives have completely changed. However, Sehun also seems too calm about the situation. He has been easily defeating monsters, which makes her a little suspicious. Then, before they can talk more, the main task shows up in a pop-up window. Their goal is to get away from the college campus within 2 days. Many goblins will begin attacking them. They must either beat these goblins or get around them while trying to leave the campus. Prizes will differ for each player based on what they accomplished during the task, so the GM encourages everyone to take part actively. This task is only level E in difficulty and has a 2-day time limit, so Sehun should find it simple to complete. Still, he cannot waste time speaking with Jisoo. They must move as quickly as possible before the goblins reach them. The creatures spot them talking and start to pursue them. Sehun responds fast, taking Jisoo's hand and running away before the monsters can reach them. While they run, Jisoo sees goblins attacking other individuals who are also trying to flee, but she cannot help them. Finally, they arrive at a safe spot. She then asks about the other people. Sehun, however, tells her that not many will be harmed yet. A goblin is only as powerful as an adult man at most. This means that once people gather together, they should be able to handle them quite easily. A hobgoblin then appears. At the same time, Sehun arrives at the location he intended to reach from the beginning. This is a safe zone he recalls from his past life. In his past, he was crying and felt weak when he found this safe zone by chance. This area is secure and monsters cannot enter it, allowing people to rest. The goblins pursuing them catch up and hit their swords against the barrier surrounding the safe area, but they cannot damage it. The goblins eventually give up and turn away since they cannot enter. This spot is one of the few where they can relax their defenses. Sehun suggests they stay there for a while before moving on. For now, he must find a way to properly equip Jisoo so she can at least fight a goblin by herself. In another location, some students flee from a group of wild-looking goblins. Suddenly, someone lands directly behind them and defeats each goblin with a single strike. Within moments, all the goblins that were chasing the students are dead on the ground. Jong-Yun identifies the strong newcomer as Jisoo, and he struggles to comprehend the situation. This all began 3 hours earlier, when Jisoo was still resting in the safe zone with Sehun. She looks at her phone, attempting to understand the world's current state, while Sehun feels more concerned about the eyes observing them. The gods watch players using an observer purely for their own amusement. When they discover a player they find especially interesting, they select that player as their avatar and support them as they complete quests. The GM, or Game Master, also manages the servers and gives out quests. The observer currently watching Sehun and Jisoo is Korea's private observer, Arcadis, who is also Korea's GM. For now, Sehun can only act as uninteresting as possible, hoping Arcadis will lose interest and depart. Eventually, the observer flies off, leaving them by themselves. The observer only waited for 30 minutes, which demonstrates his impatience. Even during the first round, this lack of patience prevented him from becoming a top-tier GM. He possesses no patience at all, which works out well for Sehun, given the circumstances. For now, Sehun decides to look at the forums to see what is happening. A bright flash of light appears as soon as he clicks the button. However, Jisoo shows no reaction, making it clear that only he can see it. The forum resembles a web browser and includes a floating monitor and keyboard. From what he observes, it contains many general discussions and guides. It is essentially an exact copy of typical Earth internet forums. It even features a chat room. He enters the chat room and the system identifies him as Anonymous User 48. Right after he enters, a user called Greek Boss tells him to introduce himself right away. Fortunately, an introduction isn't needed, and the other users explain to the older chatter why anonymous chats are important. The gods in the chat discuss their servers and the individuals they have been watching. The discussion then moves to the Korean server, and they mention that Arcadis is its GM. Based on their talk, they seem to think his quests are quite uninteresting. One user specifically mentions he was going to pick a cute girl as his avatar, but then some guy took her into a safe zone. They are probably referring to him and Jisoo. The chat room will become very useful for him later when he wants to find information. He might even try to create a post himself at a later time. He will need to check it regularly later, but at this moment he is more interested in the DLC store. The interface appears, looking like a big store shelf. Some items require quests to unlock, but everything he sees appears to be of extremely good quality. The item locked by the main quest seems to be the most crucial one, and it looks like a player transfer item. He examines the other items on the digital shelf, and one item specifically grabs his attention. It is a multiplayer package for those who completed their first game in single-player mode. Now they can experience their second game with friends. The cube will let him create groups with people he selects, and these group members will receive special advantages unique to them. It costs 20,000 points, but for someone who has collected 700,000 points, that is a simple deal. However, if all items in the store are this expensive, he will need to use his points wisely. A voice draws his attention, and he turns to look at someone attempting to gather a group of people. It appears people are beginning to form groups, meaning the goblins will no longer be such a big problem. The people unite and begin using improvised weapons to force the monsters away. Their group is not perfect, but as they fight side by side, they gradually learn how to defeat the small monsters. Jisoo calls out to him, pulling him away from his focus on watching them defeat the goblins. She seems ready to join the fight, and he agrees it is time for them to move. She is adapting to their new surroundings very quickly, and while this makes things easier for him, it would be strange if he told her everything he knows right away. For now, he must concentrate on his first goal of giving her a weapon. He gives her the old dagger he took from the goblin he killed earlier. She takes it, but she also expresses concern about how he will fight without a weapon. Sehun tells her he will find another weapon later. He explains that she is currently more exposed than he is. His calm manner and self-assurance really surprise her. He always acted in an unusual way, but now he seems like a completely different person. Also, the dagger is not very strong because it is extremely rusty. It will not last long for her, but it should be sufficient for protecting herself. Next, he gives her a VIP brooch. This item lets her heal her injuries more quickly. It also helps her earn points 20% faster than the normal speed. He cannot tell her he bought it from the DLC store. He lies and says it was an item dropped by the goblin he defeated. She quickly accepts his story because she already understands how items function in video games. In truth, he spent 20,000 points to buy 2 of these brooches, one for each of them. The DLC store offers items that are very different from the regular store. However, these items are much more expensive. Even so, the items are very valuable because of their effects. If a player dies in this game, it is the same as dying in real life. They are gone permanently. Because of this, spending 20,000 points to heal injuries faster is definitely worth it. Also, since it increases how fast they get points, it is a very good deal. After this, they leave the safe zone and keep going on their journey. Video games often focus on equipment. The better the tools you possess, the stronger you become. If they can obtain powerful tools, they have a better chance of staying alive. The two quietly walk through the campus. Sehun tells her to remain calm and mostly focus on defending herself. In another location, the GMs from many regions meet. They watch and discuss their players. One GM complains that the people in his area simply died while praying to God. At the same time, everyone in another GM's area went crazy. Because they owned guns, they shot every monster they saw. Archidas, however, is not interested in most of the players in his region. One player in particular interests him. This player is a celestial slayer. The two students keep moving through the campus. They try their best to avoid being seen by the monsters roaming freely in the area. Sehun has given many items to Jisoo. He has a specific plan to eliminate the main danger to their lives. Once they confirm that Jisoo remembers the plan and has packed everything correctly, they start moving. The two hide on a building's roof while the monsters continue their violent attack. They exchange a signal. Then Jisoo starts running towards the monsters. The plan is quite straightforward. When a big group of goblins appears, a goblin leader will always be present. Jisoo asks him how he knows this. He dismisses her question by reminding her he is a video game addict. People who play video games constantly will always know these kinds of details. Goblins are similar to animals seen in wildlife documentaries. When a group forms, they typically have a leader. This leader is probably the boss of this mission. It will be hard to get away until the boss is beaten. Seihan's plan involves defeating the boss. This will make it much simpler for them to leave the area. Her task is to guide all the goblins away from the area. This will make things easier for him. First, she uses the perfume of temptation, which Seihan gave her. This gathers all the weak monsters towards them. The perfume of temptation is a liquid that draws in weak monsters from the surroundings. After all the goblins are drawn to one spot, she will use a potion of invisibility. This potion completely conceals the user for 5 minutes after drinking it. This will clear the area of goblins. She will be safe from harm, and Seihan can then defeat the boss monster without concern. This effectively makes her the lure. Still, she had to ask him how he obtained all these potions. Despite this, the plan is underway. She has successfully drawn a good number of goblins towards her. She needs to use the stealth potion to escape from danger. However, before she can do that, she sees Jong-yun and another girl. They are running from a big group of goblins. He is shouting for help. She should focus on her own safety and the plan first, but she cannot ignore her concern for others. She also recalls Seihan mentioning that the reward would be significant if many people survived. Because of this, she leaps down. She then kills all the goblins very quickly, saving Jong-yun and the girl. She also noticed her body felt unusually light while she was fighting. Jong-yun does not give her time to consider this. His irritating shouting bothers her. She begins to wonder if she should have saved him at all. He should be thanking her, not acting like a nuisance. She turns to look angrily at him. Then, something takes over her body. She begins to feel dizzy and struggles to breathe. No matter what she tries, she cannot calm her body. Jisoo tries hard to resist the strange sensation overwhelming her. She wants to take the potion before time runs out. However, the sensations are too powerful. She drops the potion onto the ground. Her only thoughts are to stop the goblins before they can harm Seihan. The creatures gather around her, and a threatening energy surrounds her. However, she appears strangely calm and even smiles, despite all the creatures around her. Meanwhile, Seihan casually thinks about whether Jisoo is okay. Even with his concerns for her, he faces a more serious danger. This is the area's secret boss, and Seihan pauses to acknowledge it. He last saw this hobgoblin 10 years ago. It was responsible for cutting his campus's student population in half. The creature clearly does not understand what Seihan is saying. It immediately attacks with a powerful punch. Seihan chooses to match its silent attack and begins assigning points to his abilities. He first puts points into agility. This lets him easily avoid the hit and leap high over the hobgoblin's head. The creature looks around, searching for its target. It does not realize Seihan is directly above it, wearing a sly smile. Seihan then lands forcefully on the creature's head. He quickly punches its eye before it can respond. The hobgoblin screams in pain and grabs its eye. Seihan jumps away from it, landing safely at a distance. He recalls that many people died from the boss monster's sword 10 years earlier. However, he will ensure that does not happen again. Seihan picks up a large rock from the ground. He then adds 10 points to his strength. He then throws the rock at the creature, which is still reacting to the hit to its eye. This makes makes the sword it was holding fly into the air. Sehun leaps up and grabs the sword. Then, with a single quick movement, he uses it to defeat the creature with a large, clean cut, severing its head. The system makes a sound and a notification appears. It tells him he has beaten the stage's secret boss. He also gets a reward called the Hobgoblin's Girdle and 500 points. The reward appears very valuable because it was hidden behind a boss fight. The Hobgoblin's Girdle is an item that boosts his strength by 10 points. It is not affected by the main quest's restrictions. This will certainly be useful later. He will simply need to focus on raising his stats later when necessary. When the gods learn of the secret boss's death, they will surely pursue him. Therefore, he must quickly leave before an observer arrives to inspect the area. Now he simply needs to concentrate on finding Jisoo and hoping she is okay. He exits the area and looks around for her. However, surprisingly, there is no sign of anything. Neither Jisoo nor the goblins are present. Jisoo used a stealth potion, and the goblins should have gone back to their starting place. But the area is totally empty. The stealth potion was only supposed to work for 5 minutes. Sehun considers that Jisoo might not have survived. He also thinks he might have defeated the boss monster too fast. Then, a loud sound comes from ahead, pulling him from his thoughts. He sees many goblins running away from something. The goblins appear afraid of something in front of them. Sehun quickly moves towards the direction the goblins are fleeing from. He smells a strong, unclear scent of blood everywhere in that direction. He hurries to where Jisoo should be, wanting to prevent her from dying again because of him. When he arrives, he sees Jisoo standing. She is surrounded by many dead monsters. Jisoo had just finished attacking all the monsters before he got there. Initially, the goblins kept attacking her, even as she cut off their heads. After some time, even these simple monsters started to understand they had no hope in this fight. As she defeated many goblins, her eyes shone with a dangerous red light, like she was controlled by something. Sehun finally reaches her. Jisoo then falls to her knees, and the dangerous glow in her eyes disappears. Goblins are usually easy to defeat, but Sehun finds it hard to believe she fought so many by herself. She tells him that she saw 2 students running for their lives while she was attracting the monsters. She decided to assist them. The 2 students are lying unconscious on the ground. They probably fainted from shock. Luckily, they were not dead, which Sehun first thought. Jisoo believes the goblins made them faint, but it seems more likely that Jisoo herself caused them to pass out. Sehun cannot understand what is happening with her. He asks her to show him her status window so he can check her stats directly. Her numbers are above average, but nothing seems unusual. However, one specific trait quickly gets his attention. Inside the status window, a red skill appears. It is a passive ability named Celestial Slayer. This is an extremely rare ability that starts working on its own once a player learns it. Sehun only saw this ability one time during his first playthrough. A man known as the Blood Demon from another world named Jin possessed the Celestial Slayer trait. In Jin's world, there are mysterious martial arts skills. He used these skills to defeat terrifying monsters. When Sehun first met him, Jin was a very unforgettable and powerful fighting master from a different dimension. The Celestial Slayer effect is a powerful passive ability. This explains why the goblins ran away in fear. However, the user might lose control and become mad if the Celestial Slayer's powers are not fully managed. Jisoo shows no signs of madness right now. Still, he must watch her closely in case it appears later. For now, he needs to explain the trait to her. He feels it is wrong to hide important details from her. He decides to tell her only what she needs to know. He describes it as an ability that increases her strength based on how much blood she has seen. She tests this by looking at her dagger, which is covered in blood. The effects appear right away. Her eyes begin to turn a blood-red color. The strong desire for blood from before comes back. Sehun takes the dagger from her. This stops her from going on another wild attack. He warns her that using the skill too often can put her in danger. Even though it is a frightening talent, having such an ability from the start certainly has its advantages. She has no wounds on her body despite the intense fight. He realizes that Celestial Slayer's passive healing is also combining with the brooch's effect. This gives her an amazing recovery rate. Jisoo is truly unique. With all these impressive talents combined, he decides to ask her to form a contract with him. She misunderstands him at first and even blushes for a moment. He quickly explains that he only wants to form a party with her. She knows what parties are from video games. She is very happy to form a party with him. Now that he has his first party member, he buys the multiplayer package from the DLC shop. He uses it to invite her to the party. As they set up their new connection, he notices a benefit of forming a party. It is the ability to share traits. If he does this correctly, he can become even stronger than he was in his past life. He checks the ability screen. He notices he has no abilities available for skill sharing. It seems he also needs an ability to give away to be able to share skills. It seems more like an exchange than a simple transfer. It would be best for both of them if he shares a skill for her to use. He remembers an ability he had in his first playthrough that would be ideal for her, but for now, he will have to save skill sharing for later. It would be inconvenient for him to have the Celestial Slayer ability right away anyway. The observers eventually arrive. This is probably because the gods learned that the hobgoblin was defeated. It is good that no one saw him defeated. Otherwise, things would have become complicated. Now it is time for them to go and complete the quest. Jong-yun eventually wakes up. Just like before, he is complaining loudly and pointing fingers at Jisoo. She prefers this over him staring at her and trying to flirt. Soo-hoon gets straight to the point. He asks them why they are running around campus during such dangerous times. Jong-yun tries to insult Se-hoon for asking strange questions. However, a knife to his throat stops him from saying too much. It is Jisoo. The look on her face tells him that if he does not behave, she will not hesitate to kill him. Jong-yun's attitude changes immediately with the knife at his throat. He becomes much more willing to answer Se-hoon's questions. This strong personality seems to be Jisoo's real self. Jong-yun then explains he was outside because he and the girl with him were meant to check the area. If one of them faced danger, the other was supposed to get away and tell the rest. Such detailed plans suggest that a more organized person is giving the commands. Jong-yun would not have gone scouting by himself. Jong-yun tries to disagree, but the knife returns to his throat, making him confess that he was chosen by drawing his name. This means someone is bringing people together to fight the goblins, and they can also guide a panicked group. This person must possess a clever mind and strong leadership abilities to achieve this. In his first life, everyone else was eliminated, so the best option now is to escape instead of facing them. He tells Jong-yun to lead him to their leader, who is gathering the other people. Jong-yun tries to argue with Se-hoon again, but another knife points towards him. This time, Jisoo is not holding the knife. Instead, a goblin holds it and charges at him. Se-hoon easily grabs the creature by its arm and instantly kills it, which greatly surprises Jong-yun. Goblins typically target and attack the weakest person first. The fact that they attacked him should inform Jong-yun of everything he needs to understand. Keeping this in mind, Se-hoon asks him again if he wants to guide them to the leader or remain outside by himself. As Jong-yun guides them toward his group, Se-hoon sees the destruction and fatalities that have spread across the campus. In his past life, he was also busy trying to flee, and the only thing that saved him was a safe area he found by chance. After walking for some time, Se-hoon asks Jong-yun exactly where he is taking them. He is leading them to the gym, which has been cleared out. Inside, many students and teachers are still alive. Many of them are hurt, probably from the initial attack. The leader saved and moved the others to safety, even though they were as confused as everyone else. The person who achieved this must be calm, trustworthy, and have a good reputation. Very few people on campus can think and act this way, but one person quickly comes to mind. Se-hoon correctly guesses that the student council president is in charge and sent Jong-yun on the scouting task. The president is Jong-yun. He is intelligent, handsome, and has shown himself to be a leader. The gods will certainly focus on him, and with many observers nearby, it is clear they already are. They will see him as a rare avatar, and he probably died to a hobgoblin in his past life. His presence indicates he does not know that remaining in the school means sure death. This means he is not yet a god's chosen one. However, based on the many observers following him, he must have received many requests by now. He appears wary of them for now, and is unsure who to trust. Jong-yun then sees the group, which includes another Jong-yun, and quickly moves towards them. He immediately recognizes Jisoo and attempts to greet her, but Se-hoon stops him. For now, they must leave the school grounds right away. Unlike Jisoo, Jong-yun does not recognize Se-hoon and does not instantly believe his caution. Se-hoon states that the monster leader has died, and everyone must have gotten a system message that the hobgoblin was defeated. Because of this, all the nearby goblins are confused now that their leader has vanished without warning. This makes it the ideal moment to leave the place. The goal is to escape, not to survive. That is only the basic summary of the situation, but he cannot share more details with all the observers watching them. To show his argument is true, he mentions the timer in their mission screen, which currently shows 37 hours. If they do not leave before this time limit, serious problems will occur. From their discussion, he realizes that Jong-yun has only beginner-level knowledge about the game. This means the president is not yet a chosen one. If he can convince him to guide everyone away from there, it would be more beneficial for him. With the hobgoblin no longer present, fewer deaths are happening, which means the gods will soon start becoming uninterested. Surprising things might begin to happen, and the gods will become disengaged once the situation becomes too easy for the players. Their reactions are the main concern in this absurd game, and since the gods have understood the hobgoblin has died, there is no more amusement for them. For now, Jong-yun determines they must act since they cannot reach anyone externally. They might learn things from the internet, but so far they have not managed to call call for aid or speak with anyone. Given his fast decision skills, it is strange that someone as capable as Jong Yun perished so soon in his initial game run. No plan to escape or fight back was created in the gym during his initial attempt, which means everything is entirely changed now. Last time, the hobgoblins slaughtered them all when they tried to protect themselves, but that was the extent of it. So, this entire time, he thought the leader was hesitant and fearful, but that is obviously not true. Another voice enters their discussion, while Sehun is still considering what action to take. The voice tells them that the best course of action is to await help. Sehun knows the person who joined their discussion very well. His name is Donghun Park. He is a person Sehun cannot forget. In his past life, Donghun betrayed Sehun many times. Donghun tries to persuade Jonghyun not to run away. He wants them to stay put and wait. However, the leader is no longer convinced. They have no reason to just wait. Donghun does not give up. He tells the leader that he is risking everyone's lives. This makes the leader stop for a moment. He starts to reconsider his thoughts. With Donghun present, Sehun can easily guess what happened during the first game. Donghun already understands the game's rules and how to play it. Donghun turns to Sehun. He introduces himself as the student council's vice president. Donghun raises good points. He mentions that half the people there are hurt. Because of this, running outside into the open would not be a good idea. He incorrectly believes Sehun has become brave after getting some lucky monster kills. Therefore, he repeats that the best action is to stay still. They should wait for the police to arrive and help. This is a reasonable opinion for anyone. If a normal person made these points, Sehun would almost agree. But Sehun already knows what kind of person Donghun is. Donghun would never prioritize the good of others over his own benefit. In the first game, Donghun was a psychopath. He liked joining various groups. He enjoyed watching them fall apart from within. He does not care if others die. He only cares if things turn out well for himself. Such a monster would never consider the majority. This time, Sehun is determined. He will not let Donghun succeed as he did in the past. Meanwhile, Jisoo has been mostly quiet. She gets offended because Donghun thinks they only got a few lucky kills. Donghun does not believe they killed any monsters. Jisoo offers to take him outside. She wants to show him exactly how she did it. Donghun does not reply right away, so Jisoo shows him more proof on her phone. It would be foolish to just wait for help because they are afraid. The military and police are not available. They do not know when help will come. Donghun still tries to argue. He says others will likely not accept a decision to just leave. Sehun suggests they leave behind the few who argue. They do not need to convince everyone from the start. If some choose to ignore the warnings and remain, then that is their issue. However, if Donghun knows the truth about the situation, he would never choose to stay. His goal is probably to get everyone in the auditorium killed. This would give him extra rewards for his kill count. This is the complete opposite of Sehun's plan. Sehun wants to gain more rewards by saving everyone. If he stayed behind while others got away, he would become very suspicious as the only one left. This suspicion would be worse than any gain from killing a few people. Yongyun heard everyone's ideas. He then chose to follow Sehun's plan and try to leave the campus. Donghun had no other option but to go with them. This showed he was probably just faking it. He also fully understood how the game's rules operated. It seemed Donghun Park had already been picked to be a god's avatar. Yongyun began trying to persuade people to escape alongside him. The scout team and Sehun provided information. Many monsters were still outside, but they could not think clearly because their leader was dead. Some people loudly spoke against the idea. One teacher even warned Yongyun he would fail if he acted carelessly. Grades and semester scores did not matter at this moment. It was surprising that such a slow person became a professor. Finally, everyone got ready with temporary weapons. They prepared to try and leave the campus. Jisoo asked Sehun if they truly needed to leave this way. He felt certain they would be okay unless something unusual occurred. She did not immediately grasp what he meant by something unusual. However, the goblins would not be an issue without their leader. The real issue was Donghun, who was a god's avatar. Too many people were watching them. Otherwise, he would have tried to kill Donghun right away. They moved through the campus. Goblins began to gather around them. Hyungyun told everyone to stay close. The goblins would not attack anyone unless they became separated from the main group. His leadership skills helped the group move well toward the main entrance. Their concerns were not over, even though they had reached the exit. A system message appeared. It told them the quest's difficulty had increased from E rank to D rank. Sentinels would now start showing up on the stage. The ground instantly began to shake, like an earthquake was happening. Then, a huge minotaur suddenly showed up directly in front of the students. It did not move at first. Its powerful presence alone was enough to frighten the people who had been happy moments before. The GM released a monster. Players usually would not see this monster until the 15th quest. It appeared among a crowd of new players. Hidden bosses like the hobgoblin could be handled somehow. However, they had created a monster that normal players could never beat. even if they worked together. Sentinels were situations that could not be won. These were often found in single-player games. The fact that one was released here meant they clearly wanted more people to die. But since this was only the first quest, the Sentinel's powers must have a limit. It was a C-class monster. Even so, the Sentinel's stats did not go beyond F-rank limits. The other students were not as calm. They began to wonder what they should do against such a monster. Dongguan gets ready to tell everyone to run. Then, Jisoo quickly puts her hand over his mouth, stopping him from speaking. If they all began to run, the monster would instantly rush towards them. Sadly for the group, Dongguan isn't the only one thinking of running. Another student acts first, running off quickly and telling the others to follow. A few students start running, but some others find they can barely move their bodies. It seems the monster's loud roar causes a fear effect. This is helpful because it prevents some people from running without a plan. However, the few who did manage to escape cannot be saved now. Very quickly, the Minotaur reaches them and easily throws them aside. Even the professor from before, who cared more about grades, is caught. The monster's huge fist instantly tears him apart. The Minotaur is enormous, standing more than 5 meters tall. It can also rip people apart without needing any weapons. They cannot hope to escape from such a creature. It's clear that running is not the correct option. While Hyungyun tries to decide what to do, Sehun steps forward to lead. Someone needs to act as a distraction so everyone else can get away. He volunteers to be the bait, allowing them to escape. Hyungyun first tells him he doesn't need to do something so risky, but it's clear no one else would offer, and they cannot simply wait for the creature to destroy them. It's surprising that Sehun shows no fear, even in this situation. He is responding to the situation perfectly and making sensible choices. Sehun's calm thinking is far beyond Hyungyun's. Jisoo keeps her hand over Donggun's mouth. She watches as Sehun calmly moves towards the Minotaur. She feels worried for a moment. Then, he waves his hand at her, showing he has a plan. She trusts him, and then lets go of the annoying vice president who had been struggling without power. Donggun takes a moment to calm himself and rub his aching face. He had wanted to claim all the rewards, but now that things have changed, there isn't much he can do. He was warned about the Minotaur earlier, so he must retreat. He will have many more quests to complete later. Sehun prepares to enter the fight. He even picks up a red cloth to use and draw the beast away. Hyungyun doesn't know how much time Sehun can gain alone, but at this moment, they have no other option. Hyungyun takes a moment to bow to Sehun and thank him for his sacrifice. This makes our MC nervous on the ground. The MC then gets ready to grab all the Minotaur's attention by waving the cloth around. Once the Minotaur is fully focused on him, he shouts for the others to run towards the main entrance. Hyungyun screams orders at them. They all listen and successfully reach the exit without any issues. He also gets a new skill called Commanding Shout, which lets him give commands. Meanwhile, Sehun confidently guides the Minotaur, avoiding its huge attacks. This makes the creature hit itself against the wall and the ground. Soon, everyone successfully leaves the campus area. They finish the quest within the time limit. They all pause to check on each other. Some people look a bit hurt, but everyone is alive and safe. With the others now safe, Hyungyun turns to help Sehun. However, a barrier blocks him from returning to the earlier area. Since he cannot enter directly, he shouts for Sehun to escape while there is still time. Sehun notices them calling and turns to respond, but the Minotaur uses this chance to land a strong blow, sending him flying into a wall. The beast then immediately lunges forward, crashing into Sehun with great force. The others watch in shock at the event. They believe that our main character is dead. As they continue watching, the barrier begins to close. This blocks their view of the battle. Hyungyun apologizes to Jisoo, who also saw everything unfold, but she simply watches the fight with no expression. Despite their concerns, Sehun is still alive. He sits under the fallen debris, waiting for them to depart. In his past life, he was not a good person. It would be more accurate to say he was very selfish. Because of this, he felt strange when Hyungyun thanked him with such strong emotion. He was weak, and many other players had much more talent than him. At that time, he only wanted to survive. To do this, he needed to be cold and self-centered. Now, he has returned to the start with a new outlook on life. He wants to pick a different course of action. Perhaps this time he can try to be a hero. Once he is certain that all observers have gone and no one is watching him, he provokes the Minotaur to attack again. The Minotaur appears surprised that he lived through the deadly blow. However, just before the huge punch sent him flying, he raised his health stats to the maximum for his current level to survive. Because he took that hit head-on, Sehun is now sure that his first theory was right. The Minotaur's stats are at their highest, up to F rank level 100 points. points. Sentinels are typically designed to be unbeatable by a regular player. In his past life, he avoided fighting one no matter what. When he did have to fight one, he made sure to put his own survival first, using any method needed. He did not care about other people's lives, as long as it meant he could keep living. But this time, he does not want things to be like that. He gets ready as the Minotaur rushes at him with incredible speed. It tears up the ground nearby as it runs towards him. Just before the hit, Sihun uses more points to boost his strength to the highest level too. However, because of an item he obtained earlier, he can even surpass that limit. He holds the bull by its horns. He then puts on the hobgoblin's girdle. This item makes his strength go up by 10 points, past the main quest's limit. Because he is now past the main quest's limit, he is stronger than the Minotaur. This power shows right away. He breaks off one of the beast's horns. The Minotaur then quickly moves back because it is hurt. Next, our main character uses this chance. He jumps into the air. He kicks the Minotaur in the face. This sends the creature flying away. In his previous life, he was a player who only thought of himself and played alone. He was a normal person with almost no special qualities. What he is doing now would have been impossible for him before, but now he wants to be a hero. After defeating the Minotaur, he officially finishes the main quest. He reaches the platinum tier. This feels a bit disappointing. He helped everyone get away. He even offered himself as bait. He then beat the hidden boss and the sentinel all on his own. Platinum is the top rank a player can get, but it is still upsetting that this is all he could achieve. He cannot change this. Now he can only wait for his rewards. He hopes for a weapon or some kind of helpful ability. He would be happy with anything besides items that get used up or experience points. The barrier opens for him as he prepares to leave. He is surprised to see Jisoo waiting outside for him. He thought she would have gone with the others, but she waited for him to appear. Maybe she was concerned about him. She knew he was okay, even though everyone else believed he was dead. Since they became a party, she has been able to check the stats of other party members. Her stats window showed that he was still fine, even after the Minotaur hit him. So, she thought he was just pretending to be defeated. He seems to like not being seen. She did not want to ruin his act. She asks him what rank he got. He received platinum. She got gold, which is the second highest rank. Silver is the third rank. Bronze is the lowest. Gold rank is usually seen as a very high tier. Platinum is much higher. All the competitors have now finished the quest. The rewards for the survivors are given out. He earns the achievement Self-Sacrifice. He also gets extra points for beating the first sentinel and a hidden boss. This gives him adaptive orichalcum as a reward. He also gets 2 new abilities that can be upgraded. The first ability is Final Hour. The second ability is Regeneration. These abilities must be bonuses for hunting monsters. They are also for being the first in the world to defeat a sentinel. Abilities that can be upgraded have great potential later in the game. They can grow stronger over time. But it is a pity he did not get an S-tier ability, like Jisoo's Celestial Slayer. He does not have time to think about this. The message for the second quest has already appeared. The quest asks them to travel to the Lome World Tower and beat the main monster. This quest has a difficulty level of C and a 2-week time limit. This is the same quest from his past game, making it simpler to guess what will happen. At this moment, players at the same stage will probably have the same quest for a while. This should also apply to Jisoo and Dongguan's group. All the other players went to the Lome World Tower, but Jisoo did not join them. She intended to wait for him instead. She also disliked being near Dongguan because he gave off a strange feeling. She might have already realized he had hidden plans. She has very good instincts and a strong ability called the Celestial Slayer. Because of this, she could have become a famous player if she had not died so soon in her past life. She could have been a well-known hero or a bad guy. Either way, she would have been very noticeable. However, there are no watchers observing her, which is surprising. He asks her if she has become a chosen avatar yet, and she replies that she has not. This is strange, because gods would have explained the advantages of becoming an avatar in their requests. Jisoo states that she does not want to serve someone she cannot see. She finds this too unsettling. Jisoo appears to be very calm. It is difficult to know if the Celestial Slayer's power has affected her, as she shows no signs of losing her mind. Even the blood demon from his past life struggled to remove the madness from the Celestial Slayer. Even though she said no, she got 12 avatar requests. This proves she is valuable, but she turned down every single one. Even so, she is now part of his group. Since they are connected, he must teach her so she does not become a god's avatar. The first skill she will learn is a special fighting method that only Celestial Slayer users can master. This skill is called the Crimson Asura. Sehun never learned to use the Crimson Asura in his past life because he was not a Celestial Slayer. He learned about these mysterious fighting styles after meeting the Blood Demon. Martial arts cannot be upgraded, so they are often hard to get or practice. Because of this, he did not try to get them in his past life. However, Jisoo went beyond his highest hopes. With his help, Jisoo quickly learned the amazing martial art. While this is good for him in the long term, the speed at which he learns new things is very uneven. A few hours before this, they were walking through the now broken streets of their city. Sehun wanted to try out the new skills he gained from the first quest. The first skill is Final Hour. This skill increases attack power and how long one can survive. Since it is an upgradable skill, it will get stronger over time. The next skill is Regeneration, which is a passive ability, unlike Final Hour. That ability, along with the VIP and Celestial Slayer effects, means most injuries will heal right away. Both Jisoo and Sehun put on the brooch. They cleared out most of the area and also gained a huge amount of points. Then, Sehun decided to bring her to a private spot to share abilities. The two discovered an empty cafe and sat down to exchange abilities using their status windows. Sehun gave his Regeneration ability, and Jisoo gave the Celestial Slayer. Even though Final Hour would be fine for her, Regeneration would be much more useful. However, because they are only exchanging abilities, the power of their shared skills drops to 30%. This effectiveness can be lowered by up to 80% based on their friendship level. A shared ability also does not transfer its negative effects. This means he will not receive the complete boost from the Celestial Slayer, but he also won't get its insanity drawback. Jisoo is not very pleased about getting a basic regeneration ability. She wanted a skill that helps with attacking more. Sehun disagrees and thinks that regeneration is excellent for attacking. He explains that having good endurance means she can concentrate on battling instead of fearing harm. Avoiding attacks won't be vital because she can now heal wounds quickly enough. She can then use the time she would have spent dodging to attack instead. After hearing this, she reconsiders her ideas about the regeneration ability and begins to value it more. Now, they need to decide where to head next. The second quest has an ample time limit, so he wants to use the extra time to gain new abilities and instruct her too. Jisoo is grateful, but also puzzled by Sehun's unexpected kindness. The Sehun she knew was always selfish and only thought of himself. But despite her worries, she cannot argue that gaining new abilities is always beneficial. He eventually taught her the Crimson Asura, and she learned it surprisingly fast. As she trains with it, Sehun chooses to look again at the gods' discussion boards. It is much busier than before. A specific name grabs his attention right after he enters the chat. It is a god named An Honest Life, and this particular god is someone he remembered well from his past game. This god is also Dongwon Park's god, which is suitable because both are annoying to our main character. Sehun observes that Hyung-yoon has been watching Dongwon closely. Because of this, Dongwon will not get as many rewards as in his first playthrough. Other than that, the rest of the chat seems to be full of casual chatter. Someone named Young Jester grumbles that their avatar is a failure who is squandering their abilities by robbing a bank. Sehun acts naive and succeeds in persuading Young Jester to let him see through her observer. She asks him to come over, and he teleports there in person to meet her. His appearance remains hidden because he set his profile to private. Inside this strange room, he meets Young Jester. She asks him to come and watch through her observer. On the screen, a young man who appears to be a police officer kneels down to speak with a girl who is hiding in a risky spot. He tries to be gentle with her, but she screams and attempts to escape from him. This is precisely what Sehun wished to witness. One of the individuals on the screen is the person he requires for Lomei Tower and the solution to defeat the monster residing there. Sehun goes back to the real world to meet Jisoo. The two of them begin moving towards the location he saw through Young Jester's observer. This place is in the opposite direction from Lomei Tower. Luckily, no observers are present in that area. This also means fewer survivors are found there. As they travel, Jisoo notices the streets are much dirtier than she thought they would be. She believes monsters must have caused the damage. However, humans were mostly responsible for it. Sehun saw a similar scene in his first life. Monsters actually have no reason to harm human buildings. Laws are ineffective, and the police and military are absent. People are using this chance to steal and destroy everything they can find. Despite all the events happening with the gods game, civilization does not seem to have completely fallen yet. Surprisingly, the news channels are still active. They are reporting on the odd events occurring worldwide. Even so, the gods or the system will certainly not leave human authorities undisturbed. While they are speaking, a goblin attempts to approach Jisoo from behind without being noticed. She reacts quickly enough to stop it before it can strike her. However, her blunt blade causes some blood to get on her. Because of this, she desires a new weapon that can inflict more harm. She killed the goblin with a single strike, but she still wants something superior. The Celestial Slayer trait provides only a 30% boost for Sehun. For Jisoo, it gives a 100% boost. This indicates she must be incredibly powerful, even though they have only just finished the first stage. Since she wants a new weapon, Sehun offers to assist her in finding one after they locate the person he is searching for. They finally arrive at his desired destination, which is a bank. They are not there for cash, as money is almost useless in their current world. There is also nothing to purchase surface with it. Instead, someone important for the second stage is inside this location. Inside the bank, complete disorder reigns as people try to assault and rob the vaults. The officer Sehun saw through young Jester's observer does his best to guard the innocent people. He also confronts the robbers head-on. The civilians run to safety. The officer then jumps towards a robber who is not expecting it. The robber attempts to fight back with a knife. The officer easily knocks the blade from the robber's hand. A strong hit from the cop's knee sends the robber flying. Another person tries to attack from behind. A direct punch to his stomach also sends him flying. All the robbers are now defeated. The officer handled them easily, even though some were players. Outside, Sehun and Jisoo observe everything. Sehun confirms that the officer is the person they seek. The officer overpowered the robbers, so he might be using a special item. However, it is more probable that the officer is very powerful because he is another chosen avatar. The man then spots Sehun and Jisoo watching him from a distance. He calls them closer to speak. He tells them to move far away from the bank if they have no reason to be there, as it is very unsafe. Sehun speaks directly. He tells the officer he has no business with the bank, but he does have business with him, Mina Lee. The officer is surprised that Sehun knows their name. He steps back in shock. He tries to argue, stating his name is Gyeongcheol Nam, but Sehun is not deceived, and neither is Jisoo. She takes his arm. She notices his heart rate has sped up, and he appears flustered. This convinces her that he is lying about his name. What Sehun said clearly surprised him. Jisoo's senses are sharp enough to notice these small details. The officer stops pretending. He asks who they are. Sehun only says they are people who know his real identity. He becomes very agitated. His way of speaking changes. At this point, the cop can no longer hide their identity. While they talk, an observer approaches to watch them. It looks strange and different from other observers Sehun has seen. With the secret now revealed, the officer drops the false identity. They then show their secret ability. The officer changes back. It is revealed that Mina Lee is not a middle-aged cop, but actually a teenage girl. She went to great lengths to act like a helpless child. She first knocked the real cop unconscious. Then she took his clothes and uniform. This was supposed to be a perfect plan, but it seems Sehun ruined it for her. She urges them to state why they are looking for her, claiming she is busy. However, her only real business is robbing a bank. Her real ability is the power to change into another person or object. Sehun cannot tell them how he knows this. Luckily, Jisoo does not ask. The more clear question is how he knows she was robbing a bank. From what they observed, it seemed she was helping people in trouble. She even pretended to be a cop so people would trust her. On the surface, her intentions looked good, but the truth is, she brought the robbers there herself. Everyone had moved to the bank due to the monsters, so she could not rob the place as she wished. Instead, she tricked the robbers into coming to the bank. If the robbers attacked the place multiple times, people would stop coming. This would happen because the bank would no longer be safe. Once the bank was empty, she would get rid of some annoying robbers. Then she could take all the money for herself. In his previous life, Sehun knew Mina and Dongguan as the top manipulators. He had seen their methods many times, so he recognized them right away. Since her plan failed, Mina accepted her situation. She asked if they would report her to the police. However, most forms of authority were gone by then. Also, she believed she could easily escape from prison anyway. For the moment, Sehun wanted her to join them for a bit. They needed her to stay until they finished their second mission. Mina was surprised they were still on their second mission. She had already finished her own. Her behavior completely shifted towards them. She now saw them as weaker than herself. This seemed to be her true personality. Sehun gained nothing if she disrespected him. He chose to use some scare tactics to control her. First, he flicked her forehead with enough force to send her flying backward. This action initially caused her to feel a bit of fear. His stats were currently above F rank. This made him easily the strongest person in the world at that moment. Mina did not accept the hit passively. She tried to attack back, launching a strike towards Sehun. Instantly, Jisoo appeared next to him. She easily blocked the punch. Like Sehun, Jisoo also possessed immense strength. She easily held the younger girl down. To get away, Mina tried to change into another form. However, Jisoo squeezed her wrist. This broke Mina's focus and made her stop her transformation. After Jisoo stepped in, Mina was much less eager to try escaping. Because of the intimidation, she actually agreed to join their team. They all left the bank together, heading to their next spot. Young Jester's observer followed them. After seeing their power, Mina's speaking style became overly formal and polite. So, Sehun told her to just talk normally. Then she learned they were not even avatars. She wondered how the two of them could be so powerful. She was overlooking that being an avatar does not always mean greater strength than a player. Equipment was more important. Good stats were not everything. Strong items truly supported a person's power. Everything was chaotic, making it hard to find equipment. But Sehun already had a way to solve this. He guided the two girls to a safe area. Mina was suspicious about how he knew this spot was safe to begin with. This was because only signs of theft were present, with no trace of any monsters. Monsters would not take human food. Therefore, it was clear that no monsters could enter this place. Once they were in the safe area, Sehun showed them a game feature. Even a god's avatar would not know about it yet. It was a special store. Mina's surprise clearly showed she did not know it existed. The young jester could have informed her. As a god, Jester should know the importance of items. However, Jester was known for being a sadist, so it was probable that she would not permit an easy route, even for her own avatar. Sehun then lied. He told them he only found it by chance anyway. There was no reason for her to be upset. They have now located the shop, so they need to select the most helpful items from the available equipment. Most of the items are standard weapons and gear, meaning nothing is too strong. Also, there are no healing potions, which makes survival harder for people. The game masters probably did this to make the game as challenging as possible for players. However, players will eventually learn to make their own weapons, so this situation won't matter later. For now, it is impossible to get better equipment, so he chooses to be grateful for these basic items. He selects a good set of armor and some gear for himself. Then, he purchases more armor for Jisoo. He hands her a chest strap, which should guard her heart if she wears it around her body. She has no points to use on herself, so he chose to buy her items to improve her abilities. Next, she needs to choose her weapon. There are 4 kinds of weapons available: swords, spears, bows, and blunt weapons. She reviews the choices and then decides to get a mace, which is a blunt weapon. The Crimson Asura works well with any weapon, so her choice does not matter. Also, a mace is simpler for a beginner to use compared to a sword or a spear. Mina quietly observes Sehun and Jisoo as they select weapons, but she remains silent. She hopes that the main character will also get her some gear, but he does not plan to. She previously turned down his offer of points because she disrespected him. She cannot purchase equipment for herself, even if she wished to. Each item costs 200 points, which is far more than she can pay. After they put on the correct equipment, the 3 of them move toward the second quest's location. They defeat monsters as they travel. One of Sehun's weapons is a sword. He improved this sword using orichalcum, which he got as a special prize from his first quest. This unique ore is a flexible item. It can be a solid or a liquid to cover a piece of equipment. When the coating comes off, it goes back to its first shape. It can also change its form and be used again. This means his weapons can become much stronger than they were before. Orichalcum is the toughest metal. It makes the sword stronger, but its weight stays the same. They keep walking and finally arrive at the Loam Tower, where the second quest is meant to take place. The area appears surprisingly normal. Without the system, there would be no indication of a quest happening here. Their quest involves defeating the second stage boss. This is unlike Mina's quest. Her quest was a battle royale, where many people had to fight until only one person survived. In contrast, their simple escape quest was quite calm. However, even that quest would have led to total destruction without Chehan's help. 2 people stand guard at the tower's entrance. The 3 characters conceal themselves behind a wall and observe the 2 guards as they move around the area. They seem to be keeping watch, even though no monsters are present. They are probably looking for other people, trying to prevent anyone from entering. This level of carefulness makes sense if their mission is competitive, similar to Mina's battle royale. Since they have arrived at the tower, Mina needs to contribute. They ask her to use her shape-shifting power to collect details and learn their precise intentions. Mina attempts to object, but it's clear she cannot refuse. Mina quietly moves away from her companions and approaches a wall that is not being watched. She then waits for the guards to stop paying attention to each other. She then seizes one guard and renders him unconscious. He cannot react. After taking out the guard, she uses her shape-shifting power to transform into him. The other guard then realizes his partner is gone. Mina emerges from her hiding spot with her hands raised, attempting to avoid drawing too much attention. She appears very rigid and clumsy. Even so, she manages to enter the building without any issues. Inside the tower, other participants ascend the stairs, heading towards the tower's peak. They have been climbing for some time, moving towards the boss's chamber. The players open the door and encounter a giant monster, clearly too large for them to defeat at their present skill level. The creature awakens the moment the players step into the room. It instantly begins its attack. The players understand they cannot survive a fight against this creature. They attempt to flee and get away, but the monster eliminates them individually, ensuring none can escape. Each player falls in sequence, and none manage to escape the boss's huge mouth. The final 5 players barely reach the exit. The monster then encircles them with its body, blocking their only escape route. This prevents them from opening the door and getting away. Within seconds, the remaining few are killed, concluding the swift boss battle with a crushing loss. In another location, Mina has successfully collected all the necessary details after tracking the guard. The boss level is located at the building's highest point. The boss is frightening, but the actual problem lies with the mission's conditions. Only players who began in the same starting area can enter the boss chamber as a group. Therefore, 2 teams are attempting to defeat the boss, but only one team can finish the mission. A penalty also exists for failing the mission, so neither group wishes to surrender the chance. Regrettably, one team arrived at the location earlier. The team that arrived late then took control of the subway. Jong-Yoon Lee is one of the individuals guarding the subway entrance. He is surprised that Se-hoon is still alive. He guides them through the subway to reach their main group. Jong-Yoon appears unusually modest, which is understandable after witnessing Se-hoon battle the Sentinel. Se-hoon's immediate goal is to meet the student council president to talk about the situation. They step into the base. The people there instantly begin whispering about Se-hoon, identifying him as the person who fought the Minotaur. Many onlookers are also present due to the large crowd, and they too seem curious about Se-hoon. Mina finds it hard to believe that he defeated a Sentinel alone. Initially, she doubts it. However, his expression makes her understand he is telling the truth. While they are speaking, Jong-Yeon rushes over and gives Se-hoon a friendly hug. Following a short conversation, they talk about the situation at Lome Tower. They are hiding in the subway because they reached the tower late after the first quest. This information aligns with Mina's report. It also means they must defeat the boss before the other team above them can. They also need to overcome other players during this process. Currently, they are not strong enough to face the other team. Even the other team failed to defeat the boss, leaving little hope. But Se-hoon has a plan to bring the other team down from their position at the top. There is only one boss for this stage. If 2 teams try to defeat it, the team that loses will face a penalty. The punishment for failing a quest is death. To ensure they are pursuing the correct target, Se-hoon asks if the other team knows about the stage boss. He also asks if they were the ones who claimed it was at the top of the tower. Jong-yeon confirms that the other team indeed found the boss first, and reported its location at the top of the tower. With this information, Se-hoon proposes they allow the other team to proceed. If the other team is at the top of the tower, they can try to defeat it if possible. However, Se-hoon does not intend for him and his teammates to simply accept death. The reality is that the creature on the rooftop might not be the actual boss. This monster is certainly too strong to be a common enemy. The other team previously showed Jong-hyun a video, and it clearly depicted a terrifying beast. Furthermore, upon entering Lomi Tower, they received a notification about the boss stage. They then checked every floor but found no other monsters, let alone another boss. However, even after searching every part of the tower, they did not check the underground level. A key difference between a boss monster and a normal monster is that a boss always gathers its own group and keeps them nearby. Meanwhile, a player from the opposing team rushes to tell their leader something important. Jong-yeon and his group have arrived to negotiate with them. This time, they brought Se-hoon and his party along. Previously, they decided that Jong-yeon, Se-hoon, and some trusted individuals would go to speak directly with the other team. Dong-gwan is one of the people accompanying them. This is strange because he previously did not trust Se-hoon's choices. It is clear from how quickly he switches loyalty for his own benefit that Dong-gwan possesses a clever mind, despite his poor character. Se-hoon then thinks about using Dong-gwan later to help achieve his own aims. Jong-yeon, however, voices his worries about whether it's truly okay to speak with these individuals. He points out that most of them have criminal pasts, and their group includes women and children. During Se-hoon's first time playing the game, many guilds existed in Korea. One guild was especially notable for its power. This was a well-known guild made up of criminals who broke out of prison right after the world changed. This group murdered people easily, and would do anything if it helped them. People called them the Sins. The person famous for starting this guild is their leader, Joo-hyun Kim. Joo-hyun Kim is now looking down at Se-hoon and his companions as they arrive to propose an agreement. Jong-yeon begins the discussion and informs them he has a proposal for their group. They had previously talked about how the 2 teams could not work together. However, Jong-yeon is not there to ask for teamwork. Instead, he wants to suggest that the criminal group proceed to defeat the boss on the rooftop with their permission. Joo-hyun does not require their permission. He intended to fight the boss anyway. Therefore, Jong-yeon holds no power in this negotiation. If he simply lets them fight the boss without resistance, it's like he's giving up and getting ready to die. Jong-yeon explains that his group has no hope of winning against either the criminal group or the boss. So, they believed it would be smarter to wait for the criminals to defeat the boss. After that, they would hope a new boss appears for them to handle. This is clearly a falsehood. It's surprising that the student council president can tell such a lie while looking so sincere. Joo-hyun becomes suspicious, as expected, and warns them that if they are being dishonest, everyone will perish. Still, Jong-yeon keeps lying, even though Joo-hyun gives off a threatening presence to scare them. Se-hoon can identify the special energy of an avatar when he sees it. Joo-hyun must be the avatar of Hades, one of the most powerful gods. Joo-hyun then asks his team members for their thoughts on Jong-hyun. They all agree with the plan, reasoning that if the college students try to oppose them, they would simply be killed regardless. With no one disagreeing, Joo-hyun agrees to their proposal. However, he adds one requirement. The criminals want someone to remain with them as a guarantee. Initially, Jong-hyun attempts to volunteer himself, but then Dong-hun steps forward instead. Because Jong-hyun is the class leader, he should not have to stay there when his team requires him. Joo-hyun, however, is not pleased. He demands that the entire group remain imprisoned. Next, he focuses his attention on Jisoo, who is in the back. He specifically wants her to stay. Then, without anyone provoking him, Joo-hyun charges forward to try and strike her, but Sehun easily blocks his blade. The two stand opposite each other for a brief time. Joo-hyun finds it hard to believe that someone would challenge him. Joo-hyun seemed cautious of Jisoo even though he didn't know she was a celestial slayer. He clearly sensed something from her just by being near her. Jong-hyun tried to ask why Joo-hyun would attack one of his teammates, but Joo-hyun completely ignored him. Instead, Joo-hyun walked straight up to Sehun, and the two stood facing each other. The other criminals began yelling, hoping to scare the group. However, Sehun did not back down. He told Joo-hyun to accept their offer if the criminals did not want to fight them. Joo-hyun realized Sehun was not an ordinary person. He then told his group to be quiet for a moment. Joo-hyun's main problem was not Sehun, however. He felt a shiver run down his back because of the aura from the woman standing beside Sehun. Jisoo's intense stare made the criminal boss freeze in fear. He could only describe her power as something like a man eating flour. The other criminals kept telling Joo-hyun to fight, but Joo-hyun was completely frozen with fear.
He could barely breathe while looking at Jisoo. Sehun put a hand on Jisoo's shoulder to stop her from releasing the paralyzing aura. She then finally calmed down. She had been very angry because of how Joo-hyun spoke to our MC. This made her unable to control herself. It was a relatively small aura for a celestial slayer. Still, it was enough to completely paralyze the criminal boss.
Joo-hyun might be a psycho, but he could not compare to a celestial slayer. Once the aura was gone, Joo-hyun could finally move again. He then shakily accepted their terms for only one person to stay with them. As they had agreed before, that person would be Dong-won. The group turned to leave. Joo-hyun was left feeling angry that they had dared to do this to him. He swore he would finish the quest and make sure all of them died. They returned to the subway and regrouped. Hyung-yoon had been a bit worried near the end, but thankfully, everyone got out safely. Dong-won chose to stay voluntarily, so there was no need to worry about him. For now, they needed to focus on getting ready to face the actual boss. Sehun led them back to the safe zone from before. He then introduced them all to the item shop he had shown Jisoo and Mina earlier. Just like Jisoo and Mina, the group had no idea such a shop existed. They then took many items and weapons from the shop. As the group armed themselves, Hyung-yoon asked Sehun if the other team would truly leave them alone after they killed the boss. There was no way the other team would do that, as they had all been so eager to kill them earlier. For now, Sehun assured them they did not need to worry about it. However, he refused to explain why. There would be no after for the group once Sehun was done with them. Sehun left the group to make a phone call. As he was finishing up, Jisoo quietly approached him without being noticed. She had a strange way of moving without giving off any presence. Sehun was still not used to this. He did not tell her who he was talking to on the phone. Instead, he showed her the new items he got from the item shop. He has a sharp spear and training bracelets. These bracelets have adjustable weight settings. These items are for his future plans. He does not want to explain what he plans to do. The two start heading back to the group. Jisoo then asks Sehun when he chose to learn how to use a spear. He cannot tell her he learned it in his past life. Instead, he says he practiced a bit before the game began. In his previous life, he was not skilled with any weapons. All the weapons he used were just average. However, talent was not needed for him to win and survive. He was the one who outlived everyone else and survived until humanity's end. Now, he intends to become the strongest person in the world, no matter what it takes. They meet up with Hyung-yoon again. Hyung-yoon bought some good gear using points from their first quest. Hyung-yoon also appears to have become an avatar. Given Hyung-yoon's character, his god is likely not evil. Only time will show the truth. For now, he can only observe what unfolds. Everyone is now ready with their gear. It is time for them to go and fight the boss. Before they leave, Sehun tells them that he and Jisoo will move separately. He gives Hyung-yoon the spear he just bought. This spear is covered in aura orichalcum. He tells Hyungyun to place the spear in the middle of the room when they reach the boss area. The orichalcum will make it easy to push the spear into the ground. They just need to ensure the tip points upwards. He then tells Hyungyun that he will send a signal to their phones when the moment is right. This signal will tell them to attract the boss towards the spear. These actions might seem unconnected. However, they are part of a larger plan. Everything is now ready. The group prepares to move. Hyungyun sends a message in their group chat. Dongwon sees this message. Dongwon has been imprisoned for some time. The criminal group has tried to fight the boss 3 times without success. Sehun is likely correct in what he says. However, it is still unknown how he knows so much. Even Dongwon's god told him to be careful of Sehun. Sehun must have a secret plan. Dongwon decides not to wait quietly for things to happen. He chooses to act. He calls the guard watching him. He tells the guard he has quest information for their boss. He wants to speak directly with the leader. He wants to give important details that will help their quest. Sehun Kim might be a big danger, but Joo-hyun's power is completely different. If Dongwon had to pick between them, he would choose Joo-hyun. The guard agrees. However, he warns Dongwon that there will be trouble if his information is useless. In another place, Hyungyun and his group travel down into Lomi Tower's underground. They only see a few mutant rats in this area. They kill these rats very easily. The monsters are in a dark place, so light makes them weak. This helps the group easily defeat them and move further into the area. Sehun quickly deals with the rats. He eliminates them much faster than the other members. They have been moving forward for some time. They are now halfway through the building's basement. This area extends to the 6th underground floor. They are currently on the 3rd floor down. As they plan to go deeper, Sehun receives a message from Mina. The message says she and her group are going into the sewers. Meanwhile, back on the surface, Joo-hyun realizes something. The monster they have been fighting was not meant for them to beat. It is a basilisk with a stare that turns people to stone. It has easily paralyzed and killed all his men, greatly lowering their numbers. He tries hard to find a way to defeat the monster, but he cannot. The guard from earlier guides Dong-hoon into Joo-hyun's private room. Dong-hoon wants to speak about something. Dong-hoon tells the criminal leader about his group's true goal. They want to find the main monster underground. He explains that the monster on the rooftop is not the actual boss. This was a trick using reverse psychology to fool them. Joo-hyun promises to get revenge for this. Dong-hoon does not care about their fighter who wins. In the end, he will simply join the team that wins. Even if his team wins, his god should be able to cancel the punishment. They begin to move towards the underground. The guard from before then laughs at Dong-hoon. The guard laughs at Dong-hoon's help to their team. Dong-hoon chooses not to dwell on the guard's strange actions. He follows them to find Hyungyun's team. They arrive at the basement entrance. Surprisingly, no one is present in that spot. Joo-hyun sends his team to search the whole area. They try to find them quickly, but they see no trace. The guard suggests they might have gone into the basement. They might want to finish the stage and get away. Joo-hyun agrees with this idea. The team then starts moving into the basement. They plan to face Hyungyun and his group. The place is dark and feels unfriendly. Hyungyun had given everyone flashlights because of Sehun's planning. This group, however, has nothing to help them see where they are going, but they can see 2 individuals calmly observing them. These 2 watch as the group struggles in the dark. It is Sehun and Jisoo. Both of them knew the criminals would pursue them, so they waited at the entrance to block them. Sehun then spoke to Dong-hoon. Dong-hoon's betrayal brought them all here. His deceitful nature was very easy to predict. Dong-hoon still believes he is on the winning side. He warns Sehun that he is finished. Dong-hoon says they are about to fight this whole group of dangerous people. Sehun shows no concern. He asks the guard next to Dong-hoon if he agrees. It is revealed that this guard was Mina all along. She had been working with Sehun. Her goal was to bring these people here. Sehun wanted them all together in one spot. He had planned to eliminate them all at the same time. Everyone is present, including the criminals, Dong-hoon, and the monster on the building's roof. Since everyone is ready to fight, Sehun gets ready to battle them. However, he has little time because he also needs to quickly fight the basilisk on the building's roof. Sehun wonders how he will manage everything in time. Then, Jisoo steps forward and tells him to go on. She states that with her power, she can easily deal with these people. Because Jisoo offered to handle them alone, Sehun takes Mina and departs. He will need Mina for the last boss battle. Before leaving, he instructs Jisoo to keep Dong-hoon alive for later. Jisoo feels disappointed because she wanted to defeat Dong-hoon herself, but she agrees since it is Sehun's command. After this, our main character turns to go, but a sharp blade flies quickly towards him. In an instant, while still holding Mina, he avoids the attack. He then charges at Joo-hyun, hitting him and half of his group with one punch, sending them flying. With no more hindrances, he turns to depart once more, letting Jisoo handle the fight. He observes a change in her character, but he cannot identify what it is. Even so, he chooses to let her manage everything for the moment. Joo-hyun begins to get up from the floor. He He then commands his followers to stop waiting and start attacking. He thinks it is only one girl against many criminals. The first person who runs towards her quickly learns not to judge by appearances. She uses her weapon to slice his body in half, ending his life before he can even strike. Jisoo tells everyone that no one will leave this place without her approval. She then gets ready for the next attack. Joo-hyun sees in her eyes that she views them like insects, as if she looks down on them greatly. He again orders his men to attack her quickly, and they all rush forward with their weapons. However, Jisoo worries more about how much blood she might accidentally spill on the floor. The first man who tries to strike has his head crushed before he can even connect a blow. The person behind him does not even have time to understand what occurred. Jisoo then quickly moves and defeats him with a strong uppercut. Another man uses her unseen side to stab her from the back. She ignores the attack as if it is nothing. She then punches him on the forehead, ending his life right away. The stab wound heals itself immediately. Because of her Celestial Slayer powers, seeing her own blood begins to make her even more powerful than before. At the same time, 3 other men attempt to attack her together. She easily avoids all their strikes. She then defeats each one of them with a single hit before they can even respond. Jisoo's fierce attack carries on. She easily eliminates all the men with single accurate blows, and no one manages to hit her. At least 30 enemies are fighting together. She easily overpowers them without showing any effort. Joo-hyun watches all of this in disbelief. However, he still thinks he can defeat her. He believes he is stronger and bigger than her, so he should be able to regain control of the battle. Jisoo finally looks at Joo-hyun. She throws the extendable part of her mace at him. Joo-hyun blocks the hit by grabbing a teammate and using him as a human shield. Now, he needs to show why he is a chosen avatar of Hades, the god of death. He activates a special power from his god called Death Sentence. This power lets his attacks instantly kill an enemy with one hit for a minute. His weapon fills with energy as he uses the attack. He feels certain he can defeat her and end this fight. As he gets ready to attack, Jisoo looks at him for a very short moment. His head suddenly separates from his body. In that brief moment she noticed him. She killed him right away without thinking twice. Even with his confidence, he could not make any impact in fighting her. Meanwhile, Sehun and Mina hurry towards the top of the tower. Mina still worries about leaving Jisoo behind, but Sehun feels mostly sure that Jisoo can handle herself. He seemed strong on the outside, but he actually has only one strong power. This power takes a long time to use. For now, they should focus more on Sehun's plan involving the basilisk. Mina does not think our main character should fight something that many men have already failed to defeat. Sehun himself is not fully sure they can win. That is why he brought Mina as his secret weapon. Her power to transform might be her only ability, but that is exactly what he needs from her. After a few more minutes of climbing, the two reach the top floor. It is time to face the final boss. He tells her to transform into a certain animal. This transformation must happen. After she transforms, they will enter. This will be difficult for her. But Sehun promises to give her 2,000 points worth of equipment later if she does what he asks. With the promise of points, Mina is much more ready to transform for Sehun. She changes into a weasel. She still does not know how that will help him. All the preparations are now done. Sehun opens the door to the boss room. They can finally begin the final battle. The room is messy and full of statues of people. They were turned to stone while trying to get away. This is what the basilisk's gaze does, turning things to stone. They have successfully entered and did not die right away. Now it is time for Mina to go in and find the boss. However, that will not be needed. The creature is so large that she did not have to look hard to see it. The huge monster fills the room. It is as scary as it is big. It is clearly the guardian of this stage. This means it was a monster never meant to be defeated. As he gets closer to the monster, it wakes up. It introduces itself as Orga. It politely tells Sehun that he will live if he leaves quietly and without making much noise. Sehun does not plan to go back now, even though things are not in his favor. This guardian is a named boss. Unlike the Minotaur from the first stage, it has been made to be impossible to defeat. The main issue with fighting a creature like Orga is its gaze that turns things to stone. When it opens its eyes, it changes everything it looks at into stone. This is normally what happens, but Sehun has a plan using his secret weapon, Mina. It is her moment to act, and he tells the girl, who is still shaped like a weasel, to go and attempt to fight the boss, just as he instructed her before. She tries to refuse, so he grabs her stomach and throws her towards the creature. Orga opens its eyes to see her. Sehun uses this chance while Orga is busy to run in and try to cause some harm. The monster used its stone-turning gaze on Mina, so it needs time to recharge before it can attack once more. During that period, Sehun plans to target its eyes while it is busy. He throws his sword at the monster's head, hitting it directly in the eye. He hides hides behind a wall. Sadly, it seems a regular sword is not strong enough to hurt a sentinel. Now Orga focuses on Sehun. Mina uses this chance to run towards Orga and try to attack too. Its stone-turning gaze hit her directly. However, old stories say that the basilisk is weak against weasels. So, as long as Mina stays in that shape, the creature's stone-turning gaze cannot harm her. This makes things a bit simpler, but a weasel is not strong enough to fight a huge monster. Still, Mina manages to live through its attacks. She quickly climbs up its body before it can crush her. Orga tries its stone-turning gaze again, but it still has no effect on Mina as she keeps it busy. While the two are fighting each other, Sehun uses the chance to run under the creature and try to start another attack. Orga sees his efforts and tries to block him with its massive body. This gives Mina just enough time to climb up to its eye and hit it. The basilisk yells in pain as Mina's attack blinds its eye. This stops it from being able to use its stone-turning gaze power, which will make the fight much simpler. Even though things should be simpler, it is not over yet for Sehun. Even one scratch from the basilisk would be deadly. However, because of its size, its attacks are simple to see and avoid. The monster keeps attacking. Sehun then gets a message on his phone. He has finished delaying, and it is now time for the last part of his plan to begin. He moves away from Mina for a moment. The two spread out across the room while the monster keeps attacking Sehun. After a bit more fighting, the monster finally manages to hit Sehun with an attack he cannot properly avoid. Then it gets ready to deliver the final strike. Just before it can hit, Sehun snaps his fingers. This is the sign for Mina to rejoin the fight. She changes into a chicken and shouts as loudly as she can. This makes the basilisk scream back in pain. Just like with the weasel, the basilisk is also strangely weak to the sound of a chicken's cry. Sehun goes on the attack and uses his small knife to try and hit the creature. However, his attacks do not even make a mark on its tough outer skin. He cannot hurt it, but the hits he has made so far are enough to make it much weaker. However, the situation is becoming risky, and Sehun must try hard to end this quickly. The plans and weak points he found are not enough to close the power difference between them. The monster comes nearer to our main character, believing it can end the fight fast since Sehun has no more hidden moves. Sion sees the basilisk has moved exactly where he planned and attempts to distract it by speaking further. He says the difference in their strength is too great, and he understood from the start that he could not win. That is why he needed to think carefully about how to defeat the basilisk. In his past life, he often fought against unbeatable enemies because he had faced such situations many times. To beat an enemy stronger than him in all aspects, he does not require divine power or incredible statistics or other elements that make other players extremely powerful. He requires experience and patience, and these two qualities helped him become the last survivor of the Gods game. Orga stops listening to the useless talk and then gets ready to make the last strike, but it is already too late. Sehun's strategy is finished, and he smiles as many blasts echo through the structure. The building's walls and supports begin to fall apart around them, as Sehun reveals he had people place explosives throughout the building for a whole week. These explosives can be set off from a distance, but they seldom affect monsters or players. Naturally, this means they will not harm this huge creature, but that was not his goal. His constant movement had a purpose. His real aim was to put the heavy bracelets he got from the shop earlier onto the monster without it noticing. Once they were all fastened, Sehun sets the weight level to maximum, making the monster drop to the floor due to the immense burden on its body. Next, with a last kick, Sehun makes the creature drop through the ground and through the newly ruined structure. However, even with all this, the drop is not enough to defeat the monster, and once it recovers its power, it intends to get back up and eliminate Sehun at once. But on the basement floor, exactly where Sehun told them to put it, lies the golden spear covered in orichalcum. Normally, a regular spear could not kill it because this is only the second main mission, and no items exist that can greatly harm a sentinel. However, a spear covered with the strongest metal known is a completely different situation. At the same time, Hyung-yoon and his group were fighting the real boss of this quest. They were losing the battle. The player group could hardly hit the creature, and it was clear they could not win by themselves. Fortunately, he had put the spear into the ground and drew the boss near it, just as Sehun instructed him. Just as the situation seemed hopeless, the blasts occurred, and soon after, a huge monster they had never seen before dropped through the roof. It was the basilisk, and it dropped from the highest level of the tall structure, passing through all the levels below, down to the basement, and landed directly on the boss monster, causing both to die instantly. After this, a system message appeared. appeared, telling them they had finished the second main mission successfully. Hyung-yoon is shocked the main mission is over, and he got a silver rank even though he did almost nothing, and he has no clue what just happened. The system then shows another message. It states that the next main quest will begin after a specific time, once certain conditions are fulfilled. This means they will have much free time before their next goal. While the group tries to understand what occurred, Sehun joins them in the basement. He is completely unharmed. His proud expression makes it clear he played a part in finishing the quest, even though he has no injuries. Hyung-yoon remains silent. He understands they could not have beaten the monsters without Sehun's assistance. The Sins, however, were different. They were certainly strong enough to defeat the boss monster. Both the Sins and Sehun greatly surpassed them in strength and power. Hyung-yoon feels frustrated by the clear power difference among them all. He then promises to become stronger. Meanwhile, Sean goes down to pick up his spear. With the quest finished, the next question is where they should go from this point. Sehun states he wants to travel wherever the path leads him. He then tells Hyung-yoon to call him if anything happens. After this, the two part ways. Sehun walks off to begin his next adventure. However, Sehun knows Hyung-yoon must have understood that his current strength is not enough. Sehun hopes he can at least survive until the 7th quest. This should not be an issue for him, as he is a chosen avatar. However, our main character still does not know which god selected him. Sehun and Mina then meet up with Jisoo inside an empty store. She is calmly cleaning her weapon. It appears she even changed her armor after the battle. This suggests that the fight she had must have been at least somewhat intense. As they had agreed, Jisoo spared Dongwon's life. She then locked him in a closet to wait for Sehun. Our main character walks over to check on him. The former vice president immediately stands up and tries to attack Sehun before Sehun can even speak. Besides holding him captive against his will, Jisoo also placed one of the weight bracelets around Dongwon's neck. Sehun quickly activates it, which slams Dongwon into the ground due to its heavy mass. After it appears Dongwon has learned a small lesson, Sehun turns off the intense weight. This allows Dongwon to move once more. The device will not come off easily. Because of this, Dongwon is entirely under Sehun's command. This situation exists because Dongwon tried to kill everyone multiple times. This goes all the way back to the first quest when he tried to keep them trapped in the gym. He was so set on betraying them this time that he did not even notice Mina standing right beside him. Things only worked out because Sehun was present. In any other situation, their entire school would have been killed because of him. This serves as Sehun's physical punishment for him. His psychological punishment is something even more cunning. Sehun shows him an absolute contract and asks him to sign it. This is a contract that the person who signs it can never break. The contract says the person who signs it must be selfless, kind, and honest. If they are not, their choker will explode inwards, killing them. Dongwon first tries to argue. Then, Jisoo walks over to them and stands threateningly behind him, holding her weapon. This makes it clear that he cannot refuse. Dongwon quickly signs the contract. Right after signing, he turns and tries to leave very fast to get away from Jisoo. He can now go anywhere he wants. This is because Sehun can track him everywhere he goes, thanks to the bracelet. Because of this, Dongwon must now obey Sehun no matter what. He would die right away if he ever went against any of Sehun's commands. Sehun walks over to Jisoo. She is checking the results of her most recent quest. She reached gold tier again. She also must have received many points because of the rewards shared among party members. They are now finished with their important quests. So, it is time for them to decide where to go next. Jisoo has a place she needs to visit. Because of this, they must travel separately for now. Since they are party members, they will easily be able to find each other's location. They can then meet up again later. With this plan, the two decide to split up. Jisoo can then go on her own personal quest. The only person left to reward is Mina. She was the most helpful during their quest. Sehun decides to give her a prize for all she has done for him. Mina gets excited, thinking it might be something strong. Sehun reaches into his inventory. He pulls out a stealth ring. This ring will let the person wearing it hide themselves fully. It is a B rank item. It is also very rare. This item is so good that Mina almost hesitates to take it from Sehun. Jisoo looks at Mina with envy for a moment. Sehun then tells Jisoo that he will get her something next time too. They have now finished all their shared tasks. It is time for each of them to start their own personal quests. Sehun keeps walking along the empty roads without Jisoo. He then notices many more observers around him than normal. This is normal though after what he managed to do during the second quest. He is more worried that Mina is following him. He does not need her help for anything anymore. Also, her observer is the worst one of all. This will not make much of a difference anyway. The gods should already know about his presence. The question remains, why is Mina following him? She can tell that he is quite strong, so she has decided to stay with him a bit longer to see if she can gain anything from it. She is very honest about what she wants. This is much better than Dongguan's sneaky methods. She also plans to help him. This way, it does not seem like she is just using his power. As the two keep walking, they approach a group of unfriendly people. These people seem to be guarding an entrance to a dungeon. Sehun raises his hands to surrender. He then turns to leave. This confuses Mina, because it seemed like he wanted to clear that dungeon. He plans to enter the dungeon using his own methods. Mina is ready to help him cause trouble if needed. However, Sehun has a different idea. The entrance is blocked by those people. Sehun plans to create his own way in. At the same time, the gods keep talking about the game's condition in the forums. In honest life, the god Dongguan complains. His avatar has been fully tied up by someone, so he cannot do anything in the game. Young Jester, however, thinks the situation is very funny and makes fun of the god for his mistakes. They also argue. The other gods mention that there are good dungeons nearby they can attack. Sehun observes all their talk. From this, he can find the exact spot of the dungeon those people were protecting. They walk through the city. They stop on a random street that Sehun thinks holds the dungeon. Next, he puts his hand on the ground. He scans the area using a new skill. This skill lets him search a 50-meter circle with his hand to locate items nearby. He received this as a platinum reward for beating the basilisk. Using this skill, they find the boss room of the dungeon that the men were guarding earlier. The room is 20 meters underground. Normally, they could not reach it. Dungeon walls have special magic protection. This means players cannot break into the room without going through the dungeon first. This is true for a regular player. However, Sehun is a pay-to-win player. He has the exact tool he needs to enter that boss room, obtained from the DLC store. It is a dungeon destroyer's excavation drill. This tool can dig through a dungeon's ground. He tells Mina it is a quest reward, which is a lie. Then, he starts digging into the ground, heading towards the dungeon. After 5 hours of continuous digging, they break into the boss room. They arrive at the dungeon's core. A mantis boss waits for them in the room. A large group of smaller mantis monsters is also there. The monsters quickly charge to attack them. The two prepare for a battle. Sehun asks Mina to deal with the smaller mantis monsters and guard his back. He will try to defeat the boss mantis. He uses the orichalcum-coated spear. He had used this spear to beat the basilisk. With it, he clears a path through the mantis monsters, protecting the boss. The insects have very clear weak spots. This makes killing them extremely easy for Sehun. He finally pushes forward to reach the boss. The main mantis boss should be even simpler to defeat. Its large size makes it much slower than the smaller mantis. Sehun calculates and then launches a powerful attack. This attack blasts away the mantis middle section, killing it right away. With this, they defeat the dungeon. They become the first players globally to clear a dungeon. They receive 1,000 extra points as a reward. They also get the achievement First Experience Hunter. It is a strange name. He tries not to dwell on it too much. Instead, he focuses more on something else. More achievements will also increase the rewards he receives in the future. Next, he checks the rewards from the mantis boss. He obtains an F-level magic stone. He also gets an E-rank skill named Precise Strike. These are not the best rewards. However, they are better than having nothing. These rewards are only what the boss dropped. The remaining dungeon rewards are hidden in the corner. There is a lot of loot and gold. This can be sold in the store for many points. Sehun and Mina pack up all their items, then they leave. Around 4 days pass. The original group exploring the dungeon reaches the boss room. They feel thrilled to potentially be the first in the world to clear a dungeon. After nearly a week of battling countless insect swarms, they expect to collect their rewards. They open the boss room door. They find a completely empty room. It contains decaying bodies and a strange hole in the ceiling. Also, writing on the wall makes fun of the adventurers for arriving too late. Sometime later, Sehun accesses the god's chat forum. He finds himself in the middle of an argument. Young Jester appears very happy with herself. The other god was likely connected to the group whose dungeon was taken. They seem to be enjoying themselves greatly. Sehun chooses this moment to offer more bait. He informs the gods present that he discovered a good dungeon nearby. This gets their attention. Next, he displays a map. A marker on it points to the Seoul National University of Education station. He then states that a C-rank item should be in that location. Young Jester confirms his claims are true, as he has provided useful information multiple times before. However, the other gods are not as trusting. One god even demands Sehun reveal his true identity. Fortunately for Sehun, a forum rule protects those who wish to stay anonymous. Having this new information, the group begins to gather their avatars. avatars. They prepare to go to the dungeon, believing Sehun's statements. Because of this, all avatars in the area will gather in a single location. Even young Jester tells Mina to go to the university, but Sehun refuses. His memories confirm that high-ranking items exist there, but they serve no real purpose. The items are only useful as bait. Instead, Sehun wants them to complete the next quest. This third quest has no time limit. However, Sehun wants to finish it before the fourth main quest appears. This way, they will not miss the rewards from the third quest. Sehun wants to get an ability first. He mutters to himself that he needs a constellation. He does not immediately tell Mina about this. They head over to another nearby dungeon. This time, Sehun cannot simply dig into the boss room as he did previously. This dungeon is much deeper than the last one. Therefore, they must enter the dungeon through its main entrance and clear it in the usual way. He hands Mina a scarf. This scarf can block ranged attacks. Then, they both go into the dungeon. Mina immediately notices how quiet it is. It feels almost unbelievable that this location is a dungeon. The dungeon is also dark, making it very difficult for them to see. They keep walking through the dungeon. After some time, they feel like they have been moving in circles. Sehun already knew about this. There is a reason they have been walking in circles. This reason will soon become clear to them. A strong gust of air moves through the narrow subway area. Something then moves directly towards Mina. Luckily, the scarf Sehun gave her proves useful. It blocks the attack before it can hit her. The scarf is an item known as the Cloth of Protection. It is guaranteed to block 5 ranged attacks. The item will break apart once it has been completely used. Because of that hit, Mina now has only 4 protections remaining, so they must be very careful. The arrow that attempted to strike Mina shows that Sehun arrived at the correct spot. Sehun quickly checks the online forums and sees that other players are facing the same issue. A creature hidden in the dark keeps eliminating them before they can respond. Mina suggests an idea. She could change into a tiny form. However, whatever she transforms into would still be struck, no matter how small she becomes. Only one type of thing can escape these strikes. Sehun informs her about the specific animal, then provides her with directions to carry out once he gives a sign. A different arrow flies towards Sehun, and the cloth shields him, leaving him with 4 remaining protections. Next, he winds an object around the arrow, which is known as the tracking threads. Once the thread is wound around an item and tossed, it travels directly to that item's first owner. The arrow moves through the shadows and finally settles next to a shadowy archer who had been concealed in the gloom. This creature is named a Ranger of the Night, and it's a being that moves faster when it travels through dark places. Sehun quickly moves towards it before it can flee once more. In response, the creature shoots an arrow at our main character, using up another charge of his protection. With only 3 protections remaining, Sehun must find a method to end this battle very quickly. The ranger attempts to get away into the darkness, shooting several arrows at Sehun as it retreats. 2 of those arrows strike Sehun, leaving him with just 1 more protection before he becomes defenseless. The ranger pulls back its bowstring and releases 1 final arrow, which consumes the last protection from the scarf, making it vanish completely. However, it is already too late. Sehun has moved in close, and a confrontation between the two is imminent. The ranger grins, revealing it has a final surprise. Since Sehun is so near, he becomes an obvious, exposed target. The ranger pulls back its bow once more, launching an arrow that is certain to connect. However, Sehun has already secured victory in this battle. He expertly avoids the arrow just as a bat descends from the ceiling, carrying a small glowing sphere. In many video games, tiny creatures often move around in underground areas. These creatures are typically designed not to interact with either players or monsters. Because of this, they typically remain unseen, regardless of how much they move around the area. This was precisely what Sehun had planned for when he instructed Mina to change into a bat and mix with the other bats hanging from the ceiling of the area. Then, at the perfect moment, she would fly down with an orb of light. This item emits a powerful flash, temporarily blinding all players and creatures within its range for 10 seconds. With all beings in the vicinity unable to see, Sehun seizes the chance and thrusts his weapon directly into the monster's chest before it can flee once more. The plan succeeds perfectly, and the creature lies lifeless at their feet following a difficult fight. It appears there are no unique prizes, unlike in the Mantis dungeon. This was a raid dungeon, and these types of dungeons typically do not provide many rewards because they contain no creatures apart from the main boss. Nonetheless, the prizes for beating the boss are still impressive. From this fight, he acquired a B-ranked Coat of the Night and C-ranked Knight's Gloves. He also received a new ability named Shadow Rush, which the boss creature frequently used to disappear into the darkness and get away. He then got an ability called Guaranteed Shot, which lets him throw or shoot at a target with perfect accuracy. With all these rewards, Sehun's stats are not completely maxed out, and he has has a huge number of powers. Right now, he should be the most powerful player globally, but it's still not enough to beat his goal for his next mission. Finishing the next main quest won't be a problem, but his goal is full game completion. He also has a special package from his first game run, which he will get after finishing the main mission. After he uses it and recovers his previous powers, he will be able to defeat that monster in the third quest. His next goal is the giant crow that ruined his previous game run. At the same time, another team member is in a different part of the city. Jisoo presses the doorbell at her old house. Many creatures blocked her path to this place, but none of them caused her much trouble. After knocking a few more times, Jisoo has to use her immense power to force the door open. Inside, she finds more creatures, but they are more bothersome than dangerous to her. She quickly defeats them all in moments, squashing some with her hands as if they were small insects. Further inside the house, she eventually locates one of the people she sought. Her father is on the floor in a puddle of his blood, clearly dead for a while. Jisoo pauses to weep for her deceased parent, but a phone on the table starts ringing, stopping her tears. She nervously answers the phone, and her mother is on the line. Meanwhile, Sehun and Mina reach their next mission spot, but it's different from what they thought. It's a theme park named Loam World, and even with the destruction happening everywhere, the employees welcome them with smiles, acting like everything is normal. It seems like the creatures avoided this area during their attack. The damaged environment clearly shows that monsters were here not long ago. It's odd, and they can't explain the strange feeling of the theme park. Mina chooses to ask the employee directly about the situation, but the woman simply says they can go into Loam World and explore. The location is obviously suspicious, but Sehun proceeds to go inside anyway. Their next mission is inside, so they must go in. The air feels too clean, and the workers are clearly human, but they are not creatures or players. These unsettling details must be for the crow's cruel and twisted amusement. It seems the employees are made to stay here unwillingly. Even with their friendly smiles, it's obvious they are all scared of something, and they are only working to keep themselves safe. As they keep walking through the theme park, the next mission appears. Mina's mission seems quite simple, but Sehun's mission is not what he recalled from his previous life. In his past life, Sehun's quest was a D-rank mission. However, this time, he received a C-rank difficulty. Mina's quest involves collecting 5 stamps, which is the same one Sehun had in his previous life. His current quest is much more challenging than hers. Only 2 entities have the power to directly change his quest, the Game Master and the system. If the GM had changed his quest, the GM would have appeared to Sehun. Therefore, this change must be the system's doing. Sehun thinks this is fair because he has now defeated 2 sentinels and has become well known in the game. Mina observes his unhappy look and asks what is wrong. However, he does not tell her about his problem. He pauses to gather his thoughts and tries to focus on the good aspects. At least this clearly shows that his actions are gradually altering the future, just as he intended. The two keep walking around the park. Sehun then asks Mina if she knows a game called Roller Coaster Typhoon. He explains it is a game about running an amusement park, and Mina has heard of it. He then tells her to imagine they are inside that game, where everything in the park is controlled by the manager. Because of this, the manager can do anything, such as cutting roller coaster tracks in midair, causing all the rides to crash to the ground. Sales do not matter to them. They only want to see people suffer. This is the mindset behind how this park is being operated, controlled by the crow constellation Keras. Of course, Sehun cannot tell Mina this directly because he is not supposed to have this information yet. However, his words are quite clear based on how the park is being managed. They are forcing civilians to work as employees, and they are clearly not taking care of the people here. None of the players know about the constellations yet, so he cannot directly explain it to her. There are many powerful monsters in the world. These include simple mobs and boss monsters. After them are the Sentinels, who are the highest type of monsters. Sentinels are usually not meant to be beaten. However, constellations exist on a completely different level compared to them. Their difference is not just in their power, but in their very nature. Constellations are a completely distinct group of beings. The one controlling this park is one of these constellations, named Keras. Keras is a low-level constellation, but it still possesses divinity, which makes it very strong. Normally, it would be too soon for constellations to appear. However, Keras is an exception. Its constellation level is low enough that it can show up if its divinity is slightly reduced. It used this loophole to enter the game much earlier than it should have been able to. Its goal is to have fun now, while no one poses a threat to it. Even though it had a low divinity level, the harm it caused to humanity was equal to that of a high-level constellation. For now, their best option is to be careful and stay alert while trying to finish their quests. The environment's layout is now very different from the Lome world's previous appearance. This is because the ruler has changed it to their liking. As they walk through the area, an employee calls out to them. He asks them to join his ride. He sounds scared, and he wears a collar that looks strange. He points them toward his ride, which is a haunted house. Mina does not want to go into the haunted house. She tries to complain, but her argument with Seihan stops suddenly. This happens when the employee's collar begins beeping and shows a red light. The collar then explodes around his neck. He screams in fear, and the blast removes his head from his body. This event connects directly to Seihan's main mission. His mission is to rescue everyone in the amusement park. He must also fix the situation by helping them all get out of the area. Currently, there are 138 players and 725 civilians. The employee's dead body then falls to the floor in front of them. At this moment, the number of people decreases. The other employees look away. Mina tries to understand what is happening and what just occurred. It seems there was a time limit for being a vendor, just like players have time limits for their quests. Mina starts to cry. She wonders if the employee died because she hesitated to enter the haunted house. Seihan comforts her. He tells her that all of this was most likely caused by the amusement park's terrible design. In his past life, Seihan knew that many people had died. He only learned this from the few survivors who managed to get away. However, Seihan remembers that the place should not be this empty. He cannot think about this too much right now. Instead, he must search for the person he was looking for. He also needs to try and collect stamps first. He calls out to one of the other employees. He asks the employee to guide them through the rides so they can start collecting stamps. The employee warns them that they will not come out of the haunted house the same way they entered, but they do not have a choice. They will die if they do not complete the quest in time. Most of the other players who entered the haunted house died, regardless of their excitement. But since they have asked, the staff has no choice but to lead them inside. To complete the ride, all they need to do is pass all the way through to the other side. It is just as scary as it is simple. So they have to make sure to be careful as they walk through. The two walk in. Mina makes sure to hold on to Seihan's arm for her own safety. They are just at the entrance, and she is already terrified. They reach a bridge. Seihan stops for a moment to make sure it is safe. Suddenly, a spiked wrecking ball drops from the ceiling. It moves very fast and nearly hits them. They do not have time to think about what just occurred. More wrecking balls then fall from the ceiling. This forces them to run across the bridge to save themselves. While they are moving, a monster suddenly appears from nowhere. It tries to attack Mina. Seihan reacts fast. He uses his spear to stop the monster before it can bite Mina. He then kicks the monster away. It flies off before it can attack them again. After dealing with the monster, Seihan goes to check on Mina. She is on her knees and crying in fear. At this moment, Mina cannot continue moving forward. Seihan must then lift her onto his back for the rest of the haunted house. She cries into his shoulder as they go. Throughout the house, they encounter various challenges and creatures. Seihan manages to defeat them all and move quickly through the whole attraction, with Mina riding on his back. Normally, Mina would be capable of handling these creatures, but she is too frightened to attempt fighting by herself. Seihan keeps moving through the scary house as the weeping girl holds on to him tightly. This place is like a typical haunted house. People navigate it while dangers appear from all directions. The sole distinction is that these dangers and creatures are truly alive and attempting to harm them. He finds this simple, but it is challenging to battle and guard another person simultaneously. Nonetheless, he chooses to view it as training for a time when he might choose to defend others. In his past existence, he would not have attempted any of these actions for another individual. Following a bit more combat, they successfully exit the other end, and they complete it in a very short time. Seihan calmly relaxes once he is outside, but Mina is totally exhausted and gasping for air. It is evident that the entire experience drained her greatly. She attempts to act as if it was nothing, but the perspiration and crying on her face show how much the whole event terrified her. With the first attraction completed, Seihan uses this chance to inquire about the device on the worker's neck. He wishes to obtain one for future examination. The worker appears puzzled, yet does not object, and hands Seihan one of the devices to keep. The man explains that a person can establish specific requirements that will cause the device to explode from a distance. To verify his idea, he covers the device in orichalcum. He throws the device far away so the blast does not harm them. Then he triggers the device, and precisely as described, it detonates at his command. Surprisingly, despite the explosion, the device appears undamaged. This is because the internal blast of the device lacks the power to break its outer layer. Once he takes off the orichalcum, they observe that the real device is utterly ruined. Through this small experiment, Seihan has found a method to assist the other individuals in the park. Mina had never considered him to be a compassionate person, and she questioned him directly about what led to his shift in behavior. This brings back recollections of a man from his previous existence who once battled to safeguard everyone he met and never deserted those requiring his aid. Our main character could not become like that in his former life, life, even though that man had also rescued him. Now he aims to improve himself, but they cannot simply free the park's employees. Even if they remove the neck devices, it remains unsafe for the staff to wander the area. At present, it will be safer for them to follow the system's demands until it concludes. The most effective action for both of them is to keep collecting data as they experience more attractions. Mina is eager to try more attractions in the amusement park because, apart from the scary house, she feels certain she can handle all of them. Much later in the day, they finish going on all the rides. Then, Mina realizes her earlier thoughts were very wrong. This place is clearly not a regular amusement park, and the rides certainly show that. The rides are more like deadly traps than anything else. The two of them barely escaped with their lives. The roller coasters had no safety bars, and creatures flew in from the sky. Giant monsters also waited at the end of the water slide. The gyro drop lacked proper brakes, so they nearly fell to their deaths. Compared to all the danger on the other rides, the haunted house seemed like a small, harmless attraction. They have collected 4 stamps, which means they only need 1 more to finish the quest. However, it is already too late for them. The park is closing down, so they will not be able to get the last stamp in time. The sky grows dark, and evening arrives as the park shuts down for the night. Music begins to play throughout the area. It looks like some kind of evening event is about to start. The two of them hide in the bushes. Monsters then parade through the streets, screaming and laughing happily. Seihan covers Mina's eyes because it does not seem like something a young person should see. The monsters are parading with humans who are being tormented. It looks like the monsters are enjoying making these people suffer. They also have a dead player in the parade. This means the evening show is purely for their cruel enjoyment. Seihan decides they have seen enough of the parade. It is time to go somewhere safe. The monsters are moving around the park. Meanwhile, employees are inside the buildings and attractions. Because of this, the places for players to hide are very few. Seihan remembers survivors from his past life telling him about a large safari area in the park. The past survivors said that the people trapped in the area always took shelter there from their first to third main quest. This would usually never happen. Karis, the crow constellation, must have gotten involved. He either made a deal with the GM or found a way around the system. Whatever his plan is, Seihan intends to discover it as soon as he can. They arrive at the safe zone. Some people are standing guard in front of the area. Mina asks if they can enter. The guards notice that she has 4 stamps. They recognize their power and immediately allow them inside. Even the leader of the camp only has 3 stamps. This means Mina and Seihan are already more respected than everyone else there. The guard leads them to an empty spot for them to rest. Then he leaves to tell the leader about their arrival. The guard says that about 200 people are gathered there, including both players and regular people. Among this large group, Seihan quickly sees the people he was searching for. He also spots the person he absolutely needed to contact. This person is a man chosen by Hephaestus, one of the most important gods of Olympus. This person is Su Song, the only avatar of Hephaestus. In his previous life, he was a very well-known player globally. He could create weapons that always sold for high amounts at the auction house. All the best players owned gear he had crafted. It was fair to say that humanity survived longer in the god's game thanks to Su's items. However, the person Seihan found is not the Su Song he remembers. The man Seihan knew would never lose hope, even in tough situations. But the young person sitting with his head down has clearly given up. The individual next to Seo must be his older brother, who died during the 3rd quest in Seihan's past life. Seihan quickly walks over to them with Mina to introduce themselves. Seihan manages to sit down with them. Seo's brother is very pleased to have them nearby. It seems everyone else has been staying away from them. Seihan observes that Seo's brother appears to be blind because his eyes remain shut, and he seems unable to see. Seihan does not recall this detail from his past life. Even so, with everyone seated, Seihan offers to make simple introductions. Seo's brother introduces himself as Changgu Song, and they all politely share their names. While they talk, Seihan notices Mina is unusually well-behaved. It seems she is only rude when she is with him and Jisoo. After introductions are finished, Seihan hopes they can all get along. However, something has been bothering him since they first met. Changgu appears to be a regular player, and his sword looks quite ordinary. But there is something unique about the sword. Changgu confirms he is quite skilled with a sword, even though it now serves as a walking stick since he lost his sight. Hearing about his brother's blindness makes Seo sad, and he moves away from the group to rest. It seems the young person has become very sensitive recently. Seihan promises not to ask about personal things again. Given the general feeling of the settlement, it is not strange for Seo to be cautious around new people. Changgu explains they barely escaped from a monster that was pursuing them. This monster is not Karas, as Seihan first believed. It is a sentinel that controls the area, and its name is Chaolwung. This is odd to Seihan because there should be no other sentinel in this area except Orga the Basilisk, whom he killed. It appears the system has made many changes to recognize Seihan, who has become quite famous. The world is basically split up and managed by the GMs. However, they are not the most powerful beings in the game. Above them, the system controls and upholds the game's general rules. The recent changes in the story must be due to the system. The system manages sentinels and hidden monsters. Its many changes show that Seihan has attracted unwanted notice. Seihan will not give up, and he is prepared for any world changes. For now, he decides not to think about this, and instead focus on his plans for tomorrow. He plans to start by collecting more information and moving forward carefully. Meanwhile, Mina is sleeping very well, even in the new place. Seihan watches her sleep. Then, a sudden noise makes him look towards someone secretly leaving the group. It is Changu. He appears to be leaving the settlement late at night. He stops at the gate. The guards ask him questions. He tells them he only needs to go out for a short time. The guards hesitate to let him pass because of his eyesight. Changu promises them he knows the area well and will be safe alone. Seihan watches Changu leave. He sees that the Universal Observer is following Changu. Seihan thinks there is no reason for the Observer to follow him if he was just going to the restroom. Something strange is happening. Seihan chooses to return to the Gods Forum to learn more. He meets young Jester. She seems pleased to see him again. She has seen him in the chat room often lately. Everyone likes the helpful information he shares. Seihan directly asks her if he can use her observer to watch something. Gods usually have their own observers. Seihan lies and says the Universal Observer has poor picture quality at night. He explains he wants to use her private observer instead. His explanation sounds believable. It is known that gods do not receive personal observers unless they have picked an avatar. Seihan also lies that he has tried to select a player. He says players keep refusing his offer. So he wants to use the observer to watch that player. The player he indicates is himself. Young Jester reveals that many gods have tried to choose him. However, he keeps turning them all down. She has been watching him since he started traveling with her avatar. She adds that if she did not have Mina, she would have tried to choose him too. Seihan tries to ignore her comments. He asks to use her observer once more. Her avatar is sleeping, so she has no reason to deny his request. Her only rule is that he must share information with her first from now on. Seihan agrees. Young Jester gets ready to focus the observer for him. He tells her he wants to check on a player who just left the settlement. He says there is something strange about that player. He uses the observer to follow Changu. He finds Changu walking into the empty forest. Changu stops in the middle of an open space. A large, glowing white bird flies down from the sky. It lands on a tree in front of Changu. As soon as the bird lands, Changu kneels down. He gets ready to give a report of recent events. This surprises Seihan. The two talk. Seihan notices the bird's voice is not Karis's, so it must be Chilwung, the sentinel Changu mentioned earlier. The bird instructs Changu to watch Seihan and Mina carefully. It tells him to report if any players nearby try to do anything. The bird then flies away, leaving Changu by himself in the empty area. Seihan saw many people lie and fake things in his first game, so he knows Changu is truly serious at this moment. Even young Jester can hardly believe this wild turn of events. A friend is actually a spy for the creatures. She asks Seihan how he knew this would occur, but he stays very quiet about it. In his thoughts, he tries to figure out why Changu would act this way. In his past life, Shu always spoke highly of his brother, saying he was a kind person who would give himself up to help others until the very end. Seihan has a thought about what is happening, but he does not investigate it right away. Instead, he shuts down the forums and waits until the next day. The more important job is gathering details from people in the town. From what he learns, the current situation seems similar to what he recalls from his past game. The only new thing is the monster named Chao Wung. It is a rare kind of monster called a Bulgasari, a creature from Korean stories that eats metal. It moves slowly, but it possesses amazing strength, and its body is as tough as metal. A Bulgasari can grow stronger and tougher based on how much metal it has eaten. Therefore, Seihan's attacks would not work well against it in a battle. Even worse, a creature like that follows Karas's orders. While he tries to organize his thoughts, Mina appears and asks him what he is doing. It would be better not to include her in this, so he brushes off her worries, but she already knows exactly what he plans to do. He is thinking about beating the Sentinel, which is another task that seems impossible. He went through much effort to defeat Orga, and now he wants to fight a different one. Seihan is certain that if he had enough time and the conditions were right, he could definitely beat the monster. There is nothing else he could do to make Susong feel better at this moment. With a plan in his head, he stands up and gets ready to exit the safari for some time. He has to meet someone in the park. He asks Mina for a favor. He wants her to watch the two Song brothers. He cannot explain it now, but he wants her to get in touch with him if she sees anything strange. After this, Seihan exits the town to go and observe the monster named Chao Lung. In another part of the park, inside a castle, monsters move freely and without control, as if it is their own place. Karis, the crow constellation, lies on the ground among all the disorder. Karis made his home in this park for amusement, and it proved to be a good decision. He needs the fear and wonder of people for the start of his event. He then turns to speak to the huge elephant-like creature standing there, Chaolung. Chaolung is here to give an update about the third main quest. Karis recalls that players usually only get 3 stamps at most. But yesterday, some players got their 4th stamp. This makes Karis lose his smile, and he checks the status window himself to be sure. They have nearly finished the quest. Somehow, without a god's help, he views video of them on the rides. Karis can tell that they will surely get the 5th stamp and finish the quest today. Karis cannot interfere, because it would make things difficult if a constellation like him gets involved too early in the third main quest. He is only present because of a trick he used to enter this game. Perhaps such a player might visit him, but it is very improbable. He tells Chaolung to leave them alone for now. It would actually be better if some players finished the quest. Fewer players have wanted to try the attractions recently because they are so hard. If 2 players successfully finish the quest and get out of the amusement park, that would encourage others to try. This would then lead to more deaths from the rides. After giving his report, Chaolung chooses to let Karis enjoy himself and then goes out on his patrol. Chaolung is surprisingly hardworking, even though Karis once thought he was foolish when they first met. It is uncommon for a sentinel to be put into the game, and even Arcadis did not seem to grasp why. Chaolung goes out on his patrol, hoping to crush more people today than he did yesterday. Outside, Sehun waits in a place he heard as part of Chaolung's patrol route. The ground begins to shake as the huge monster slowly moves towards Sehun. The monster seems confused why a human is waiting for it without fear. The monster shows almost no reaction. Instead, Chaolung lifts his hand to kill Sehun right away. Because it follows Karis's orders, its thoughts are clearly very simple. It only wants to see players run away in fear. Sehun gets ready to fight. The beast's huge hand crashes down onto the ground, sending pieces of debris into the sky. Sehun uses those flying pieces as platforms to leap into the air. He then comes face to face with the sentinel. When he is close enough, he attacks with his sword. However, the skin is very tough. Even a sword covered in orichalcum could not harm it. Chaolung must have eaten some metal during his patrol. Even though it looks big, this beast is surprisingly careful. Chaolung feels surprised because Sehun managed to avoid its strike. Even though it wasn't a full power attack, Chaolung didn't expect to find a player skilled enough to keep fighting. Sehun then charges at it again. He pulls his sword across its body without speaking. Chaolung worries more about Sehun's quiet nature. However, Sehun thinks the monster talks too much. Sehun wants to fight instead of just exchanging empty words. This makes Chaolung angry. He begins to fight seriously, hoping to defeat Sehun fast. Another huge fist flies towards Sehun. He avoids it again, landing on the sentinel's arm. He then quickly moves up towards its face. Sehun can use many more weak spots due to its large size. He reaches its face and attacks with his sword. But again, the strike isn't strong enough to make even a small mark. Sehun sees his special weapon isn't damaged. This shows that Chaolung's body is not tougher than orichalcum. The current issue is Sehun's low power. Another fist rushes at Sehun. He barely avoids it again. He then attacks its leg, which makes the monster turn around and try to step on him. This monster must have a weak spot somewhere, but Sehun cannot find it yet. It seems Sehun is at least faster than it. He increased his stats as much as possible to fight the monster. Right now, his stats are at the highest possible for E rank. But even with the best stats available in the game, he cannot make a single mark on the creature. Another huge blow comes down. Sehun manages to avoid it again, landing inside a bush. This frustrates him greatly. He didn't expect an easy fight, but this monster seems almost impossible to defeat now. It's understandable why players fear its name alone. If a sentinel like Chaolung is this powerful, then Karis's strength must have increased. Sehun's first plan was to beat Karis in this park. However, it seems impossible without his first playthrough transfer package. Chaolung, however, remains angry and ready to fight, but Sehun has not shown himself since the last attack. This only makes the sentinel even angrier. He then hears Sehun's voice from the bushes, calling him too slow. The monster begins to tear apart trees in anger. It demands that Sehun appear. Our main character is already far away. He has already checked what he needed to see. He cannot defeat Chaolung with his current items and skills. He needs to find a different attack that can deal a deadly hit to the monster. In the end, Susong appears to be his only choice. Meanwhile, back in the safari, Mina sits with the two brothers. She reads a pamphlet to pass the time. Changu asks her if she is Sehun's sibling, but this is clearly not true because their last names are different. Even so, they seem to get along very well. This makes it even less likely they are siblings, as they get along so well. Mina also wonders if Seo and Changgu are truly brothers, since they also get along very well. Changgu confirms they are indeed brothers. He had asked because the two of them appeared quite unusual. Sehun even got 4 stamps, despite the challenge. Mina then proudly shows that she also earned 4 stamps. However, Sehun appears and disproves her pointless bragging. This greatly frightens Mina. Sehun never seems to have any noticeable presence when he is nearby. He then joins their conversation. Changgu tells him they were just discussing him and how he first met Mina. He caught her as she was attempting to rob a bank. While this makes her sound like a criminal, it is completely true. The two of them truly get along well. Their playful talk makes Changgu laugh. Changing the subject, Sehun asks Changgu to give him some of his time. He wants them to discuss something in private. The two of them leave the group. Sehun leads Changgu a short distance into the forest. He then directly confronts Changgu about his connection with Chaolong. Immediately, Changgu draws a sword. He places it against Sehun's neck. He is ready to strike at any sign of trouble. He asks Sehun how he obtained this information. Our main character simply replies that he has his own methods. He also had other questions. However, it seems those will need to wait. For now, he tells Changgu to fight with all his might. Changgu acts quickly. He swings at Sehun's neck. Our main character manages to avoid the blow. He then quickly changes his fighting stance. Sehun cannot back away. Changgu launches another attack at Sehun's face. Even though he cannot see, he is quite skilled at fighting. It appears Changgu possesses a mind's eye, which lets him see and fight even though he is blind. Changgu clearly sees that Sehun has his own fighting techniques. Since Sehun does not intend to talk, Changgu believes the best choice is to kill our main character right away. Changgu rushes forward and gets ready to deliver a final strike. From the way Changgu stands, Sehun can easily tell that he is very skilled. However, Sehun is also incredibly powerful. He catches the sword with his bare hands. The sword does not reach his face. During their fight, Sehun can tell that Changgu's agility is between 60 and 70, and his strength is at 50. These numbers are quite high for someone who is not an avatar. This must mean he focused all his points on increasing his strength and agility. Changgu pulls back. He then tries to launch another continuous attack at Sehun. Our main character easily avoids all of these attacks. Changgu then rushes in for another series of attacks. Sehun somehow manages to block all of them using his hands. This is thanks to his night gloves, which he received from the ranger, protecting his hands. It is clear whose strength is greater in this fight. They both calm down. Sehun gets directly to the main topic. He asks why Changgu would work as a spy for Chilwang, given his strength. The reason is clear, even though the blind swordsman does not speak right away. It is all because of Seo. He made an agreement to keep Seo safe. When Changgu first met Chilwang by himself, he attempted to confront the Sentinel. However, he was not strong enough to defeat the huge creature. The Sentinel only viewed Changgu as something to play with. In the end, Changgu lost his ability to see. Seo then saw what happened and lost his desire to fight. After that, Changgu had to do whatever Chilwang told him. Even though that day was full of complete hopelessness, he still wanted to try and keep Seo alive, even if it meant a terrible life for himself. He has worked as a spy since he first got to the safari. Most of his reports were about where the group was going. Now that the secret is known, Changgu thinks Sehun will tell the others about him, but our MC has another idea. Since Changgu's secret life has not harmed anyone yet, they can likely use it to help them. They can also use this to learn about Chilwang's actions. Chilwang is not using the information because it likes their fear. It told Changgu to watch them closely to make sure they do not get away. From the way Sehun is speaking, Changgu understands that our MC plans to fight the creature when it gets ready to attack in about a week. Sehun is certainly powerful, but even Changgu does not think he will be able to fight the Sentinel. Any strategies or attacks are ineffective against its power. Sehun already knows all of this because he fought the creature before. It was unlike any other monsters he has seen. Its body was extremely tough, but just because he cannot kill it at this moment does not mean it is impossible to kill. Without saying anything more, Sehun leaves. He tells Changgu to share any information he can gather with him too. There is no more time to explain things. Changgu will have to tell Seo everything. Seo will have a very important part in the whole plan. They need him to get past his sadness so he can help. The two of them go back to the safari. Changgu keeps his promise and tells Seo about everything that has happened up to now. The young boy is upset that he was not told about any of this. Changgu simply did not want to make him worry more than he already had to. Seo is not listening to him though. Something bad could have happened to Changgu if he had not spoken up earlier. Mina and Sehun observe from a distance. The younger girl then understands why our MC wanted her to keep an eye on them. Now that they have sorted out their ideas, the next step is to defeat the monster Chilwang. Mina cannot believe that he wants to do something so risky again. She decides to let him handle it while she goes to complete her own mission. This is a poor choice because Chilwang is likely searching for him at this moment. Sehun was occupied, and now Mina faces consequences for being linked to him. She unwillingly goes back to the group. Then, Seo arrives and they talk about their plans. They have no time to lose. Changgu is working as a spy, so monsters might appear to abduct people at any second. Also, only about 1 week remains before the Sentinel acts. They must fight immediately. This is their only path to freedom. Normally, defeating the metal monster would be impossible. However, Sehun believes he can rely on Seo's assistance to even the odds. He will need Seo to craft a weapon capable of ending the monster. Seo now understands everything, and he is very eager to assist. With the children's help secured, they need to start working. Sehun buys a basic smithing kit from his VIP shop. He then sets it up specifically for Seo to use. This arrangement should allow Seo to easily make anything he desires. Mina asks Seo if he thinks it's strange that all this gear suddenly appeared, but the young boy doesn't care about the specifics. At this moment, he is simply glad to be useful. Previously, Mina was the key part, and now Seo is. It's clear Sehun intended to meet and utilize them all along. Mina is more surprised that Sehun would choose a child, but Sehun informs her that Seo is only 3 years her junior. To Mina, he appeared to be an elementary school student. Next, he requires her to form a barrier. This will isolate the spot and stop others from coming near. Mina is surprised he knows about her power, as she only recently gained it. However, Sehun recalls that she should have been able to use it by the third quest in his past life. After some effort, she puts up a barrier. This will ensure no one even notices the events inside the space. This is the gift from a high-ranking god like young Jester. It's not surprising that Mina could get out of any predicament in her past life. This shows why selecting a top-level god is crucial if you plan to be an avatar. Sehun provides Seo with some materials. These should let him create excellent quality gear. He obtained all these items from his dungeon explorations. The question now is what Seo should craft using all these supplies. Sehun already has a concept. He then gives the young boy a design for a specific weapon. Seo has never seen anything similar before, but Sehun is confident that this item will be able to defeat Chaolong. The monster keeps moving around the park searching for Sehun. The monster thought someone powerful like our main character would try to gather the remaining stamps. Because no reports came in, it figured he was likely not at the safari location. While the monster tried to decide its next move, another creature approached. This creature reported that the crow was calling for it. It seemed the monster would get to have some enjoyment that day. The bear creature warned it that the other monsters were still getting ready for the assault. However, Chilwoon did not mind. Chilwoon believed it did not need other monsters to complete the task. Mina and a guard from before stood watch on a raised area above the safari camp. Sehun instructed them to look out for approaching monsters. Meanwhile, the people in the safari began to plan their escape. The survivors had ignored them when an evacuation was first suggested. But after Mina and Sehun displayed their stamps, the survivors quickly changed their minds. Later, just as Sehun had guessed, a rumbling sound began in the distance. This showed that a monster was moving towards them. Mina changed into an eagle form to try and see more clearly. She then saw what was making the noise. It was Chilwoon, and it appeared very angry right then. She flew back to the group and told the guard that the sentinel was approaching. The man then ran to inform others so they could leave more quickly. They did not expect the monster to be so quick. It would be best for Mina to use this chance to escape. However, Sehun had helped her greatly, and she had started to feel a connection to him. For this reason, she did not want to simply abandon him. Their only option was to go and try to draw the monster's attention. But Mina was unsure if she had enough strength for that. Changgu then came up behind her and told her she did not need to do something so dangerous. He planned to go and try to distract the sentinel on his own. He felt it would be wrong to flee after his past actions. Even though his abilities were not equal to the monsters, he could at least try to gain them some time. After saying this, he rushed out to face the monster. Sehun was still not visible anywhere. The remaining people struggled to leave as they heard Chilwoon was heading towards their location. The swordsman was ready to accept responsibility for acting as a spy for Chilwoon. He prepared to gain them some time, no matter the cost. He eventually reached the beast and knelt before it. He still acted as if he was loyal. He told the monster he could lead it through a quicker path. This would allow it to catch the fleeing survivors more rapidly. Chilwoon unexpectedly turned down the offer. It had realized Changgu's plan to delay it. At that moment, it did not want to bother with his pointless efforts. It was clear Changgu had a hidden motive. There was no reason he would be so eager to run all the way to the monster. Changgu has no other option, so he gets ready to fight the creature for as long as possible. The two have not fought in a long time. The sentinel is keen to find out if his spy has gotten stronger since their last fight. Changgu quickly moves first and runs at the creature. He tries to land a fast hit before the creature notices him. Chilwoon is hardly bothered by the small attack. He bats Changgu's try away like an irritating insect. Changu's quickness means nothing if he cannot connect with a good strike. Changu has no other option. He gets ready for a hit as the monster pulls its hand back. The monster gets ready to throw a very strong punch. The monster's fist hits the ground. The fist then starts to crumble and break apart. This greatly surprises the monster. Seihan stands before the monster. He calmly holds a new weapon. This weapon was made just to fight this sentinel. It seems the monster should have used better quality metals before this battle began. Chilwoon lets out an angry roar at Seihan, but beneath its anger, Chilwoon is shocked. Seihan somehow managed to break its arm. This new weapon is named the Pile Bunker. Seihan promises to use it to smash the sentinel's ability. Meanwhile, Mina is flying around the area. She is still in the shape of an eagle. She is completing a task that Seihan gave her. She spots Seo. She runs to him while he is still hidden inside her barrier. Seo asks her to come and sit in the barrier with him. He says it is the safest spot for both of them. That might be correct. However, she still doubts how he plans to beat the monster sentinel. A sound like an explosion rings out. This shocks both of them. It is clear the fight is already happening intensely. Seihan expertly avoids all of Chilwoon's attacks. Chilwoon tries very hard to kill our MC. Chilwoon only needs to land one hit to totally destroy him, but Seihan is too quick to be defeated. It seems Chilwoon has become even slower than before. Losing an arm has made it less steady. It keeps punching at empty space. Seihan successfully avoids every attack. He is waiting for the pile bunker to power up again. Then he can use it to finish this battle. Only about 1 minute remains until the weapon is fully ready again. This means Chilwoon only has 1 minute left to live. The huge monster cannot believe that someone would try to beat a sentinel. They are only on the third quest. Chilwoon still attacks with pride. It believes it cannot be beaten. However, it is clear that Seihan is gaining the advantage in this fight. Finally, the pile bunker recharges. Seihan jumps onto Chilwoon's shoulder. He places the pile bunker against the sentinel's head. Chilwoon realizes the situation has become serious. It tries to make a deal. It promises not to kill any more humans, but Seihan does not believe that for even a moment. There's nothing else to talk about. Our MC keeps his word. He uses the pile bunker to smash the sentinel's head. He defeats it completely. After that, Seihan unlocks an achievement. It is called Sentinel Hunter. This comes with suitable rewards. It also raises the damage dealt to sentinels by 30%. Our MC tried to seem calm about it. However, a sentinel is still not something to take lightly. He only just managed to survive this fight with his life safe. Chilwoon is now dead. Changu emerges from his hiding spot in the forest. The area around them is completely destroyed. Even a metal-eating Bulgasari would not have survived it. This destruction happened because of the weapons Sao created. Changu clearly has many questions, but Seihan notices too many people watching them. It's not only the observers. The survivors who were trying to get away also watched the fight from the bushes. With the sentinel gone, they all begin to move, trying to leave the park. However, Mina recalls that Chilwoon was just the mid-boss for this area. This means there is still another, stronger boss they must face. This information makes everyone stop moving. They all stare at her with fear and surprise. Mina tries to act casual, but Seihan places a hand over her mouth to prevent her from saying anything else. It seems they need to explain the situation to the other people. After that, it will finally be time for Karas to die. A video of Seihan defeating Chilwoon starts circulating on the God forums. People begin to pay serious attention to him. A user named Greek Boss logs on, seemingly for the first time in a long while. He is also interested in this mysterious but strong player. Seihan has now killed a sentinel for a second time, even though he is not an avatar. Many questions are directed at young Jester, whose avatar is always near Seihan. However, she would not reveal any information, even if she knew it. The questions keep coming, but the playful god ignores them. She instead focuses her attention on the kid who has stirred up everyone's interest. Seihan becomes more interesting to her each time she sees him. The current question for her is how he plans to deal with the crow. Mina approaches Seihan and asks him if he received any items for beating the sentinel. This time, he received a grimoire as a reward. It appears to be a normal rock, but it is actually an A-rank ability. This ability grants the user the power of a Bulgasari. This means they can turn any metal they eat into a part of their own body. With such an ability, Seihan could transform parts of his body into orichalcum. This item is very difficult to find, and it is a very rare and helpful ability. Mina clearly feels jealous, even though she was the one who asked him about his rewards. However, to her surprise, Seihan hands her the grimoire instead of keeping it for himself. It would be more beneficial for her anyway. With her transformation ability, it would be very helpful if she could change her hands into weapons and use them in battles. This is a single-use item, meaning that once she consumes it, no one else can ever get it or use it. Because of this, she feels hesitant to take it from him. but Seihan urges her to accept it and make good use of it. She acts unusually shy in moments like this, despite her normal personality. Seihan reassures her that this is her reward for helping him up to this point. After more encouragement, Mina finally agrees to take the item. She then absorbs it, gaining the Bulgasari ability. It's unfortunate that Mina is not part of his group, as they could have used skill sharing. However, because she is an avatar, he does not wish to include her. However, they could not have used her transformation power if she was in the party, so this is a good exchange. The regular people keep rushing towards the exit, while the players battle the creatures coming near them. At the same time, Seihan uses the Orichalcum item to release the individuals caught by the exploding collars. He frees them one after another, but many people are still trapped, so it will take some time to release everyone. Mina then finds him again and tells him they need to complete their mission by getting the last stamp for finishing the ride. They cannot achieve this if everyone simply runs away. To solve this, Seihan calls over a staff member who still has their collar on. This staff member should have a stamp. Mina doubts this plan will work, but as soon as the staff member places the stamp on her arm, a message window appears, saying she has finished the quest. There is no prize for the quest, which shows how simple the task was meant to be. This means they did not need to face all that hard work and risk during the rides.
Since they have learned this, they can now complete other players' missions as they move. This does not include Seihan, because his mission is entirely different. Back at the castle, the crow begins to call for Cheolwong. The crow has not seen the huge monster for a full day, and the situation looks concerning. A mouse creature arrives to answer the crow's call, but it brings bad news.
The mouse tells the crow that Cheolwong is probably dead. The crow does not understand at first, and believes the mouse is saying many people have died. However, the mouse repeats its words and informs Karas that Cheolwong, the sentinel, has been killed. The players started an attack and the monsters could not respond quickly enough. Karas can hardly believe this, but he quickly tells the mouse to have all monsters in the park destroy the remaining people in the safari. However, a second issue then appears. Actually, all the monsters have already gone to the safari, and they report that the area is totally empty. This is the final limit for Karas, and he changes form in anger. Seihan sees the energy coming from the sky and understands that the moment has arrived. Karas is finally beginning to act. The group of people has slowly begun to leave the park, but they are not moving quickly enough. Some hurt people are still left behind, and their progress is too slow for Changgu. Seihan meets the blind swordsman. Things have gone well until now, but it will not be finished until everyone goes through the exit. The real issue, however, is whether they can even get out safely. Because of this, the crow will certainly come after them. Just then, a pair of dark wings appear in the middle of the park, right in front of Seihan and Changgu. The sight of the person who landed there shows how dangerous this being is. The being opens its wings wide, and a strong burst of wind follows. This wind shoves some people backward, while others hide their faces to protect themselves from the intense force. Karas, the crow, has come before them, and he does not look happy. This will not be a simple enemy to face, and Seihan has not felt this uneasy in a long time. He was stressed when facing Orga, but he knew how to turn things to his advantage and win. With Chaolong, he was surprised by the quick shifts, but never scared. This time, though, he feels something bothering him. It is not fear. It is the worry about saving the people who are relying on him. In his past life, he would have left these people behind without thinking twice. But the situation is not the same now. He turns and tells everyone to leave while he keeps the constellation busy and gives them some time. Mina acts quickly and shouts for everyone to stop looking and begin moving. Karas will not just stand there and let them escape, of course. He throws feathers like weapons towards the crowd of people. Seihan has to use his final hour ability to hurry over and block every single one of them. Karas is a little surprised that Seihan was able to stop all the attacks. If things keep going like this, though, and the crow uses wide-range attacks, it will be hard for Seihan to keep the people safe. Rather than fighting head-on, he begins speaking to the crow. Seihan openly insults and bothers Karas, but the crow thinks it is more amusing than anything else. Seihan believes Karas earned it, though, since he needed to travel all the way to the park to catch many humans himself. That bothers Karas somewhat, and the crow constellation opens its wings wide and gets ready to strike. It seems Seihan has managed to get his focus, and all he has to do now is keep delaying it. Right now, about half of the people have not left yet, so he only needs to delay for around 30 minutes. He has been preparing for this moment the whole time. The crow leaps off the ground at great speed and targets Seihan directly, but Seihan uses his Shadow Rush ability to merge with the ground and get away right before the crow's attack hits. Seihan attempts to remain calm as the crow flies around him. It is clear that Karas is much stronger than him in both power and speed, but our MC has his abilities for staying alive and unique items that ensure his attack will land. He jumps from the ground just as the crow goes back into the air to attack again. Then, he uses his guaranteed shot ability to launch a sharp object. Normally, Karis would be much too quick for that to be a danger to him, but because of the guaranteed shot ability, his attack is able to reach and nearly strike. The projectile flies towards Karis. Karis must stop in the air and grab it. Next, he plunges to the ground. This action breaks the pavement under Sehun's feet, sending big rocks flying upwards. Sehun successfully avoids these rocks. However, the crow uses the dust cloud to start another attack. It swings its claws at Sehun's feet. Our MC barely manages to move out of the way. Still, he gets a cut on his cheek just as he jumps back. The battle keeps going. Karis becomes increasingly irritated, showing he is no longer joking around. Karis lifts his hand into the air. Sehun identifies the power Karis is about to use as something truly frightening. The constellation's power is far greater than Sehun anticipated. Now, the situation appears ready to worsen significantly. The crow flies up into the sky. It then uses its wings to launch another volley of sharp feathers at Sehun. There are too many feathers to avoid. Sehun has to endure most of them directly. The crow keeps up the assault, launching more feathers at our MC. With no other option, Sehun must activate the Celestial Slayer ability. This makes his movements much quicker, which surprises Karis. He can now avoid all the feathers being fired at him. Additionally, due to the Celestial Slayer's effects and his regeneration ability, he can heal from the harm caused by Karis's feathers. Combining these powers, delaying for a bit longer should no longer be an issue. It seems most people have escaped by this point, so he only needs to buy a little more time. Karis is compelled to use his complete strength. Sehun can hardly believe how absurd the situation has become. Sehun's plan needs everyone in the park to get away. Karis, however, is confident he can still eliminate everyone, then he will be forced to exit the realm. Furthermore, in his new shape, he will no longer be restricted to the park. At this moment, letting Karis gain even more power, even with all its skills limited, still feels like cheating. It activated a succession ability. This made it many times stronger than it should be at this point in the game. Karis begins to move. He is now so quick that Sehun has almost no chance of avoiding his attacks without using a skill. Sehun uses Shadow Rush again to avoid a deadly blow. He then takes this opportunity to flee. Karis remains impressed that Sehun has lasted this long. It is clear Sehun is not an ordinary player. The crow then ascends into the sky. It uses its wings to unleash sharp gusts of wind. These gusts demolish everything in their way. Despite this, Sehun manages to avoid all of them and stay alive. The surrounding area has been completely ruined. However, it is already too late for him to escape. With no other place to conceal himself, Karis approaches our MC. He calmly seizes him by the neck, prepared to finish him instantly. Karis is about to kill Sehun. However, our MC has some last words for the crow. Sehun tells Karis that next time, when victory seems certain, he should not take so long to complete the task. At that moment, all the people in the amusement park finally manage to get away. This means Sehun has finished the third main quest. This allows him to now buy his first playthrough transfer package. He gets the transfer package. Right away, he uses an ability called Proof of Transcendence. Karis has almost no time to react before he starts coughing up blood. They were talking, and Sehun used his spear to stab the crow in the stomach. Even though it was a surprise attack, Karis quickly moved to avoid getting hit in a critical area. Proof of Transcendence is an S-rank ability that can be improved. It gives the user a full 100% boost to all stats. It also lets him cause major damage to divine beings for 30 minutes. After using this ability, it cannot be used again for 30 days. Karis drops Sehun. He then flies away before Sehun can launch another attack. The crow is surprised that a player can have so much power, even though he is not an avatar. Karis has no other choice. He must take the fight completely seriously and use all his strength to beat Sehun. Karis shoots another shower of feathers at our MC. But now, because of his power-ups, Sehun can easily avoid all of them. Then Sehun aims and shoots another spear at Karis. The crow feels sure the attack will not hit him. However, the guaranteed shot ability is very effective. Karis puts up a wall of wind to protect himself, but the spear still breaks through it. It hits Karis, who has no time to move away, and makes him fall to the ground. Even so, the spear could not go through his heart, even with Proof of Transcendence and guaranteed shot active. Somehow, Karis is still strong enough. He flies into the sky and shoots another volley of very sharp feathers. Sehun has no time to dodge. He uses a shield to block all the attacks coming at him. Then he forces himself to move, even with the heavy feathers pushing against his shield. Then he throws another spear at the crow. This one hits exactly where he aimed. It stabs straight into Karis's thigh, making him fall to the ground once more. At this point, Karis can do nothing else. Sehun asks him if he is finally feeling afraid of the situation. Karis cannot accept that a human has defeated him. He keeps yelling that Sehun is just a small error in the system. Even so, the difference in their power is is now too great. Karas has already been made weaker by many attacks. Everything Karas tries to throw at Saihan is easily stopped. It is clear that the fight has ended. Karas tries one last huge attack. Saihan uses Shadow Rush to get away from it. Then he quickly moves towards the crow to land the final hit. Karas blocks it with a wall made from his feathers. This even breaks Saihan's weapon, leaving him with nothing else to use. Saihan has no other choice. He jumps towards Karas, but he would not be able to win in a fight with just his hands. Karas easily slams Saihan into the ground. He seems to be winning the fight again, but instead of quickly finishing our MC, Karas starts to make fun of him. He says Saihan let his small advantage make him overconfident. This is exactly what Saihan wanted. Saihan again warns the crow that he should stop taking so long to finish fights. Then he uses the spear, which is still in the crow's stomach, to stab him once more. This hit finally brings Karas down. The crow falls against Saihan, without life and dead. In the supreme upper realm where most gods live, Arcadis, the game master for the Korean server, looks at a status screen. It shows a picture of Saihan. The crow decided to go into the human world. He then died. Because of this, the GM is now in a very bad situation. Karas died because of the main character's unfair power balance and his use of a succession ability. Constellations still have a limited power level in the game's current update. Arcadis chooses not to report this issue for now. Karas was not a well-known constellation, so no one should notice he is gone for some time. However, the Game Master will now watch Saihan more closely to prevent similar events from happening again. The third quest finishes, and then a big game update happens. The main quest will now be open world. This means players can travel to different areas and levels using trains or subways. Players can also do many quests at the same time, and side quests will be added. Additionally, players can now form guilds using many points. Next, the main quest will start soon. It will be a big raid where a raid boss appears in every region. Players must fight the boss to earn participation points. They can also get special items and gear by beating raid bosses. Seihan and Mina read details about the new update and quests. They are relaxing inside an old, empty restaurant. The raid boss quest has a lot of time given to defeat it, which is surprising. This is likely because most players have not finished their third quests yet. Changu and Su are also with them. It looks like all four of them are staying together for now. Su fixed Seihan's broken equipment. Seihan has now recovered from his fight with Karas, so he needs to plan his next actions. His injuries were quite bad. However, healing all his wounds improved his regeneration ability from F rank to E rank. His next destination is the Daejeon region, located far from the raid boss. He wants to go there because he heard they sell good bread. He also has other tasks to complete in that area. Mina sighs because this is typical behavior for Seihan. She is used to him being overly mysterious. However, she will not follow him on this mission. Young Jester's observer hits the store window. It is clear she does not want Mina to leave Seihan. She is clearly watching them at this moment. Luckily, Karas' Veil of Darkness power blocked the area during their fight. Because of this, the observers did not see Karas' heart get pierced at the fight's end. Young Jester keeps acting out with her observer. Still, Mina is set on not following Seihan this time. Mina has made her choice. Seihan then makes a suggestion to Mina and the two Song brothers. He wants them to join a guild he plans to create soon. Mina is not interested in guilds. Changu worries he might not be helpful to Seihan in his current condition. Su, however, is very excited to be in Seihan's guild. He tells his brother to join too. Seihan tells everyone to relax and not feel forced. For now, it would be best for them to do what they feel comfortable with. Joining Seihan's guild would be helpful for him. First, Su Song is set to become the world's top craftsman. Also, Changu Song is a player as powerful as a chosen avatar, and he shows great promise with his Rare Mind's Eye ability. After considering everything, Mina and the brothers agree to join Seihan's guild. With this decision made, Seihan gets ready to travel to Daejeon. He goes to a train station and then steps onto a train going to Daejeon Station. Meanwhile, on the other side of the train from Seihan, some players from the Waning Crescent Guild attempt to seize control of the train. Ordinary people begin to flee from these dangerous men carrying big weapons. Amidst all the chaos, Jisoo enters the train and spots the rogue players. From his position at the front of the train, Seihan observes that the other side of the train has become very loud. He thinks a monster might have appeared. However, he believes this shouldn't be an issue because most passengers on the train are players, so everything should be alright. Instead of focusing on that, Seihan examines the rewards he received from the third quest. The rewards appear quite plain this time, and it feels a bit disappointing to receive common items after all he experienced. His first reward is an ability named Hunter's Instinct, which can guess a monster's location by its tracks. He also obtained loot from beating Karas, and a significant gain is becoming the new master of the Crow constellation. He also acquired Karas' abilities, such as Eye of the Crow and Veil of Darkness. However, to use the Crow constellation's complete power, he must gather more divinity. As his divinity grows, more abilities will become available. The Eye of the Crow lets the user create crows that can survey the area from above. There is no cap on how many crows can be made, but they get tougher to manage as he makes more. Next, the Veil of Darkness ability enables the user to merge into the shadows. This ability differs from the one Kara's used previously, and its effect probably changes based on the user. Even though he only obtained the lowest level of divinity, it represents a significant advantage. He might also locate the observer of a specific god in Daejeon. This god is a witch who cared for humanity, but still wished for every human to live and die for Seihan. With nothing else to do, Seihan chooses to take a short nap until they reach Daejeon. Meanwhile, on the other side of the train, a single player flees for his life as all his companions fall like insects. This individual is certainly the girl he heard about in stories. She wears all black clothing and has dark hair. When her hair changes to red, no one can escape alive. He keeps running, but then a blunt item strikes the back of his head, forcing him to the ground before he can get away. Jisoo stands threateningly before him, and it seems there is no chance of escape. He pleads for his life, vowing he will never repeat such an act if she lets him live. Jisoo, however, does not trust him, and finds his desperate pleas entertaining. She then shows him a smile and extends her hand to end his life. The train pulls into Daejeon Station. The doors open immediately, and people rush out, yelling in fear for their lives. Seihan steps out from his section, puzzled by the loud disturbance at the other end of the train. His answer appears, calmly walking down the stairs. She greets him with a wide smile. It is Jisoo. Seihan had no idea they were even on the same train. After they meet, he asks her if she successfully handled her task. She completed what she needed to do. Then, she boarded the train once she noticed Seihan was on it. She had been checking the map regularly to always know his whereabouts so they could reunite. That behavior seems quite obsessive, but Seihan chooses not to say anything about it. If she constantly knew his location, that means she was aware he was in Loam World. Battling the Crow would have been much simpler if Jisoo had been present. Initially, she wanted to go immediately. However, the third main quest began while she was traveling there. It was not very hard for her, but she had many things to handle. Because of this, she arrived a bit late. Seihan confesses that he traveled to Daejeon to fight the area's boss. Jisoo shows no surprise. She does not even ask him why he came all this distance, as she is accustomed to him doing illogical things. In fact, she would have accepted his choice even if he had only traveled this far to purchase bread in the area. It sounds strange to hear that from her. Seihan is unsure if she holds him in high regard. For now, the two of them begin moving towards their final stop, Dunsan. Seihan explains the specifics to her as they travel. Back in Seoul, specifically Seolium, Mina walks through the streets. She is looking for some people Seihan told her about. She does not know the precise location. She has been walking for some time now and still cannot locate them. Seihan had previously written down some distinct characteristics of the people she should be looking for. They are a family of two with blonde hair. The drawings he made are quite rough. The father is a large American man who has an unusual laugh. The daughter is a 13-year-old multiracial girl. Judging by the appearance of the area, a monster attack seems to have happened recently, killing many people. As she moves through the destroyed area, a wolf-like monster jumps out from the shadows and attempts to ambush her. Mina is ready. She turns around to defeat the creature with a single strike. However, someone else acts faster. This person slams a large piece of concrete onto the beast, sending it flying away. Mina turns towards where the concrete came from. She then sees two individuals who perfectly match the descriptions and drawings Seihan provided her. She walks up to meet them. She thanks the man for assisting her in defeating the monster. As they speak, his laugh is exactly as Seihan described. However, the man's daughter stops him before he can continue and embarrass her. The girl observes from the many gods watching her that Mina seems more powerful than her father. Next, she needs to confirm their names. The man is Luke Taylor, and his daughter is Lynn. These are the individuals Seihan sought. Mina then asks if she can go with them on their journey. The man tossed a large piece of concrete, so he is certainly a player. However, she is unsure about the girl. Luke gladly accepts her into their group. Lynn, however, is quite doubtful about assisting someone more powerful than them. While they argue, Mina turns aside to send a message to Seihan. She confirms finding the individuals she was sent to locate. Going with these people could be beneficial, because Seihan suggested it. He also referred to them as humanity's future key. In Daejeon, soldiers move through the streets with powerful weapons, searching for any monster signs. Society appears to be recovering, even with all the world's events. A soldier walks up to them while they survey the area and asks if they are players. An order has apparently been given to inspect all current players. The government seems to be trying to manage players during the world's current situation. Saihan does not answer the soldier's questions. Instead, he quietly tells Jisoo to run toward a distant building. They both move apart, then jump away before the soldier can stop them. They land on a skyscraper's roof. Jisoo walks over to Saihan, wondering why they came to the building's very top. Saihan intends to use his new Eye of the Crow ability. He wants to scan the area for the raid boss. He activates the ability. Crows then begin to fly from his shadow, rising into the sky. The ability is still basic, and he needs to improve it. However, it will still give him a high view of the area. At the same time, he asks to see her stats. Jisoo is very willing to show them. It seems Jisoo always agrees to his requests. He opens her status menu. Her stats are extremely powerful for someone playing the game normally. She also gained 2 new skills: Anatomy Mastery and Vital Strike. She somehow raised her regeneration ability to C rank. Her Celestial Slayer ability also increased to a 3-star level. This is strange, because she should have shown some signs of madness if her Celestial Slayer ability is this high. While he examines her stats, he receives a signal from the crows. They indicate finding something. They go to the area the crows pointed out. From the damage, they can tell that whatever was there was not a normal monster. This destruction must be what remains after a raid boss. Jisoo asks Sehun how he knows all this. As always, he does not reply. The raid boss appearing so early is strange. Many hours still remain on the timer. The timers are not trustworthy. Most of them are just a deception to mislead people. The ground shows big marks from large claws and wings. It seems a flying creature battled another animal. However, in truth, one single beast created all these marks. Then, that beast lands hard right behind them. It tries to hit them with its huge claws. This creature is a gungi, a black tiger with massive white wings. It is also one of the 4 dangerous mythical monsters from Chinese stories. Sehun thought he would need to look for a while to find it, but instead, the beast came directly to them. This means the dungeon is nearby because this beast has been hiding around it. At that moment, the 4th main quest appears. It asks them to defeat the creature before it fully wrecks the city. Sehun and Jisoo met it sooner than expected. This is why the quest only appeared for them. Jisoo also senses a very strong smell of blood coming from close by. Sehun also sees a horn stuck in the gungi's chest. This means it met another beast not long ago. The creature tries to attack Sehun one final time. Then, it runs away. The horn in the creature's chest was not supposed to be there for a long time, based on Sehun's memories from his past life. It seems things are beginning to differ from what he recalls. After the creature leaves, Sehun runs into the dungeon. Jisoo follows closely behind him. Just as he thought, the dungeon was not the Gungi's home. It belonged to a Kirin, a divine beast with 1 horn. That horn, full of divine power, is stuck in the chest of the already strong Gungi. The Kirin's horn holds much potential energy. It is the origin of the beast's strength. Sehun first planned to get the Kirin's horn while looking for the Gungi, but that plan is now ruined. Also, if the Gungi absorbs the horn's power, it will become a huge danger. Jisoo suggests they search the area. There might be a hidden reward somewhere. However, the dungeon's level is not very high, so there is likely nothing good enough to take the place of the Kirin's horn. But then, Jisoo unexpectedly finds something among the broken pieces in the area. Sehun wonders if it is mithril, the strongest metal after orichalcum, but even mithril would not be enough to replace the horn. What Jisoo found is actually an egg. It is not a normal egg, it is a Kirin's egg. Normally, a new Kirin is born when a Kirin sits on it for a long time, but now that they have it, they can use it to create a divine beast. Sehun immediately buys more items from his premium store. He then gets ready the equipment he will need to hatch the Kirin fruit and bring forth a new divine beast. After getting everything ready, they just need to put a player's blood on it to make it work. The blood must be used in the next 2 days, and it will also directly change the creature's power and skills. Sehun is certain they can find better blood than his own, and he first thinks about using Jisoo's blood. However, her special powers might cause problems later. Next, he thinks about using Mina because it would be too hard to find a good player in time. Mina's power and skills are already above average, so that should be fine. While he is deciding what to do, Mina sends him a message, and the message arrives at the perfect moment. Mina is waiting with a family of 2 people among the broken buildings. Sehun had not answered her, and she does not know if he will show up. After some time, he replies to her message, and he asks her current location. He does not even praise her for her effort. She unwillingly tells him their location. Then, after a short, quiet moment, Jisoo and Sehun suddenly show up behind her. They are sweating and breathing heavily, so it seems they both ran all the way from Daejeon. Luke steps forward to greet the newcomers, and his daughter stays hidden behind him. Sehun introduces himself and Jisoo, and Luke thinks Mina must have told them his name because they just met, but Sehun already acts like he knows him. After the introductions are finished, Sehun faces Mina. She is still upset that he did not praise her effort, so he hands her a present to thank her for all her help. The gift is a mithril ore, which she can eat and absorb into her body. Mina can hardly believe she received such a valuable item, and her frustration quickly fades away when she gets the present. Then he walks over to Lin and shows her the special creature's egg. He will need her help to wake it up, and she just needs to place her hand on it. Even though she is scared something bad might happen, Luke tells her to do it because Sehun does not appear to be a bad person. She puts her hand on the egg, and right away, a sharp point comes out from the top and pokes her hand, making it bleed. He falsely says the egg's outside layer must have scratched her hand. However, Daejeon is now finished, and the equipment takes Lin's blood to activate the Kirin fruit. Now he just needs to add some food and wait for it to open. Mina approaches and asks why she had to find these two people, but Sehun finds it difficult to tell her. She will understand later, but for now he wants Mina to stay with them as long as possible. That will not be too difficult because they appear to trust them, and she is already looking forward to a prize for her help. At first, Sehun believed he would not need anyone else because this was his second time playing, but he understood something new after seeing the changes in Karaz and the Minotaur. From now on, he must think about the system's interference, and that is why he will need Lin Taylor, a player whose power and skill amazed even the gods. She represents the peak of human ability. After the catalyst is put in, the egg begins to get bigger, and it seems ready to hatch. Sehun tells Lin she doesn't have to call him Mr. because he isn't very old. However, Mina reminds him that he is 10 years older than Lin. Mina also thinks about calling him Mr. since he is 4 years older than her too. This makes Jisoo angry. Mina then explains it's just a joke to avoid Jisoo's strong gaze. With introductions finished, it's time for the next step. Mina asks Sehun if he plans to return to Daejeon, but he can't beat the raid boss even if he goes back there at this moment. Mina still believes the raid boss hasn't appeared yet. However, Jisoo explains that they have already encountered it once. The three of them move aside briefly to tell Mina everything that has occurred up to this point. The raid boss is big, and its power is similar to a sentinel's. The sentinel might be stronger in a fight, but the raid boss has many health points, making it much tougher to defeat. It also has a much wider attack range than a sentinel. This means the harm it could cause would be far greater. All of this means Sehun should quickly kill it, but it's much too soon for that, and the other players wouldn't be prepared for it at this time. There's also a new factor to think about with the raid boss. It is currently taking in a Kirin horn. Sehun tries to recall if the raid boss was pierced by a Kirin horn in his past life too. He wonders if something changed when he chose to go to Daejeon. He never went to Daejeon in his earlier life. However, the raid boss attacked them by surprise, as if it had been expecting them. Additionally, it left many clear signs, as if it was trying to draw them closer. The Gungi also fought with the Kirin much too soon. It hasn't even been 3 days since the raid boss was announced. Too many things are unclear at this moment. It becomes stranger the more he considers it. It might be the system trying to meddle with him again, or there could be another cause. One idea that comes to mind is Arcadis, the GM of Korea. The god sits on his throne and watches a replay of Sehun and Jisoo battling the Gungi. He didn't expect a regular player to escape so easily. He even took something from the dungeon when he departed. It's probably a Kirin fruit, but Arcadis is certain that Sehun wouldn't know how to hatch it, even if it was a Kirin fruit. The more crucial question is why the Gungi is so feeble. It is totally exhausted from just a horn in its rib. Arcadis even gave it an opportunity to take in the horn, but it remains weak. He then chooses to alter things in a way that wouldn't be too clear. He does this by slightly increasing its regeneration and adaptive skills. With this small boost, it might eventually become an absurd monster. 2 weeks later, much closer to when the raid boss is released, Sehun and Jisoo go back to Daejeon. The army has a much larger presence in the area compared to their previous visit. It seems they want to show that their last defeat was only because they lacked full preparation. However, this approach is quite unwise, as firearms do not work against monsters. Even if guns don't cause much harm, they can still inflict pain. Yet they would be useless against a raid boss. It would be better if players handled that task. If players took charge, they would gain more influence. The government recently got back some power after the open world was announced, and they wish to keep it. Jisoo dislikes this situation, but she cannot do much to alter it. Sehun tells her to go to where the other players are for now. There are clearly more players in Daejeon than during his earlier playthrough. Many of them appear to be searching for teammates to beat the raid boss, while others are getting ready for the quest to start. Someone walks up to Sehun Sehun and asks him to join their group, but Sehun declines, as he doesn't plan to join any party. The player keeps bothering him, thinking Sehun is only refusing to impress the girl. This player believes people who act like that will just die. Sehun and Jisoo ignore them and walk off. The man then leaves angrily, sure that both of them will learn their lesson eventually. It is very clear, however, that the man himself is trying to impress Jisoo. He clearly wants her to join his group, but he doesn't understand who he is talking to. Jisoo hears his rude comments and offers to deal with the man. Sehun, however, calms her and tells her to simply keep walking. They will be the first ones to move when the raid boss shows up anyway. As they keep walking among the people, Sehun sees Dongguan Park moving secretly through the streets. Dongguan also spots Sehun and quickly covers his face, trying to hide. His efforts are useless, and Sehun quickly approaches him before he can leave. Dongguan explains that Yongyun went to Cheongju to visit his family, and Dongguan was told to come to Daejeon. Based on Dongguan's new equipment, Sehun realizes that Dongguan achieved much during his third quest. He likely gained new skills too. It was probably not a succession ability yet, as those cannot be gained in normal ways. Only a chosen avatar can learn such an ability from a god, which makes these skills unusually strong. Yongyun, or an honest life, must have instructed Dongguan to come to Daejeon. Sehun chooses to quickly check the god forums. People there are still discussing him because he defeated Karas. Everyone guesses that he must be in Daejeon because something exciting is taking place there. Young Jester remains upset that Mina chose not to follow him. However, she shares that he left something intriguing with her. Despite others trying to find out more, she refuses to say what that interesting item is. It is clear she means the Kirin fruit. She will keep this information to herself because she does not like to share details. Luke Taylor's goddess can also be trusted. She does not spread rumors. He then looks back at Dongguan and asks if he learned the crown manipulation ability. Dongguan attempts to lie. Sehun displays the crystal that controls his collar, and this instantly changes Dongguan's demeanor. Dongguan admits he learned it. Sehun is about to tell him to use it, but one of his crows flying above sees something dangerous. Sehun changes his voice and commands Dongguan to use the ability right away. If Dongguan does not, everyone in the area will perish. The raid boss quickly moves towards their spot. It appears to plan an ambush on the players while they are not ready. Much time remains before it is supposed to appear. This means its main goal is to eat before the main fight. Dongguan is slow to understand. Sehun tries to tell everyone to escape before the boss arrives, but no one trusts him. 10 minutes are still left before the raid boss is scheduled to appear. People think Sehun is not telling the truth. They keep ignoring him. It is clear that words alone will not persuade them, so he runs back to Dongguan and orders him again to use his power. However, he cannot use it on just anyone. He first needs to be in a situation where he can enter the target's mind mentally. Because of this, Sehun tells Jisoo to take out her weapon and prepare. When he signals her, he wants her to break a fire hydrant nearby to draw people's attention away. He then tells Dongguan to use his crowd manipulation ability when the raid boss shows up and causes everyone to panic. Dongguan agrees, but he does not believe the boss will appear. Even if it does, the crowd would likely not panic so easily from it. However, Sehun assures him that things will become chaotic. He also prepares himself. The ground begins to shake. People start looking around with fear as the monster gets closer. Some even check the raid boss's arrival time, but it is already too late. The ground breaks open. A giant paw slams down towards Sehun. He uses the pile bunker to block it. Jisoo jumps in to help him. She slams the paw back to the ground. This makes the monster roar in pain. The other players begin to understand that the raid boss has truly appeared. The military also acts right away. They start shooting towards the area where the monster emerged. They fire every weapon they have in its direction. However, the smoke clears. The monster is still alive and unharmed. The soldiers begin to move back in fear as it walks towards them. It then roars again, completely clearing the smoke. This shows it has changed its look greatly. It now has white fur instead of black. Large red spikes grow all over its body. It seems to be evolving into its final form. This will be a big problem if it finishes. Once it fully evolves to its final form, the Gungi will be as powerful as a sentinel. Also, its active area will grow even larger, making it harder to handle. It took the horn's power so easily. This means the GM was directly involved. The raid boss roars. It starts attacking the people nearby. Without pausing, the soldiers keep shooting at the raid boss with all their weapons. The bullets do not harm the raid boss. Its breath then pushes people back from where they stand. Kim Se-han shouts at Dongguan, telling him to do what he was told before. Dongguan follows the command. He uses the skill, crowd control, and tells the crowd to leave the area right away, letting the players take over. When the crowd tries to argue, he asks them to see that current weapons are useless against the raid boss. Dongguan's ability ends, and the crowd is not yet convinced. Kim Se-han thinks that the players have received their fourth main quest. The crowd then charges towards the raid boss to attack it again. A civilian gets very close to the raid boss. The raid boss almost steps on this person, but Kim Si-han manages to save the man. The man quickly thanks Si-han, saying he was not careful for a moment. Si-han tells him to be more cautious, explaining that the raid boss is dangerous for more than just its size. Kim Si-han thinks about the best way and weapon to attack the raid boss. The civilians also notice that long-range attacks will not affect the raid boss. Kim Si-han worries about how to deal with the raid boss, as it might change into its final form at any time. Suddenly, the raid boss's wings grow even larger. It then flaps its wings while making a sound and flies up into the sky. This causes even more destruction to buildings. People are surprised because they did not expect it to be able to fly. They discuss whether they should run at this point. They believe the raid boss will destroy the whole city if it attacks the ground. Kim Si-han decides to pull the raid boss down before it attacks the ground. He connects his spears with chains. He then throws them at the raid boss. This makes the civilians surprised by his strength. Kim Si-han calls out to the people in the crowd, asking them to help him pull down the raid boss with the chains. The civilians see that Han Jisoo has already joined Kim Si-han. They realize that if she can do it, then they can too. So the people join in and start pulling the chains. On command, they all pull it down with a sudden tug. The raid boss falls down onto the ground, but blue currents begin to flow through its body. Kim Si-han wonders if its change into its final stage has begun. To stop it, he jumps up high. He then stabs his sharp weapon into the raid boss's face. However, after a loud grunt, the raid boss jumps up again, still unaffected. This makes Kim Si-han recognize its toughness and strength. Kim Si-han wonders why his attack did not work, as he clearly felt it hit the skull. Han Jisoo tells him to leave it to her because she is better prepared to deal with the raid boss. After saying that, she stabs her own heart. This is to maximize the Celestial Slayer's effect, which increases the damage output. Her regeneration ability heals the wound immediately. This allows her to move like that. Han Jisoo jumps up high and lands on the head of the raid boss. Kim Si-han realizes Han Jisoo's next moves. He then tells everyone to move back as far as they can. She hits the raid boss's head with her full strength. As the people run away, the raid boss hits its head on the ground. With the last swing of her weapon, she delivers the final hit. The raid boss grunts loudly in pain. The raid boss grunts and roars out loud, trying to attack Han Jisoo. Jisoo prepares to strike the raid boss again. Kim Si-han calls out her name, telling her to halt. He warns her that the situation could become very risky for her. The raid boss, having taken many strong blows from Jisoo, groans in pain. It then bites down on her, but it cannot swallow them because of their special magical qualities. The raid boss becomes agitated. It begins to grunt and roar, shaking its head vigorously. The onlookers question what is happening to it. Then, the raid boss loses awareness and drops to the ground. People begin to approach it, wanting to confirm if the raid boss is still living or has died. As people examine the raid boss up close, Jisoo unexpectedly emerges from its mouth. She then walks towards Se-han. The chat room for the Raejeon region on the South Korean server becomes chaotic. This happens when users learn how Kim Se-han and Jisoo succeeded in defeating the raid boss. After commending them and Dong-gun, people begin to talk. They question why their local raid boss's attributes were much greater than expected. This makes them suspect that the GM might have played a part in boosting the raid boss's stats. A fellow player asks for the reason behind this suspicion. The player clarifies that others are also saying this because the GM previously defeated Karis. One user proposes sending feedback. They point out the risk that the GM could start harming even player avatars if left unchecked. So, they collectively agree to stop this by sending their feedback. In this way, following the idea from Kim Si-han, Anonymous Player 48, GM Architis was unable to meddle with the Korean server for a period. As a prize for beating the raid boss, Se-han gets Gungi's coat. He reads its description. He then understands that Gungi had reached its ultimate state just before Jisoo delivered the final blow. He is already surprised by this information. Then, Jisoo reveals she has obtained the Dark Gem of Sacred Dissonance in her inventory. After seeing it, Se-han's surprise increases further. He then considers how they could craft a very strong weapon from it. However, he understands that they lack some of the required components. Still, he feels grateful to Architis for this item. Jisoo offers her prize to Se-han. She states that she only delivered the final blow to the raid boss, while he did most of the effort, but he declines to accept it. He tells her to keep it, explaining it could be useful when she eventually finds suitable materials. He also tells her that a gold rank is a sufficient reward for him, as many players participated. Jisoo then states that she also achieved a gold rank. Dong-gun approaches them and announces that he has gotten a silver rank. They find it hard to believe Dong-gun earned a silver rank, as he was mostly fleeing. So he reminds them that he secured the combat zone by moving everyone out. Han Jisoo asks Kim Se-han if her participation in the battle reduced his rank to gold, but he denies this. He explains that if she had not been involved, the fight would have lasted much longer. He then asks Donggun if he has any tasks. Donggun confirms that he does. He considers that it would have been better if Donggun had remained with Hyung-yun. However, he permits him to go, giving a warning. Before heading to Seoul, Jisoo shares her concerns about her mother's location. This causes Se-han to ponder why her mother did not disclose her whereabouts to Jisoo. Se-han then looks at Jisoo. He wonders what would have happened to her if he had not ended her life in her past existence. Therefore, he views her as a significant point. She symbolizes the chance for destinies to change. Some men pull small children along. The children are bound together like animals and are crying. The men think their leaders wanted children for their souls and blood because the leaders are demons. John-shin shows up to find someone who entered his territory without permission. Someone asks who he is, and Shin-jan says he doesn't know. So, he decides to kill everyone present. Min-ae and Tai-lin are walking along the streets holding grocery bags. Tai-lin thanks Min-ae because they could buy more with their points. Min-ae then shows off her gold rating, but she secretly thinks this was only possible because of the magic book Kim Se-han gave her. Then, someone sneaks up behind Minna. Tai-lin helps Min-ae, and Min-ae avoids the man's attack. She changes her hand into a blade and cuts the man's weapon in half. Then she punches his face with a metal fist. The man drops to the ground. His partner sees that the girls are not normal, so he calls all their gang members from the alleys to attack the girls as a group. Suddenly, the first man's eyes change. Min-ae thinks he might be a human-like monster, but Min-ae remains sure of herself. She changes her arms to look like a mantis. She starts cutting their weapons with one swing of her arms. One man tells another to go for Tai-lin. The men run at Tai-lin, but she avoids their attack. Min-soo feels better after seeing that. She runs toward the men to defeat them, but the men quickly get away. After feeling better about what happened, Minna sees that the blood from the hurt or dead gangsters is black. She finds this strange, so she plans to talk about it with Kim Se-han when he comes back. Kim Se-han comes back. Lee Mi-ah tells him how she and Lynn Taylor were attacked by some strange thugs. He considers the situation. He understands that their dark blood means they were demon servants, part of the Dark Sky clan. He wonders why they are wasting time instead of getting stronger. He asks himself if this is because Kim Ju-won is no longer around. Kim Se-han thinks that in his past life, the Dark Sky clan had no power in Seoul because of Kim Ju-won's guild, the Sins. But since the Sins are not present now, the Dark Sky clan has become more powerful. Kim Se-han has accidentally sped up the In Seoul. Lynn Taylor asks Kim Se-han if he knows who those people might be, and he says yes. He looks at Mr. Taylor. He is surprised by Mr. Taylor's worried face, showing concern for his daughter, Lynn Taylor. Then he tells the girls that those thugs were likely connected to a demon, but he says he doesn't know where they are because he never dealt with them in his past life. Jisoo steps closer and says she knows where those thugs could be. She reminds Se-han about her third main mission, which she found very hard to complete. He quickly remembers it because he had to beat Karis back then. She also mentions meeting a dark-blooded person in that place. This makes him understand the situation is very serious, and he asks her to guide him there. Se-han then arrives in Hwagok, located in the Gangseo district of Seoul. He finds it odd that businesses are already open again. He walks up to a shop owner and asks if any children have been kidnapped in the area. The shop owner, who was calm, suddenly becomes scared and unsure after hearing Se-han's question. He then denies anything like that happened and walks away. After several attempts, Se-han shows a picture of Jisoo to a man and asks him about her. The man then agrees to speak inside his shop. The man explains that the guild was not local. He says the woman in the picture completely destroyed the area's original group, which allowed an outside guild to take control easily. The man also reveals that those people warned them to remain silent, or they would lose their businesses. After hearing everything, Se-han understands the full situation. He also realizes those people must be taking children for the Mask of Anguish. In the past, the gods treated the world like their game. Now, demons have also gained supernatural power, allowing them to treat this world as their game too. Gods only choose up to 2 avatars to keep control over them. They pay close attention to each avatar, which leads to them often getting involved. Demons, however, are different from gods. They share their power with many contractors and have a large number of servants, sometimes even an entire guild. Unlike gods, demons do not care about a contractor's talent, skills, or how well they match their power. They only care about the contractor's wish for power and how easily they can be tempted. This means they only care if their servants will follow their orders well. This game is more than just fun for the demons, and all their goals go against human well-being. This shows they are seeking the Mask of Anguish. The Mask of Anguish is made from demon flesh mixed with sadness. The 27th ranking demon, Neveroth, owns it. He gets stronger from human sadness and life energy. He turns these into points to increase the mask's power. Sahan then leaves the shop and decides to destroy the Dark Sky clan. He changes into a crow and begins searching the white building where the shop owner said he would find the demon servants. However, he discovers that all the buildings are white and everyone has dark hair and dark eyes. Because he finds it difficult to locate those men, he goes to a different place to find the boss. Sahan beats down several men from the Dark Sky Guild. Then, other men appear and ask him if he is from the Dark Moon Guild. He juggles his daggers and tells them to get ready to die by his hand. He uses the Eye of the Crows to summon many crows. The crows start confusing the men and he kills them one by one. When the other men begin to fight back, Sahan uses the Shadow Rush technique and avoids their attack. He wonders about the kidnapped children's location. He decides to find them after dealing with all of Neveroth's servants here. Sahan manages to defeat them all and then starts searching for the kidnapped children. He opens the door to the room where the kidnapped children are. One child asks him if he will also take them to that place. Not understanding the child's question, he asks the child what place they mean. The child states that they were promised to be turned into players. Sahan understands that the gang members tricked these children. He explains that no person can become a player, and no one has the ability to make them a player. The child tries to argue, saying he saw other kids become players. Sahan informs him that those children were likely already players. The child gets upset. He then demands Sahan release them if he cannot fulfill his promise. Sahan tells them he was already there to set them free. After setting the children free, he chooses to explore inside the building. He first heads to the 7th floor to check for a manager. Shin Huan sits in a room with a cage before him. He becomes irritated by a loud sound. Suddenly, a man approaches him. The man informs him that their Huagok branch was destroyed. He asks who did it. The man explains that crows obscured the cameras, but it was one man wearing black. Shin Huan considers if it was a minion of a different demon. However, he cannot figure out who it might be. He then proceeds to the 5th floor to meet his boss, Gang Chionu. Chionu instructs him to handle the situation. He also warns him to stay alert. Shin Huan departs, feeling sure because Neveroth refers to him as the most unusual contractor. So, even though he recognizes the significant power of the man who eliminated his gang members, he moves ahead to defeat him. Sahan examines some papers. He learns that the Dark Sky Guild's main location is in the Wan area of Incheon. He then sees the gods' watchful eyes hovering nearby. Their presence makes him feel uneasy. Suddenly, he observes the bright golden eye continues to track him. He questions if it belongs to the witch. However, he believes she would have sent him an avatar invitation by now, similar to what she did in the last playthrough, if it truly belonged to her. Because of this, he chooses to disregard it. He then begins to consider how to deal with the guild members, as there will be many more than in Huagok. After one of the watchful eyes challenges him, he begins his trip to first save the abducted children from the Incheon branch's basement. He knows they are likely using the children to activate the Mask of Anguish. When Sahan reaches the location, he looks out from behind a wall. He sees some men pulling dead children from the basement room. They discuss why the children are dying quicker than anticipated. They then confusedly ask each other what to do with the deceased bodies, as Shin Huan typically handles them. Sahan hears the name Shin Huan. He questions if anyone with that name existed in his prior playthrough. After understanding he could not gather much information from behind the wall, he shows himself to the men. They mistake him for a new person because of his black clothing, so they instruct him to assist with the bodies. However, Sahan quickly cuts their throats. Sahan approaches a dead body. He finds it odd that the deceased girl has a calm look. He remembers that the Mask of Anguish takes in the sorrow of its victim. This leads to the victim's terrible demise. He also observes that the power gathered in the mask is much less than it should be. Suddenly, Sahan spots a gas orb that causes stasis. This shows that someone used their item in this place. He questions who might have tried to save the children. However, he chooses to rescue the children first. Gang Chionu becomes very angry when he learns that Huan has not yet located the wanted man. Despite this, he chooses to request more time from Neveroth to collect the children once more. He believes this individual serves a demon, based on the clothes described and the crows nearby. However, he understands that no one less powerful than Huan could confront him. This causes Kionu's informant to question Huan's abilities. The informant talks about this with Kionu, but Kionu rejects these ideas. Suddenly, Kionu sees many crows outside his window. They smash the window glass and fly into the room. Kionu's informant informs him that bombs are tied to each crow's foot. As soon as they notice this, the entire building blows up with the bombs. Huan is riding his motorcycle when he learns that the base suffered an attack. Neveroth informs him that the entire building exploded, and the mask is buried under the debris. They had previously thought the player would also take the mask along with the children. Then, Neveroth states that the Crow constellation recently changed. Someone killed the former Crow constellation and gained its power. The constellation's position remains vacant because the killer is not yet prepared to claim it. Huan asks if he knows the killer's identity. Neveroth confirms this, explaining that the killer is a very well-known player. The man states he cannot enter the gods' forums because he is a demon. Huan collects details about the player. Realizing the player will not willingly face him in a fight, Huan chooses to create a scenario where the player must fight. Huan requests Neveroth to reveal the location of the player's teammates. However, Neveroth advises him to first retrieve the mask from their base to guarantee his win against the strong player. Neveroth then assists Huan in obtaining the mask. After that, he guides Huan to the home of Saihan's teammate. Mina observes the heavy rain and dries her hair, mentioning how hard it is raining. Lin approaches, offering Mina some warm tea. Mina thanks Lin and asks if she knows Jisoo's whereabouts. Lin replies that Jisoo is still outdoors. Mina states that Jisoo must be keeping watch even during the rain. Taylor sighs, explaining that he truly cannot understand these powers. Mina replies that it is as simple as moving his hands. Taylor sighs once more, saying he still doesn't grasp it. Mina gazes at him with resolve, stating she will assist him in understanding it. Suddenly, Lin drops and breaks a plate while looking out the window. Mina asks if Lin is injured or if she was frightened by the lightning. Lin shakes, saying something dreadful is coming towards them. Dark shadows appear near their door. As their door opens, Huan is standing there. Mina wonders if he is a friend of Saihan. He strikes her face. Mina takes a fighting pose, wondering who this person might be. He strikes her again. Mina thinks about how it still hurts, even though she protected herself with mithril. He approaches her, telling her to remain still so he can finish it fast. Mina changes into her other form, and then attacks him, but he avoids her attacks. As he prepares to hit Mina, Taylor blocks his punch. Taylor then teases him, saying he seems to know how to fight. Taylor adds that it's a pity because he must have been quite powerful before the game started. Huan gets into position and states that he is in a rush because they all must die. Taylor laughs and says that won't happen since he has a daughter to look after. They both begin fighting. Meanwhile, at the Dark Sky clan, the crow looks at the bomb he created with admiration. He thinks about how calling crows gave him a small headache. He considers that others can get the mask on their own. The eye continues to bother him, so he moves closer to it and asks what is wrong. The eye informs him that her avatar is in danger. Huan now stands silently, looking at Mina's and Taylor's unconscious bodies. He considers how things could have gone badly if their stats were stronger. He sees Lin crying over Taylor, telling her father to wake up. This sight reminds him of his own younger self. He quickly pushes away these thoughts as a voice interrupts him, telling him not to kill the child. The voice tells him that she possesses amazing potential, and magic this pure makes a great offering. He asks if he can do as he wishes with the others. After receiving a yes, he tells Lin to come with him. Lin appears hesitant, so he says that this is the only way she can keep her father and Mina alive. Lin stands up, looks at her father, and then moves towards Huan to go with him, hoping to save their lives. He quickly knocks her out by hitting her head from behind. He then holds her limp body. As he prepares to move away with her, Jisoo attacks him with a hatchet. He asks if she also lives with them. Jisoo responds with another attack, which surprises Huan with her quickness. He believes she is quicker than him. Huan attacks her wrist, but she avoids it. He thinks her wrist should have been broken. He considers how unnatural she is. Jisoo asks why he is moving so strangely while avoiding her attacks. He replies that her movements seem stranger to him. He tells her it is a boxing sway move. Jisoo cracks her neck and takes a boxing stance. Huan looks at her, clicks his tongue, and gets into position as well, saying it is bothering him. Jisoo throws a punch at him, and Huan dodges it with the same speed. He tries to copy her attack, and she barely dodges it. Huan snickers, figuring that Jisoo only knows how to aim for the head. However, since she is naturally skilled, this could become dangerous. He considers ending the fight with a last strike. He then throws a direct punch at her. Jisoo blocks his punch while also throwing one back. He staggers back, thinking about how quickly she performed that move. He decides it's best to go before the situation becomes harder. At the same time, Jisoo stumbles from her spot, and Huan lets out a disappointed groan. Huan climbs onto his motorcycle, bringing Lin along. He then considers how absurd it is that Jisoo is following him so quickly, even though he's on a bike, and how she's gaining speed every moment. Just as Jisoo was about to reach him, he shifts the gears and drives away. A voice mocks him, stating this is the final time it will assist Huan because Jisoo must not be permitted to spoil the main event. He arrives at the Incheon port. The voice then informs him that crows will arrive there shortly. Huan considers Taylor, Mina, and Lin, believing they must all be linked somehow. Next, he thinks about Jisoo. The demon's voice teases him once more, instructing him to put on a mask. The demon states that it is helping Hwan only because it doesn't wish to locate another pawn, and it will end their agreement the moment Hwan fails. Hwan informs the demon that he will decide after he sees the person. At that moment, the crow appears. Hwan believes he has seen this person before in an MMA fighting ring, so he concludes the crow must be a fighter. The crow asks why he took the child. Hwan replies that it was the most effective method to remove him. The crow inquires if this is due to what he did to the Dark Sky clan. Hwan nods and states he has matters to resolve with him, feeling a powerful presence from the crow. The crow explains that his friends were attacked by a demon's servants previously. Because of this, he chose to eliminate everything connected to demons before they could create trouble. Hwan assumes his combat stance. The crow observes how Hwan's hands changed, wondering if Hwan can alter his body parts in this manner. They begin their one-on-one fight, both exchanging punches without using weapons. Suddenly, the crow launches an unexpected strike at Hwan and breaks his hand. The demon then scolds Hwan for not wearing a mask. The demon expresses regret for trusting a human once more. Hwan questions if he is truly deserving of wearing the mask of anguish. The demon becomes angry, stating that if Hwan cannot accept it, then it will force him to wear it. The demon asks if Hwan understands the distinction between an agreement with a demon and one with a god. At that moment, Hwan begins to shake. The demon then informs him that demons possess the ability to impose their will on others. Hwan puts on the mask of anguish, even though he doesn't want to. The demon then announces that watching him fight like a weak person was becoming dull. Hwan screams as the mask attaches itself to him. The crow then considers how this situation could be troublesome. The crow thinks that Hwan's abilities might now be similar to his own, especially since Hwan is wearing the mask that always troubles him. The crow quickly moves to Lin and holds her tightly. He looks at Hwan, who is laughing as the mask takes charge of him, stating how pleasant it feels to be in control. The mask introduces itself as Neveroth, the 27th ranked demon. Neveroth laughs, remarking that it is quite enjoyable to take control of matters personally in this way. The crow finally draws his sword. He directly challenges Neveroth to begin, explaining that he doesn't want Lin to wait in the rain for too long. Neveroth calls the crow an arrogant human. He then asks if it's true that the crow defeated Karas, because Neveroth believes that couldn't possibly be true. Neveroth claims it would be impossible for him to beat a constellation with that level of power. Hwan rushes towards Neveroth. The crow considers that the mask is not entirely finished, but its pure power is still very strong. The crow then moves closer to Neveroth. They both begin a series of swings and dodges. The crow believes he can easily handle these movements. The crow manages to bring his sword near Hwan's neck, but the sword shatters into fragments when it makes contact. Neveroth laughs, saying he is quite powerful for a human. He then strikes him with his claws, adding that he still cannot defeat a demon. The crow soon observes that Neveroth's movements have become slower than before. Seeing this, he strikes again, and Hwan stumbles backward. The crow realizes that if this is true, he is merely a target at this moment. He considers how Neveroth is able to stop the body from being cut with his abilities, but he still feels the pain. The crow stops, seeing Neveroth continue to laugh. He considers that his rank in the ladder holds some significance. Neveroth says that he was not arrogant without reason, so he is able to fight quite effectively. He is about to finish his sentence when he suddenly drops to the ground. The demon confusingly asks what is happening, adding that he cannot move. At that moment, Hwan says that he must have been severely defeated within the same body. Neveroth asks how he can still speak like this. Hwan answers that his mind is now clear after being defeated so severely. Neveroth says that he can still maintain control as long as he wears the mask. Hwan breathes out, then slams his face on the ground with great power. The crow watches the scene. Considering if Hwan has regained his awareness, he is then resisting the demon's mind control. He considers this sight to be very strange. The demon continues to scream, mocking Hwan by asking if he believes he can break the mask. A demon's artifact can only be broken by the demon itself, a being of equal or higher standing, or the demon's contractor. The demon shouts, asking if he understands that he is essentially ending their contract by breaking the demon artifact. Hwan grabs the mask and tugs at it. He states that he knows Neveroth was planning to abandon him regardless, so he will discard him first before Neveroth can. Hwan turns to face the crow. The crow asks if he still intends to fight him. Hwan says that the demon was not involved in their fight. The crow considers that he still wishes to avenge his boss, whose face he cannot even recall. Hwan tears off the mask, then feels glad his stats remain unchanged. Hwan dodges the attacks and observes he can now see movements very clearly. However, the crow still manages to knock him away and states that luck was not on Hwan's side. Hwan drops from the sky, lands in water, and floats gently on its surface. The crow laughs and says Hwan must be very fortunate then. Hwan opens his eyes, wondering how he is still alive after the fall, just as someone floats above him. He sees a girl holding an umbrella, and she welcomes him back. She tells him he has caught her attention. He asks who she is. She answers that she is Azazel, one of the 7 prime demons of hell. Meanwhile, in a building in Gangnam, Seoul, Genesis Guildmaster Park holds a meeting. He discusses forming an alliance with Outrising Guildmaster Gang and Crimson Spider Lily Guildmaster Lee. Park suggests an alliance with Gang because of the Uprising's power struggle against the waning Crescent. However, Gang sees Park's guild as a bigger threat to himself. Meanwhile, Lee becomes weary of the arguments between Gang and Sahan. Gang gets frustrated, but Park calms him. Besides the alliance, Park brought the 2 guildmasters together to talk about the main quest. Much time has passed since the update, and there is no sign of a main quest. However, Park feels there have been clues about it. He believes the many dungeons that have appeared recently are hinting at their next main quest. Park observes that guilds have been fighting more often due to the increase in dungeons. He thinks the next main quest will be a competition between guilds for these dungeons. Therefore, he suggests not a complete alliance, but only a truce, so they do not fight each other. Players can form guilds after the 4th main quest. Then, they can buy guild houses in a city's central area to mark them as safe zones. Park's first plan was to create his guild later. Since the members were already getting too much attention from the gods, his original plan was to join another guild as a mercenary. However, meeting John Shin changed his plan. Park then realized he needed a safe zone to protect himself from intruders and observers. Meanwhile, Sahan's friends are surprised when they see the tall building. Sahan tells them his first plan was to buy it later. He also tells them it will be good for them to stay away from the observers. They all go inside the building to discuss the details. As they walk inside, Sahan notices that Jisoo has been sad lately. Jisoo tells him she is upset because she failed to protect everyone. The incident reminded Jisoo of her weaknesses. She feels she needs to learn more techniques instead of only depending on her stats and abilities. Sahan is surprised to see Jisoo wanting to become stronger than she is now. However, his encounter with John Shin affected him. The ground was blown away, so Sahan did not pursue John Shin. Then, something interfered and stopped Sahan's attack on John Shin. Sahan thinks only a demon could have directly stepped in like that. He believes if the demon was powerful enough to stop his attacks, it could be one of the 7 deadly demons from the Dark Realm. Mina asks Sahan about the start time for the next main quest. Sahan replies that he will inform them once everyone is together. Everyone gathers, and then Sahan informs them about the competition. He acknowledges their worries, stating they are correct to believe that more dungeons alone do not prove his idea. Sahan then explains the concept of a dungeon imprint. Once a dungeon receives an imprint, only its linked group can go inside. Currently, there are no limits on who can enter dungeons, but Sahan thinks this might change soon. Because of this, it would be helpful for them to conquer as many dungeons as they can. Also, dungeons provide a steady source of resources, points, and experience for players to improve. This means it could be a big chance for a guild to control Seoul. This is a tough competition, and several guilds have already formed in Seoul. Sahan has brought everyone together to discuss their involvement in the guild. Everyone agrees to join Sahan's guild, but Luke and Lin do not. They feel they are not powerful enough to take part. However, Sahan shows them that he really wants them to join. He knows Lin is the most skilled player currently alive. Luke is also fit to be a god's chosen avatar, and he even became the strongest player in the previous playthrough, though only for a short time. Luke agrees to follow Sahan because he sees Sahan as a hero. Luke always wanted to be a hero himself, but he feels he already failed after losing one time. Mina asks Sahan if she can choose the guild's name if he hasn't picked one yet. Sahan tells her he has already decided, and the name is Deicide, which means Destroyer of the Gods. Sue stands in the basement of the Deicide headquarters. He is impressed by the smell of the new building. Meanwhile, Sahan and Jisoo keep training in the gym. As he trains closely with Jisoo, he notices her killing intent is not small. He can sense it even though she is holding back, and her ability to control it is remarkable. Jisoo keeps trading punches until Sahan ends up trapped against a wall. Jisoo throws a punch, and Sahan has no way to get away. Jisoo slams her punch into the wall, then she decides to stop the training. Jisoo could not land a single hit on Sahan. This makes her wonder where he learned to fight. Sahan wonders why she is asking that question now, especially since she has watched him fight many times, but Jisoo thinks watching and actually fighting are not the same. However, Jisoo now understands how she should. Suddenly, Mina runs into the training gym. Sahan decides to have Jisoo spar later. He asks Mina why she is there. Mina informs him that the egg incubator made a strange trumpet sound. Sahan smiles happily. He understands the Kirin's egg is finally hatching. Sahan and Mina wait for the egg to hatch. Suddenly, the system tells them the egg has hatched. The first Kirin child is born. Sahan then unlocks an achievement for being a beast tamer. Mina sees the small baby in front of her. She immediately picks him up. A Kirin child is born from a mix of a prodigy's blood and a Kirin's mythical powers. A Kirin child grows to look like a teenager within 1 month. After that, they grow like a normal human until they reach their 20s. However, a Kirin child has a kind nature. They can still be corrupted, and their lives are shaped by how they are raised. Mina becomes very protective of the small baby. She decides to name the little girl Bexel. This is because Bexel is white like snow. She leaves to show the baby to everyone. Sahan decides it is best to leave the baby with Mina for now. Meanwhile, Sahan tells everyone they must remember the different scoring system for each dungeon. No one can join this dungeon race if they are not part of a guild. Higher placements lead to better rewards. The number of points depends on the dungeon they imprint. Jisoo thinks it will be difficult for their small guild to compete. However, Sahan does not plan to take all the dungeons. He only wants to focus on dungeons that give many points. However, Mina wonders how Sahan knows which dungeons are worth more. She infiltrated the 3 major guilds that used to control these dungeons. She found out that even those guilds do not know about the worth. Mina only learned that Genesis was the only guild doing anything. They were only studying the dungeon patterns. Sahan agrees there is a pattern in how dungeons appear. He shows his team a map of recent dungeon spawns. He checked these spawns with his crows over the week. Luke does not believe the map alone can show the worth. Sahan assures him they have all the necessary information. Sahan tells him the dungeons are appearing in a constellation pattern. He points towards Lyre and the herdsman. He tells them these are only worth a maximum of 3 points. The hint is that future quests will relate to constellations. If they want the best rewards, Sahan believes they should go to the dungeon at the brightest star of the zodiac. This dungeon should be worth 10 points. Sahan believes Mina will be the most important person in this quest. He does not explain why. He chooses Changgu to go with him. He tells Jisoo to fight other players as little as possible. Sahan leaves the bad guys to Jisoo. However, he tells her to avoid attracting too much notice. Suddenly, Sahan gets a message. He realizes it is from the Witch of Dreams. This person used him as their avatar in his previous playthrough. The players continue chatting eagerly about the contest. Then, an anonymous person joins their chat. This person gives them information about the dungeons. The Norse beauty suggests the Foreseer's avatar join her guild, but the anonymous person says no. He then starts telling them about the dungeons in the Gangnam region, explaining their value. The Norse beauty states she will take those dungeons for herself. Another person then asks about dungeons in Gangseo. The anonymous user intends to share details about dungeons worth 3 to 5 points, and sometimes mention a 10-point dungeon to earn their confidence. However, he senses that Tyr understands his intentions because he is only showing interest in 12 Zodiac dungeons. The anonymous person then understands that the Genesis Guildmaster also knows everything. After sharing all the details, Sahan chooses to deal with the message sent by the Witch of Dreams. Each god receives 10 messages to send to players each month. It's unusual for a god to use these few messages on a regular player like Sahan. He also never received messages like this in his past life. Sahan is surprised when the goddess keeps sending him messages. The goddess does not agree with other gods who believe Sahan has already made his choice. She recognizes his power is entirely human and finds it impressive. She asks Sahan to be her avatar and pledges to make him the champion. Sahan feels relieved that she has no memories of his past life. However, he does not want to repeat that outcome, so he turns down the goddess's offer. The goddess respects Sahan's decision, but offers to always assist him if he requires it. At the same time, Mina waits, as Sahan had told her to conceal herself near the gate. She observes many people gathering around the dungeon, which makes her understand Sahan was correct. Mina changes into a fly and attaches herself to the mercenaries getting ready to go into the dungeon. They form a group, leaving one line of people behind to watch for other guilds, and then they leap through the gate. The mercenaries remind each other to be careful as they go inside. Mina flies to the far end of the dungeon and changes back into her human shape. She pulls out bombs and places a metal pipe on the ground. Mina attaches the bombs to the cave walls and sets them off. A large explosion happens, making the walls collapse and block the path. The metal pipe, meanwhile, makes sure she has an exit. Mina now just needs to follow the path and complete the dungeon. Elsewhere, in a different spot, a group of people celebrate finding the dungeon gate. They pause before entering, concerned that the main guilds might spot them. However, their leader assures them that no one would come into this specific area. The leader is happy, thinking he might even get a higher rank for discovering the dungeon. Suddenly, Jisoo enters and is surprised to find the dungeon surrounded surrounded by many people. One of the men informs his master that he allowed her to enter. The master smiles slyly and tells his men to grab her. As the men hold Jisoo, they begin shaking with fear, understanding they cannot even make her budge. Jisoo sees the moon tattoo on their arms. She understands they are part of the Waning Crescent Guild. She counts 34 individuals from their group. Their faces become pale with fear. At the same time, Jisoo's eyes turn red, showing her intent to kill. Meanwhile, Park finds out he is in second place, just as he intended. His strategy is to allow the Outrising to be ahead for 1 week. After that, he plans to build their own lead. He understands that the Outrising and the Crimson Spider Lily are unaware of the constellation pattern. However, Deicide is tied with his guild. No one, not even God, knows anything about them. Park sees that Deicide is in second place. He then realizes they must also know about the constellation patterns. He decides it's best to watch them closely. Meanwhile, Sehun keeps observing his own plans. The 3 large guilds are taking the small dungeons. Mina has secured 2 high-point dungeons for them. Jisoo has also scored a 5.1. This brings Deicide's total to 25 points. Taylor and Changgu also appear to be doing well. At the same time, Lin approaches Sehun. She asks to hold Bexel, but Sehun tells her Bexel is too heavy for her at this moment. She then asks him to train her like he trained Jisoo. Sehun declines. He tells her that knowing herself is her initial step. Lin does not understand Sehun's words, but the fact is, regular training is not right for Lin. She gains strength simply by watching their fights. She needs to realize this before she trains. Bexel suddenly lets out bubbles. These bubbles make Lin feel refreshed right away. Bexel was born just 2 days prior. She is already using magic. Bexel sneezes. She then shoots a laser from her horn. This surprises Sehun because he has never seen a Kirin perform such an action before. Sehun and Changgu begin their journey. Sehun thinks the Genesis should try to reach out to them soon. He believes Genesis will contact them first. This is because Genesis thinks they are the only ones who know about the constellation pattern. Deicide taking all the high point dungeons must have gotten their notice. However, Sehun does not intend to meet them right away. Changgu worries he is not the best choice at this moment. He thinks Sehun could find someone more suitable for his travels, but Sehun reassures him that it's good. He says anyone better than Changgu would likely be chosen as an avatar. Sehun checks his party window. He realizes he can now add another party member. He thinks about Jisoo because she has become strong. Sehun and Changgu keep going on their journey. They do this before Mina gets upset with them for being idle. However, Changgu is surprised. He believed Sehun would only go for 10-point dungeons. This one is only 5 points. Sehun tells him that Genesis is watching all the high-point dungeons. He adds that a small point reward is not bad. This is because the points for monsters do not vary much. They arrive at the dungeon gate. Sehun tells Changgu to put his weapons away. He wants to test the A-rank gear he created using the Code of the Night and the Gungi hide. Meanwhile, people gather to view the guild ranking. They are surprised. Deicide, a guild no one knows anything about, is ranked first. Park, Gang, and Lee meet again. They discuss their plans. Park informs them that Deicide has been claiming all their dungeons, but they lack any proof to back up their hunches. They sense someone is watching them. Gang also suspects a man has been following them lately, but they cannot locate him. Park believes this person must be a Deicide member gathering information. Gang then expresses anger that Genesis is now at the top of the leaderboards, as Outrising had been ahead by 20 points. Park acts innocent and states they have simply been fortunate that the dungeons they mark are worth many points. He then advises them to concentrate on Deicide, explaining it would be shameful if the 3 guilds continue this way. Park reminds them they only have 2 weeks left until the quest concludes. He proposes they stop hunting dungeons and instead try to identify Deicide's allies. At the same time, their guild members should guard the remaining dungeons. Lee then mentions that she has already been doing this, but Deicide still manages to steal from them. Park explains that Deicide has also been targeting low-point dungeons, while they only protect the high-point ones. Lee and Gang agree with Park that now is the correct moment to search for Deicide. They decide to stop hunting dungeons for the time being. In return, Park pledges to locate Deicide. Meanwhile, Sahan keeps watching the dungeons and notices the active guards. He understands the guild masters are now more eager to find him. He chooses to grant their wish and visit them. Sahan stands outside the Genesis's safe zone. Since many guards are patrolling the dungeons, it is simpler for him to enter. He walks inside looking for someone to guide him to the guildmaster. Sahan uses his Shadow Rush ability to conceal himself. He then approaches Gaeun Hong stealthily. However, Gaeun spots him before he can get close. She swings her sword, but Sahan blocks the attack. Sahan attempts to introduce himself. Gaeun, however, refuses to listen and begins swinging her sword. As Gaeun swings her weapon, Sahan easily avoids it. She then understands he is not a typical intruder. Sahan insists they should talk. Gaeun drops her sword. She then reveals another weapon, which surprises Sahan. Sahan. He is astonished to see a whip sword in her hand. Gaeun keeps attacking with her whip sword, but Sahan dodges repeatedly. He tosses her sword at her to make her drop her weapon, but Gaeun pulls out a dagger. Sahan is shocked to see she has so many different weapons. After some fighting, Gaeun drops to her knees, admitting she lost. Sahan informs her he only came to speak with her guildmaster, acting for the Deicide Guild. Gaeun is shocked by this news, and agrees to lead Sahan to her guildmaster. Sahan is impressed by how quickly Gaeun brought him to her guildmaster. Park does not believe Sahan is from Deicide, so Sahan mentions the constellation to him. Park is shocked. He realizes only a few people know this secret, and asks Sahan to sit down. Park instructs Gaeun to go rest. Gaeun wants to stay, but Park insists, and she goes. After a short conversation, Park inquires why Sahan is here. Sahan explains he was the one who sent the invitation. Since Sahan knows the constellation pattern, Park thinks Sahan came to ask them to surrender their power over the dungeons. However, Sahan wants them to keep managing the dungeon, but requests Park to keep their discussion private, as others might react badly. Park questions Sahan's reason for wanting them to manage the dungeons. Sahan presents a map to him and warns him to avoid 2 dungeons in Seoul and 16 more in the surrounding area completely. Park considers the warning a threat, then he sees the Scorpius pattern. Sahan explains that bombs were placed inside these dungeons, and the pieces of the dangerous Scorpius are now spread across the dungeons, and even Sahan doesn't know the exact bomb locations. Without going into specifics, Sahan informs Park about a monster in the Scorpius dungeons that could cause massive destruction in Seoul. Park does not believe Sahan and demands proof. Sahan provides Park with trustworthy information. Sahan does not want the event from his past life to happen again, so he must earn Park's trust now. Among all the things Sahan went through in his last life, this was the worst, and he must prevent it completely. Sahan is unsure of the exact start. An unknown guild entered the dungeons, and the monsters escaped and caused chaos. Sahan believes the publishers made them for the gods' amusement. After the scorpions drained all the players' energy, they emerged onto the ground, and that started the devastation. 2 scorpions came out of the star pieces of Antares. In just 1 week, they destroyed a third of Seoul. This event badly affected the Outrising and the Crimson Tiger Lily. Genesis then needed to change their teams. This problem greatly slowed down the number of players in Seoul, and eventually the whole of Korea was affected by it. Sahan must stop this from happening again. He hopes that 2 of the 18 dungeons linked to Scorpius are still what caused this event. Park did not completely believe Sahan until his scout sent him a message. This message confirmed the mithril deposit Sahan talked about. Park continues to wonder how Sahan knew about the deposit and what Sahan's role is in Deicide. Since it is mithril and Sahan is ready to give up the deposit, Park thinks Deicide might have something even better. Sahan understands that Park finds the situation hard to grasp. Actually, Deicide already possesses 2 mithril ores and a refined iron deposit, so Sahan does not lose much. Park understands that stopping these monsters is the most important task, but Sahan explains that this is precisely why he wants Park to keep watching the dungeons for some time. Park proposes telling other guilds about the threat, but Sahan says that the other groups would not simply trust him and obey his commands. Park then asks Sahan if he already knew that the other guilds would take charge of the dungeons. Sahan tells him that he had other options if they had not done so. Noticing Sahan's certainty about having various plans, Park questions if this is pride or self-assurance. However, after seeing Sahan's strength, Park chooses to believe him. Park knows that if Sahan cannot stop it, then no one else has a hope. Park offers to help Sahan whenever necessary to repay their obligation for the mithril deposit. Sahan then departs. Park feels surprised as Sahan suddenly disappears. Park understands that Sahan could kill anyone he wished. Meanwhile, Sahan arrives at Deicide's main base. The scorpions pose a threat, but they are not as dangerous as a sentinel. Sahan thinks he could stop them with the right preparations. He puts on the mask that Co made. It is a unique gas mask created from mithril mixed with 8 other substances. This mask lets the wearer breathe easily, even in very poisonous gases. Sahan thinks the masks are excellent. Currently, SEO has produced 5 of them. Sahan offers to purchase something for Co as a prize, but Co says he is already content with the workshop. However, since Sahan is the one gaining from this workshop, Co decides to give him a present later. Sahan is also very pleased with the fierce coat of the night that Co created for him. All its statistics are A-ranked, and it includes the Gungi ability's wings. However, Co questions why Sahan is covering all his gear with mithril, even though refined iron is more durable. Sahan informs him that mithril's characteristics are the reason. He offers little explanation explanation, understanding that Seo can deduce the remaining details. Seo questions if he will proceed by himself this time, but Sahan states he cannot, as there isn't sufficient time. The system might interfere at any second, so they must act quickly. Sahan then determines it's the right moment. Mina and Sehan come together to inspect the dungeons. Sahan informs Mina that they won't need to explore every dungeon, as he will guide them on which ones to enter. He requests Luke to watch over the other players and gives him a bracelet he obtained from completing a dungeon. Luke attempts to use it, but the bracelet is locked because it belongs to Sehan. Sahan starts his search using his crows and locates the star powers at the 5th and 12th dungeons. Sahan notices that one of the dungeons has not yet completely formed its entrance. He thinks this must be the final dungeon, containing the brightest star of Scorpius. The entrance will require a few days to fully appear, so Sahan proposes leaving it untouched for the moment. They first examine the dungeon directly before them and discover it is full of individuals. Mina has the ability to change form and go inside, but she ponders what the others will do. Sehan assures her he will handle them before proceeding. Mina is taken aback by the wicked look on Sehan's face. Jisoo volunteers to perform the task. She previously only targeted villains, but she is now prepared to act quickly. Sehan advises Jisoo to always consider her actions before taking a life, even if it seems required. He understands Jisoo is currently perilous. She had been holding back the Celestial Slayer's abilities until this moment, but Sehan senses she is different now. Therefore, Sehan gets ready to manage it personally. Sehan swiftly moves through the soldiers, which astonishes Mina. They all proceed into the dungeon, and even though it appears ordinary, Sehan recommends putting on masks. Changu understands that the creatures in this dungeon must be unique if such safety measures are needed. At the same time, near the entrance of the 18th dungeon, Luke keeps watching the entry point, just as Sehan instructed. Unexpectedly, Luke gets a message from the goddess, causing him worry. The dungeon's development suddenly speeds up. Luke understands this must mean the publisher or GM could have interfered, exactly as Sehan foresaw. He considers telling Sehan, but then the dungeon captures his focus. Its distinct look makes him think this dungeon is worth 10 points. The dungeon's look also grabs Gang's attention. He begins to feel greedy. His people warn him not to break their agreement. However, Gang believes one dungeon will not cause issues. Gang grows impatient because he has seen the Genesis near other dungeons as well. He chooses to go into the dungeon. He tells half of his soldiers to remain behind, and the rest follow him. At the same time, Sehan's group meets some monsters. The monsters leap at them, but Changu calmly kills them. While they stand still, another monster attacks them. Changu calmly pulls out his sword and cuts the monster in two. Changu became this powerful because Sehan gave him a boost. Mina gets excited hearing about the boost and asks Sehan to boost her too. Sehan says no because he has a different plan for her. Sehan plans for her to train with Jisoo. He thinks only a gifted person can teach another gifted person. He believes Mina will become much stronger after weekly sparring sessions. Finally, they arrive at a spot where a large crystal floats in the air. Sehan understands he has at last located the energy of a star. He grabs a spear and tells everyone to check their masks for any gaps. Sehan pushes the spear into the crystal. A large light appears around the crystal. The crystal begins to crack and a huge scorpion emerges from it. The scorpion's toxic mist almost destroyed Soul's player population in Sehan's previous game. The harm was severe because normal gas masks did not work against it. Sehan tells his friends they can fight this creature. He says it is weaker than a sentinel, and they also need to defeat another one. The group gets ready to fight and pulls out their weapons. Then, Sehan suddenly gets a message. Inside the 18th dungeon, Gang's soldiers are happy to discover moderate mana stones. Before this, they had only found smaller mana stones. Gang thinks these mana stones are impressive. He believes they could make gear with them to do better than other guilds. The mana stones confirm Gang's choice to collect items from the dungeons. He thinks Genesis broke the agreement first, so he does not have to follow it. Gang's men call him when his scouts discover a huge hole. Gang then follows them inside. Luke keeps watching the guild's actions. He knows they are in danger if they continue deeper into the dungeon. Normally, the goddess would have told Luke to rescue these people, and he would have obeyed. Instead, the goddess desperately tries to get Luke away from the danger. Luke understands that if he goes with them, the Outrising's guildmaster will be too strong for him, and he might not be able to assist. The goddess tells Luke to go, but he will not leave the civilians behind. The goddess attempts to persuade Luke that these people are players, not civilians, and they are more powerful than him. Despite this, Luke possesses a soldier's spirit, and he sees sees the players as civilians. Luke's happiest time after the world transformed was when the goddess picked him as her avatar and said he had a hero's heart. The goddess admired Luke's bravery and heroic actions. Then she offered to partner with him. As Astria's avatar, the goddess of justice, Luke thinks it would be ridiculous to turn away. Meanwhile, Gang stands looking at the crystal, believing it is the dungeon's imprinting stone. Luke bursts in and tells them to leave quickly because a monster is about to emerge from the crystal. The crystal begins to crack. Gang does not believe Luke, but then he gets a message telling him to evacuate. But now they are too late. The crystal breaks apart, and the scorpion comes out of its shell. Antares the Scorpius did not expect the rift to appear so quickly. He grew interested in the game because the crow constellation, Charis, died, and then a human took Charis's place. So when someone asked Antares to provide some of his scorpions for the game, he chose to join in person too. However, the 12 constellations of the zodiac were beings with mid-level or higher divine power. Antares' power needed to be adjusted based on the difficulty, and this caused the current situation. Antares begins causing destruction in the dungeon. His reduced power is, at most, only a minor problem. The players begin to run away, and Antares chooses to save his poisonous mist for later. He identifies Luke as Virgo's avatar, but he does not think Luke is special. The game started some time ago, but Antares still does not believe a player should be able to defeat a constellation yet. He believes there must be a unique method, but only the person who beat Charis can explain it. Antares begins crushing everyone. He swings an attack at Kang, and then Luke steps in and blocks it. Antares now understands that an avatar is special. Kang and Luke barely manage to withstand the attack. Kang's arm breaks from the hit, and he then realizes he was too greedy. Luke tells Kang to get away, but Kang insists on remaining. But then Kang understands they both cannot fight this monster, and he chooses to depart. Antares is impressed by Luke's selfless act, but he is still not merciful. Antares swings another punch, but Luke stops it. Luke struggles to stay standing, and he understands this is the finish. In his final moments, Luke thinks about Lin and knows the guild will look after her. Luke is close to giving up. Then the goddess suddenly asks him to be her messenger. Antares is shocked and irritated because Astrea never made such a promise, not even in the age of mythology. Luke is surprised the goddess wants him to be her messenger. Antares is surprised by Astrea's offer, but his shock increases when Luke's bracelet suddenly shines. A voice tells the goddess to pause her choice. Antares is surprised by this sudden arrival, but he's even more surprised by Seihan's power as Seihan stops Antares' claw with one hand. Seihan tells Astrea that Luke is suitable to be her messenger, but Astrea knows it should not happen. Astrea is surprised by how Seihan knows this information. Seihan adds that because she only offered to save Luke's life, the offer is no longer necessary. Seihan knew the recall bracelet would be helpful. Luke wonders if Seihan believes he is not good enough to be the goddess's messenger. But the truth is, Luke is too perfect to be her messenger, but his human body cannot handle that power. In the last playthrough, Luke's body shattered because he used Astrea's power completely, and Seihan will not let that occur again. Luke thanks Seihan for saving his life, and Seihan tells Luke to rest while Seihan takes care of the rest. Antares feels insulted seeing them talk so casually, but Seihan knows Antares is here to learn how Seihan defeated Charis, so Seihan decides to show him. Antares and Seihan keep trading punches, but because a regular constellation like Charis lost most of its powers, Antares, a top-tier constellation, should have been weakened even more. Seihan uses his proof of transcendence and strikes Antares. The Scorpius feels insulted by being thought of as less powerful, but the truth is, Seihan put a lot of power into his attack, but Antares' armor is tough. Seihan begins hitting the joints instead. Antares lets out the poison mist. Seihan tells Jisoo to aim for the head. Jisoo leaps from above and hits Antares' head. Seihan takes his opportunity to hit the Scorpius' eyes, and Luke also joins the battle. However, Antares understands that this battle is serious, and he finds Seihan extremely powerful. Antares wonders about Seihan's special powers, since Seihan has no unique gear. Antares feels embarrassed and wants to use his inherited powers. Antares releases a toxic mist all around. Seihan, however, knows Antares should understand this poison won't affect them. Seihan suddenly understands something as Antares flees through a floor opening. Seihan warns everyone to be careful, stating Antares will strike from below. Antares' tail then emerges from the hole, trying to hit them. They manage to avoid the attack. Seihan understands Antares is finding their positions by sensing ground vibrations. He asks Jisoo to keep Antares occupied. Seihan then asks Luke to call forth the goddess, explaining he wants to use the power of the seventh sign. Luke calls the goddess. Seihan then requests her to summon Libra, the goddess's seventh sign. Astrea understands Seihan won't explain how he knows this. She refuses to grant Libra's power if Luke is meant to use it. Seihan promises Luke will not control Libra's power. The goddess then agrees to summon Libra. Jisoo keeps Antares busy. Seihan asks her to continue doing so for a bit longer. Seihan then applies an orichalcum coating to Antares' claws. Luke understands his role and identifies the target. Luke attempts to call forth his power, but he feels choked just trying to say the ability's name. Finally, he gathers his strength and summons Libra's scale, belonging to the goddess. At the same time, Park and Gaeun gaze upwards at the sky. They realize the light comes from the outrising area. Park sees the sky shining and doesn't understand what is happening. He questions if this is why Seihan told him to avoid the dungeons. A bright light then moves down into the dungeon. Antares is shocked they managed to summon Libra. Antares knows no one present has any divine power. This makes him wonder why they would summon it. Luke struggles to hold on as the scale finally comes down. Seihan, hidden from view, observes the scale glowing. It then begins to vanish because no one is using it. Seihan realizes Luke must have passed out, but he completed his task effectively. Seihan then takes his turn, sending fire down on Antares. Seihan leaps towards Antares, and Antares finds himself trapped. Antares is surprised that someone on only their 5th mission has cornered a powerful being like him. Antares cannot believe this is occurring. Suddenly, an explosion happens. Seihan then sees Antares has disappeared. Seihan knows that a Zodiac's death would have bigger effects than Karis's death. This is why the publisher had to step in. Seihan feels annoyed because he could have gotten many rewards for defeating Antares. However, since the publisher stepped in, he believes the system likely has some backup plan and prizes for nearly killing Antares. Seihan then checks his system. Just as he expected, he receives his rewards. He unlocks the Scorpion Hunter achievement. He also gets an A-rank ticket as a reward. The achievement itself is mostly useless. However, the A-rank ability ticket makes all the effort worthwhile. Still, Seihan feels a bit let down. He thinks he could have received a stronger ability or divinity for actually killing Antares. Seihan then notices a huge flow of mana. He looks down and is surprised to see Esther. This is a celestial stone. It is as strong as mithril and has great resistance to magic. Esther is also the best known material for conducting mana. It combines the good qualities of other metals with its own special features. This makes it extremely rare. Seihan is now happy with his rewards. The only problem left is how to get Luke and Jisoo, who are both unconscious, out of this place. He sees the opening high above. He considers flying to escape. Meanwhile, other players realize this unknown guild must now be in the top spot. They talk among themselves about the star that came down. They also mention Seihan flying off. Suddenly, the guild rankings appear. Just as everyone expected, D-Side is in first place. Sangwan declares that Seihan can never beat him using his simple tricks. Azazel feels very bored from always lying in bed. Huanshin suggests she have a training fight with him instead. She refuses. He then tells her to return to the Dark Realm. He says some demons might complain if she stays like this. Azazel is very sure that no one would speak against her. She believes they would say she is lazy because she is so strong. Hearing all this, the biker starts to laugh. He finds it hard to believe she is the 3rd strongest demon, given how lazy she acts. She giggles while still lying on the bed. She reminds him that her powers let her be lazy. She explains she was born with her powers and never needed training in her entire life. However, at that moment, the silver-haired girl remembers the blonde girl from before. She considers giving up her role as the demon of sloth. She would do this if that blonde girl wanted to become a demon. Her attention then moves to the biker. He does not understand why the silver-haired girl stays with him. To her, he is just a player who wants to train all day. She realizes Huanshin is thinking too much. She explains that his personality excites her. He is the complete opposite of her. She likes how he works extra hard because he lacks natural talent. Also, just watching things frustrates her a bit. She finds it more exciting to experience things directly. Azazel feels curious. She wants to know why he is so eager to become stronger. She also guesses that maybe he wants revenge against the crow from earlier. Huangshin honestly reveals that he lost that fight. He says he has no specific plan to chase after the crow. He is simply making the best of his current situation. This makes the silver-haired girl realize that this man has no clear goal right now. At this moment, she can see some doubt within him. Right after this, Azazel tells him to go to the convenience store with her. Huanshin feels confused and asks out loud if she plans to buy anything. But Azazel does not share much information, and this makes Huanshin curious. Sometime later, they both get to an industrial area. Huanshin is very confused at this moment, wondering why she brought them to this place. Silver sits on a stack of broken parts and says she will meditate there. Meanwhile, Huanshin just stands stands, looking around, and does not understand what is happening with this girl. Suddenly, he looks towards a child running in fear inside a building in the area. Azazel smiles because she knows the biker will not ignore this. He had saved children who were trapped before by using an item. Without delay, Silver tells Huanxin to go after the child, or the child will die there. Huanxin does not understand if the demon's role now is to rescue children. Meanwhile, the young girl Suomen is running to save her life. Suomen is worried and says that her future showed her death before. However, her fate has become very difficult to predict lately. Because of this, she realizes that something that should not normally exist is getting involved in the situation. The poor child runs to save her life and sees 2 or 3 bad guys chasing her. But then, her head suddenly hits something hard. When she looks up, she sees Huanxin. Suomen falls to the ground, afraid that he might be one of the demon's followers chasing her. But then, she feels the contractor's aura. Suomen curses her bad luck because she ran into a contractor while trying to escape the demon's followers. The poor child is extremely scared and just hopes Huanxin does not hurt her. The demon's followers are confused to see Huanxin. Huanxin recognizes that they are a demon's followers, but he does not understand why they are wearing indigo clothes, as they usually wear black. One of the followers walks up to Huanxin and asks who he is. The follower tries to scare Huanxin because he does not want anyone else to take this child. However, Huanxin punches that person in the face, and this sends him to the ground. He first gives them a warning, then he knocks them all out. He tells them they will all die soon. Later, the bodies lie on the ground. Huanxin then asks the young girl a question. He wants to find out why these people were following her. The girl tries to explain. Huanxin then tells her to leave, saying he does not plan to question her. At this moment, the biker thinks he has become too curious. He tells himself that it is not his problem if this girl gets caught again. The young girl does not leave. Instead, she follows Huanxin as he goes back to Azazel. Silver sees the child. She grabs the girl's chin and asks for her name. Suomen is scared. She introduces herself, but is also confused about who Azazel is. The biker tells Silver not to scare the child, but Silver informs him that they will part ways if he plans to bring the girl with him. Huanxin walks towards his bike and starts to leave. He has no plan to bring Suomen with them. This surprises Azazel because she thinks this kid is a valuable companion. Suomen knows that Huanxin changed her fate, as she was supposed to die today. Suomen stops Huanxin and asks him to take her along. Huanxin doesn't understand why this small kid is so bold to ask this. He is then surprised when the little girl says she can see the future. Suomen explains further that she is the goddess's avatar, Skuld's chosen one, who can see the future. Huanxin's eyes light up with excitement when the little girl admits she can see how this game will end. This surprises Huanxin, and she clarifies that she is the goddess of the future. However, the excitement in Huanxin's eyes fades. He wonders if this little kid thinks this is a reason for him to take her. The little girl speaks with difficulty and reveals that her older brother will die if he leaves her here. Suomen shakes and tears run down her face as she states her brother is in great danger. Initially, the little girl's brother was meant to live for revenge after she died today, but she is alive now. He will die because fate has changed. Huanxin lets out a deep sigh. He wonders if Azazel planned all of this for him. He then asks Silver if she can find her way back home. Azazel smiles slyly and tells Huanxin to go ahead. She says she will take a slow walk before returning. Huanxin hears this, gets on his bike, and tells the crying little kid to get on. The little girl is confused and doesn't understand what is happening. Huanxin tells her they will discuss all of this after they get back. Back at the location, Suomen drinks tea and tells Huanxin that the guild that kidnapped her older brother is the enemy guild of the Shaded Sky. The moment Huanxin hears the name, he remembers. They were a branch of the Dark Sky clan. He realizes they might be free now to cause this trouble. The biker is curious and asks Suomen if this group was also taking children. She explains that wasn't true. They only wanted to capture her for her power because they wanted to use her skill to gain advantages in guild events. The little girl had no plan to help them, so they took her brother as a hostage to get information from her. Azazel arrives right away, which startles the kid. Interested, she asks Suomen how far into the future she can see. The innocent girl says she can see about 3 seconds ahead, which gives her a quick, short look. However, she can use this future sight anytime with a very short wait time between uses. Additionally, Suomen can pick a date to look at, a few days from now, or a month or two, but the further she looks into the future, the longer the wait time becomes. Surprisingly, Suomin's body stats are normal, but her powers are better than an average avatar's. Perhaps her own potential influences them. One thing is certain, Scold must like her since this girl works very well with her ability. The small child then tells them she knows how this game will finish. Wanxin feels confused and asks for the answer. At the same time, Azazel worries if this can even happen, thinking if a goddess should be prevented from doing such a thing. However, Suomin might have gone around the system and learned the ending because she is an immortal with no divine power. Suomin explains that she can see what kind of ending it is. She knows how this world will reach its conclusion. Silver, feeling confused, asks if it is a bad ending, since most planets that become games usually have a poor outcome. The small girl says no. They then feel a bit of hope that it might be a good ending, but Suomin also denies this. The game's ending has already been altered once. Suomin does not know why it changed, but she knew about it even before the game started. This ending is where only one person remains alive. However, the ending was altered right before it all began, and what she saw at that time was their current ending, which is the madness of the Demon Lord. In a different setting, our boy yawns because he has been playing for a long time. He thought he would get second or third place, but he finished first because the opponents in the dungeons performed quite poorly. The main character then looks at Bexel, who is staring at our protagonist and thinking about what to call him. Sweat runs down his face as he feels embarrassed and shocked when she suggests calling him father. Seihan then playfully asks who her mother would be. Snowhide clearly explains that she has no mother, but if she could choose, she would pick Lin as her mother. Our guy thinks this is silly and insists she call him only by his name. At this moment, Seihan wonders how Minha finds this child charming enough to bring her everywhere. Still, he could see her inheriting Lin's bloodline because she already has 5 offensive spells and 1 regenerative spell, which makes him realize she will become a very powerful person. Seeing her looking quietly, the protagonist tells her to say whatever she wants. She then reveals that Changchu wanted Seihan to know he found the dungeon our boy was searching for. At first, our boy feels confused, but then he remembers that Changchu mentioned doing something in that area, and this is why he was keen to train in dungeons every day. Using the crow's special ability, he finds the Dungeon of Dreams. Suddenly, Seihan stands up and tells Bexel to come with him, saying they truly need her power this time. Snowhide never expected that our guy would ask her to join him, but they really need her abilities this time. They require the power of a divine beast to open the dungeon entrance. The Dungeon of Dreams appears in a separate dimension because it is a unique instance dungeon. However, even for an instance dungeon, a divine offering is required to enter this Dungeon of Dreams. Despite this requirement, the reward for this dungeon is Laplas's Hourglass. The Laplas Hourglass is an S-rank item. It shows someone's future for 30 minutes. However, it is seen as a poor reward because it can only be used for 30 minutes. Despite this, Seihan is determined to get it no matter what. A smile appears on his face when he sees Jisoo with Bexul. He thinks it's impossible for them to enter together this time. Jisoo then explains that she wants to go because she wants to see what an instance dungeon truly is. Also, they will need protection for Bexul once they enter the dungeon, so Jisoo will be very helpful. Standing in front of a huge door, our boy turns around. He faces Bexul and asks if she can do it. Snow White nods nervously. She then tilts her head. She sends a magical bubble towards the door. The bubble hits the door directly. A bright glow appears, and the dungeon door opens. Our boy is impressed. He pats Snow White's head. Then, Jisoo asks if they should wait for him there. Seihan tells them to go back first. After that, our boy reaches his hand towards the dungeon gate. Energy glows from his body and goes into the gate. After some time, Seihan finds himself lying on the floor of an unfamiliar building. This Dungeon of Dreams gives different missions to each person who enters. Most of the time, it relates to what a person wants most. This is our guy's first time experiencing it. When he wakes up, Seihan wonders if he is in a dream or a memory from his past. Our protagonist thinks deeply. He cannot remember the time he used to live here. He could not understand what was happening. Then a loud voice was heard. Our hero sensed danger. He created a barrier around himself and got out of the building. Immediately after, a disastrous explosion occurred. Now Seihan realizes he was sent back to the quest he regrets the most. The MC looks around the ruined place. He continues to move forward. The moment he feels someone behind him, he stops the person who was about to attack him. It is Suho Min. Suho Min sighs in relief. The magical arrays our boy summoned to hold him could have killed him. Luckily, he was saved. Suho Min leaps high into the air. He lands on the roof of a nearby building. The protagonist sees him. He demands to know why Suho Min is there and why he is so late. The cool shade smirks. He admits he is there to kill our guy. Seihan hears this. He smiles nervously. He realizes everything is being shown exactly as he remembers, a perfectly made simulation. After that, Suho Min lets out a heavy sigh. He mocks our guy for not agreeing to a compromise. The cool shade acknowledges what our boy might be thinking. He says that players being alive is much better than the civilians. There were many of them this time. With that, he reminds the hero that he was even planning to attack all of them by surprise. Seihan stands there, confused. He does not like the tricks this dungeon is playing. The question was the thing Seihan regretted most. The quest's goal was clear. There was one team with 1,000 skilled players. There was another team with 100,000 civilians. So they had to save only one of the two. The GM assigned a specific area to each team. Players outside had to pick just one team. They also had to eliminate the team they did not choose. In the past, our main character chose to save 1,000 players. He believed more players were necessary to keep the game going rather than civilians. This decision led him to fight Suho Min. Suho Min sees Seihan standing still. Suho Min then tells Seihan to go back, promising to spare him. Suho Min states that he is different from our main character. He says he does not think all his enemies must be killed. Our main character then tells Coolshade that this is an easy thing to say. He also announces that he will step back for now. However, he makes it clear he will not abandon the quest. Suho Min does not seem to care. He is very confident that his team will win, no matter what Seihan's team tries. This confidence made sense because Coolshade's guild was the most powerful, but our main character declares he will retreat. This action seems unusual to Suho. After this, Seihan quickly moves a long distance using his fast speed. His body feels older since he received this quest, even though he is only 30 years old. In his past life, our main character actually killed Suho Min. This means things have changed from that previous life. Many thoughts fill his mind. He wonders what Suho's guild will think about him retreating so easily. As he moves forward, he quickly looks at Lynn Taylor. He then remembers the biggest mistake from his past life. In his past life, Seihan killed Lynn. Later, Seihan walks on the road. A familiar voice then calls out to him. It is Sue. Sue asks how things went and if our main character succeeded. The protagonist looks at Suho and stops moving for a moment. He finds it strange to see Suho here. Then he explains that he retreated because of too much interference. Suho hears this and sighs with disappointment. He cannot say much more. Behind Suho, a group of people gather. They ask Seihan many questions. Some people worry if the enemy players plan to attack them. Others beg him not to leave. They want answers because little time remains until the quest deadline. The hero sighs nervously. He explains that he does not know everything either. He tells them to calm down as he has many thoughts in his own mind. Seihan moves forward to rest and reaches the bedroom. Many thoughts fill his mind. He cannot believe how bad this dungeon is, messing with his thoughts this way. The main character feels curious and opens his status window. He learns that his progress speed is very slow in the current timeline. He had already expected this. His eyes then open wide in surprise when he sees more abilities. His quest is to clear the dungeon of dreams, where his memories have become real. To finish this task, he needs to finish his old task in the same amount of time. This greatly surprises the hero, as it means he had to defeat his foe just like in his earlier life. He thinks about whether everything will be simple this time, but all of this feels incorrect to him, so he decides to plan a different approach. He then looks at Yidra, who in a previous life would appear suddenly. Even now, she encourages our hero, promising her help and stating that his choice will ultimately save many people. Still, this all appears to be untrue to him. Yidra already knew the world would face problems if things continued this way, and that he had already passed the point of no turning back. Even so, Seihan cannot fault her because she truly cared for humankind. After that, the main character calls her by her name and asks for a reply. When she hears her name, Yidra is amazed, since everyone else just calls her a witch. Dream Witch. Yidra is an outer god from the Cthulhu mythos, and the only god who showed interest in people. Yidra is a different kind of god from another world who entered the game, but no one could oppose her because her power is perfect and unrivaled. What's interesting is that even the system did not dare to get involved with her. The main character still doesn't know why Yidra picked him as her avatar, but she always supported him because she wanted people to live. However, she departed Earth after the world's end. Yidra blushes and feels that her avatar is behaving somewhat differently today, but he concentrates on what Seihan wants to inquire about. Smartly, our hero questions her about the Dungeon of Dreams. Hearing this question, Yidra is a bit surprised because she didn't expect it, but our hero acts as if he is just curious. Yet Yidra realizes that this entire reality is a creation of his memory, and that's why he used her real name. When our hero tries to act like this isn't true, Yidra tells him that a person's behavior doesn't change suddenly. She knows this applies to anyone with human traits, showing that human-like gods are also similar. She accepts that Seihan doesn't dwell on the past enough to bring this up suddenly, and he has also never visited the Dungeon of Dreams. Therefore, she can only consider it a simulation, since the current events have no link to the Dungeon of Dreams. Her calm reaction surprises Seihan. She appears unconcerned about being a simulation. Ydra explains that it makes no difference to her, but then she understands that our hero never truly calls her by her name in the real world. She finds all of this quite exciting and even has some inquiries, but she chooses to hold her questions back. Disregarding that, the main character shows great eagerness to learn about the Dungeon of Dreams because its excessive perfection greatly troubles him. He explains that he doesn't recall every player he encountered before, but those individuals are present in this world, so he wants to find out if they are here by chance or if they truly existed in this time period. Ydra feels proud because of the question. She explains that such a complete reality cannot be made only from memories. This means his past was searched using the details from his memory. This is how the dungeon made a copy of that world. The system helped to do this. Everything here is a clear showing of his past or future. Everyone here is doing the same actions they did before, but they are only illusions made by the Dungeon of Dreams, even Ydra. After hearing this, the MC finally understood how to finish the quest. He must complete this difficult quest again. He needs to repeat past events, but he must try new actions to get better rewards. Perhaps the dungeon does not want the same results as before. It wants Seihan to achieve things he did not in the past. At this moment, the MC thinks about what would happen if he saves Lin. Later, the MC meets Seo, who is making weapons. Seihan tells Seo he needs to meet Mina Lee. He wonders aloud if Seihan wants her help for future fights. He is unsure if she would agree, given her self-centered nature. However, the protagonist needs an item Mina Lee can create, an elixir. Seo cannot make it because he is not skilled in alchemy. He is also very sure that no player knows Mina Lee. Then Seo leaves, but the talk makes one thing clear. No one knows Mina Lee. Seo is the best blacksmith and knows everyone. If he does not know her, then no one else can. Having no other choice and unable to open the chat room in the status window, the MC calls Ydra to find out Mina's location. The moment she appears, she grabs his face from behind. She playfully teases him for being so needy, as he used to be very dismissive. The MC smirks and admits his shame after learning they are all just made-up beings. At the same time, he truly wants to know if she had to appear in person instead of sending a message, since it costs her many points to do this. Ydra states she does not care about the points if everything is a simulation. Then, she reveals Mina Lee is currently in Cheonan. After getting this information, they decide to leave quickly. Sehun arrives at Cheonan's high school, following Mina's location. Entering the school, he sees many dead bodies on the floor, with blood flowing from them. The scene looked like a perfect setting for a horror movie. As he looks at the dead bodies, Sehun notices the uniforms they are wearing. The uniforms are the same as Mina's. Instantly, the hero feels a presence behind him. An attack comes from behind. Sehun blocks it with his back. The attacker is Mina. She did not expect him to block an attack in that way, but he also had not expected her to ambush him like that. Mina walks closer to him. She tells him it's better to be the one hunting than the one being hunted, considering recent events. Sehun says that everything sounds very harsh to him during their meeting. Mina initially doesn't grasp what he means. Then, she remembers seeing his face about 2 years ago. Mina directly asks why he came here. She hopes he isn't here because of her. She also wants to know how he located her. Sehun proudly snaps his finger. He shows her the witch's observer. Mina is surprised because she didn't think an avatar could still talk to their god. This makes Sehun recall the god who also liked Mina a lot. However, Mina lost touch with that god a year ago. Sehun remembers that he didn't see Mina's observer the last time they met. He thinks this is just a game for them to grow. Mina now understands that Sehun truly wants to discuss something. She asks him to follow her so they can find a suitable place to speak. They both go into a room. Sehun sees memorial pictures there. Mina, unfortunately, couldn't find all the photos of her classmates. Sehun observes her actions and thinks she must have been very close to them. He is surprised when she says she doesn't have many friends. She explains she became this way because the world changed. She used to be a very shy child before these events. Her current demeanor makes it hard to believe she was once shy. She changed after the first main quest. She became determined to survive and improved her acting skills. She clearly remembers the day everything started. At that time, she was skipping school with some friends in Seoul. Suddenly, everything changed. As soon as she mentions this, Sehun asks if she is originally from Seoul. Mina explains she was just visiting Seoul. Her friend's sister had some business there, so they went for enjoyment. Eventually, they got separated. She stayed in Seoul for a while to search for them. She even robbed banks to get money, but it didn't help. Their school uniform was their only link, so she kept wearing it. She eventually found them. However, it was too late. They had likely made a deal with a demon. The demon used them until they died. All these events made her understand how meaningless everything is. This is why she is holding her own small memorial service here. Her parents also died on the first day, leaving her with nowhere to go. When she mentions the demon, Sehun wonders if the Dark Sky clan used the girls. Then, his eyes widen in surprise, and he recoils. He remembers he killed all members of the Dark Sky clan in this timeline. Unable to stop himself, Sehun asks Mina if she or her friends were ever connected to the Dark Sky clan. Mina isn't certain because her friends belong to a different group. This brings Sehun some relief. He realizes he shouldn't kill demon contractors without thinking. He decides to tell Jisoo about this too. Mina then asks what Sehun wanted to ask her before. Sehun explains that he originally planned to ask for her help with their current mission. However, that won't happen now. Instead, he wants to know if she can create an elixir for him. When she hears about the quest, this girl says she saved 1,000 players by chance. Upon hearing this, Sehun smiles a little nervously. He usually only faces bad situations, but she accidentally chose something good. Feeling bored, Mina agrees to make it for him and asks how much he needs. Sehun only wants 1 bottle, but he also asks for something extra, which is quite simple. He pulls something from his pocket and asks Mina to make it work for top-ranking players. Meanwhile, Soo Homan feels very confused. He is sure something is happening because he knows the main character never gives up so easily, and now he is gone. His focus moves to Taehan Kim, who reminds him they are in a meeting and he should stop dreaming. The Urget Lamb Guild is holding a meeting at this moment. Sangwon Cheon, the guild master, tells everyone to complete their tasks fast, since only a few days remain before the quest finishes. Yoon-sik Kang smirks and tells him to handle it himself, saying he can finish everything with just 1 skill. However, Sangwon Cheon reminds Yoon-sik not to underestimate their enemy. He agrees their guild is very strong, but the enemy also has powerful players such as the saint Yu Hwasun on their side. Yoon-sik tells the guild master not to call that girl a saint because she left behind 1 lakh civilians. Yoon-sik knows a player, a guy in black who uses various weapons, and he is talking about our main character. When Sangwon realizes Yoon-sik is talking about Sehun, he admits Sehun has great abilities and is one of their strongest opposing members. Yoon-sik's eyes grow dark, and a wicked smile appears on his face as he looks at Lin, who wants to kill Sehun. A guy with great urgency enters the room. He informs everyone that many players have been seen outside the containment area. This stops Sangwon from scolding Yoon-sik for his unhelpful comments. Yoon-sik is ready to face them after waiting a long time. However, Taehan Kim offers to go instead, as Yoon-sik might harm his own team. Taehan assures them he will quickly stop these players, then he leaves. In only 2 days, Mina creates an elixir, and all the other things our main character requested. Her speed truly surprises and impresses Sehun. He realizes she will be much more powerful in the future. At the same time, he feels bad for not asking her for help, because she is so helpful. However, today is the day Sehun's group suffered a terrible defeat. After our main character came back from his fight against Suho Min, his group barely managed to fight the enemies. Sehun had to eliminate most of them. The protagonist checks the time, then plans to leave fast after meeting Seo.